This is Audible.
Not Just Friends. Written by J. Northcote. Narrated by Matthew Lloyd Davis. Chapter 1. "It's nice and bright, isn't it?" Lewis's mum said, as they surveyed the tiny room that would be his term-time home for the next academic year. "Lovely to have such a big window." "I suppose." Lewis looked out of the window. Several large blocks of student flats, similar to the one he was standing in now, broke up the view outside. Tarmac paths meandered across the grass, linking the buildings and breaking the green into neat geometric shapes. The occasional tree added a different shade of green or autumnal orange, and beyond the stone wall Lewis could see large suburban houses and a patchwork of gardens stretching off into the distance. "It's a bit smaller than you're used to, though." His mum's voice dragged his attention back to the little cubicle. "You'll have to try and keep organized. Make an effort to stay a bit tidy for a change." Her voice was teasing, and she smiled when Lewis met her eyes. "At least you won't have to look at my mess now," he joked. "No more complaining about me leaving dirty washing on the floor any more, or festering empty mugs on my window-sill." "No, thank heavens." His mum went along with it, but the catch in her voice gave her away. She turned to open the wardrobe doors and inspected the space inside, chattering on about how they should probably have brought more coat-hangers, and that more shelf space would be useful. Lewis knew she was going to miss him, mess or no mess, especially when his dad was away on business trips. He seemed to be working away more and more in recent months. But Lewis let her keep her brave face on. "I should go and help Dad with some more of the heavy stuff." "Okay," she sniffed. "Is this one a kitchen box? I can make a start on unpacking that for you." She picked it up, and Lewis held the door of his room open for her. "Do you want to choose a cupboard?" "Anyone's fine, Mum. See you in a minute." Lewis left the door of his room propped open and headed back down 5 flights of stairs to the car. Halfway down he heard the sound of puffing and panting and encountered a couple of blokes struggling up with boxes of stuff. The one in front, a tall, powerfully built boy with brown hair, was obviously a student. The one behind was presumably his dad, based on their similar bulk and matching frowns of concentration as they navigated the narrow concrete stairwell. "A bloody lift would be useful," the boy in front grumbled. "Dean!" A woman following them up with a smaller box chastised the boy, but the dad just nodded and huffed his agreement. Lewis waited on the landing and stood aside to let them pass. "Cheers." The boy, Dean, flashed Lewis a grin. "Thanks." The dad nodded as they passed, and the woman smiled at him. Lewis met his dad at the bottom of the stairwell with a suitcase in each hand. "Perfect timing." He offered one to Lewis. "I wasn't looking forward to getting both of these up those stairs on my own." Back in the flat, the sound of chatter was spilling out of the open door onto the landing. Lewis went in to find his mum deep in conversation with the parents they'd met in the stairwell. Dean was obviously one of his new flatmates, but nowhere to be seen. Lewis ducked into his room with the suitcase. There'd be plenty of time for socializing later, he thought. He just wanted to get all his stuff up the bloody stairs so he could start settling in. The flat gradually filled up with people as Lewis concentrated on carting his stuff up and began the process of unpacking. 2 other boys had turned up, and there were assorted parents and younger siblings wandering around too. Lewis had introduced himself to the other boys when he'd met them in the corridor, but they hadn't had a chance to exchange more than a few words yet. The 5th room in the flat was still empty. Someone was cutting it fine, unless they'd pulled out before term even started. It was early evening when Lewis's stuff was finally all unloaded and his parents were ready to leave. Lewis accompanied them down to the car park to say his farewells, a mixture of excitement and anxiety swirling in his belly. He'd barely spent any time away from home before, just the odd few days here and there for school camp or scouting trips. The distance between Bristol and his home in Kent meant he was unlikely to go home to visit very often. It would be several weeks before he saw them again. Lewis's mum hugged him hard before finally releasing him. Her hair tickled his nose and smelled of childhood comfort, scraped knees, and bedtime stories. When he stepped back, The sight of her glistening eyes made his own eyelids prickle. He blinked hard as he gave his dad a quick hug too. "Take care." His dad's voice was gruff, and he avoided Lewis's eyes. "Remember, you can always call us if you need to, any time, day or night." His mum sniffed and wiped her nose with a tissue. "But just keep in touch, so we know you're doing okay." "Of course, I promise." Lewis managed to smile. "And you can always stalk me on Facebook and pester me by email and text if I'm not keeping you up to date." There was a finality to the thud of the car doors closing. Lewis's mum opened her window and waved as they drove away, her hand a pale, fluttering motion in the twilight. Lewis watched as the tail-lights of his parents' car disappeared out of the gate and finally dropped the hand he'd been holding up. This was it. He was on his own. As if someone had been reading his thoughts, Lewis's phone buzzed in his pocket, and he pulled it out to grin at a text from Paul, his best mate from school. "How's it going? My flatmates are cool, and there are hot girls living next door. Win." Lewis texted back. "Bit early to tell. Gonna go be sociable now and find out." Back in the flat, everything was relatively peaceful now. The families had all left, and Lewis heard the sound of conversation coming from the kitchen. Bracing himself, he pasted on a nervous grin and walked into the brightly lit room. "All right, mate." Dean greeted Lewis, waving a can of lager at him. "Beer's in the fridge if you want one. My dad left us with a few as a flat-warming present." "Great, thanks." Lewis ran a hand through his hair as he went and helped himself. He joined the others at the table, finally looking at them properly for the first time since the brief introductions earlier. "So it's Dean, yeah? And Andreas and Rob." Andreas was average height and build, with short, dark blonde hair and a charming smile that showed slightly crooked teeth. Rob was small and skinny, with messy dark hair. He smiled awkwardly, only meeting Lewis's gaze briefly and giving him a quick wave in greeting. Andreas nodded. "Yes, and you're Lewis." Lewis nodded back. "Do we know who's supposed to be in the other room?" His Danish accent was noticeable when he spoke, but his English was very fluent. They all shrugged. "No idea," Dean said, and shook his head. "But he'd better hurry up if he wants any beer. These aren't going to last long." He crunched up the empty can in his hand and stood to get another one. He really was huge. Lewis hadn't quite appreciated how tall and broad he was when they'd first met in the stairwell earlier. An hour or so passed. They sat around and swapped stories of families and schools as they drank, finding shared interests and working out where they fit together and where their interests diverged. Dean and Andreas were both confident and talkative, leading the conversation while the others went with the flow. Lewis warmed to Andreas, who had a dry humour when he let it show. Rob was quieter, sitting back and fiddling with his mop of dark curls with bony fingers, mostly listening rather than talking. He only got animated when the conversation switched from sports to video games. "Fuck, I'm starving," Dean suddenly said, slapping his belly. He pushed his chair back and stood. "I'm going to see how this oven works." "What have you got to cook?" Andreas asked him. "Frozen pizza. Mum figured I could manage that on my first night. I think she's expecting me to survive on a diet of beer and beans on toast between now and Christmas. She's probably not wrong." "I've got pizza too," Andreas said. "I'll put it in with yours if there's space." "Beans on toast sounds pretty good, actually." Rob got up and started poking around in the cupboard he'd claimed as his. "Yeah." Lewis's stomach growled now food had been mentioned, so he joined the fray. 4 18-year-old boys attempting to cook 4 separate meals in a tiny hall of residence kitchen was about as chaotic as Lewis would have imagined. They quickly realized that pooling their resources was going to make sense if they all wanted to eat at the same time. Dean managed to pass on pizza responsibility to Andreas, while Rob heated beans and Lewis scrambled eggs. "I'll just stay out of the way," Dean smirked from the table, beer in hand. "You can wash up, you lazy bastard." Andreas threw a bag of Doritos at him. "Stick those in a bowl and don't eat them all." "Yes, Mum." They were all back at the table, polishing off platefuls of food, when the sound of keys in the front door alerted them to a new arrival. "It's already open," Dean yelled. "Ah, well, that explains it then. Jesus fucking Christ, I thought I was never going to get here." A slender boy with bright dyed blonde hair came through the doorway and plonked his suitcase down. "Mum's car broke down halfway up the M5, and we had to wait ages for someone to come out and fix it. So which room's mine?" "The first one on the right," Lewis replied. "It was the one next to his." "Thanks." The boy smiled directly at Lewis, and Lewis found himself flushing at the attention. The boy was striking, slightly exotic-looking. Lewis found it hard to look away from his beautiful eyes that were pale, where he'd have expected them to be dark. "I'm Max, by the way, but can we do proper introductions later, once I've got all my shit up these stairs? I'm crap with names at the best of times, so if you tell me all yours now, they'll be gone again by the time I'm unpacked." "Sure thing," Dean nodded. "Do you want a hand with your stuff?" "That would be great, cheers. But finish eating first. Don't want it to get cold." They made short work of hauling Max's possessions up to his room, with all of them helping. His mum was as chatty and friendly as Max, finding out all their names and quizzing them about where they were from and what courses they were doing. Such nice, helpful lads. She smiled as Dean put a heavy box down on the desk, and Lewis dumped a second suitcase next to the one Max had brought up earlier. "Thank you. It would have taken us ages on our own." Dean grinned at her. "You're welcome. Those stairs are a nightmare." "I think that's the last of it now," Lewis informed her with a shy smile. "Max was just locking the car." They reconvened in the kitchen with what was left of the beers after giving one to Max to drink while he unpacked. His mum had had to head back straight away, as she was already running late after the car trouble, and Max had two little sisters who needed to be collected from their grands. They heckled Dean while he washed up, refusing to help him. "We cooked," Rob pointed out. "It's only fair." Max joined them after 20 minutes or so to find them all sitting around the table eating chocolate brownies Rob had brought from home. "Fuck that," he said, brandishing a bottle of tequila. "I can finish unpacking tomorrow, but this is my first night at uni and I want to party. Has anyone got any shot glasses?" They drank tequila out of mugs, interspersed with mouthfuls of brownie. Lewis wasn't really a fan of neat spirits, but he thought it would be churlish to pass it up, and he wasn't averse to the buzz the tequila gave him. The heat of it curled in his belly and spread out tendrils of warmth and happy relaxation through his body. Lewis sat back in his chair and looked around at the 4 guys he'd be living with for the next year. They seemed pretty cool so far, and he figured he could have done a lot worse. His gaze caught on the little black studs in Max's ears, where they stood out starkly against the pale lobes. Max's lashes flicked up as he raised his gaze from the drink he was pouring and caught Lewis looking. Lewis looked away quickly. "So how many girls have you shagged, then?" The conversation had turned to sex, and Dean cut straight to the chase. Lewis's ears burned hot as a blush flooded his face and neck. The question wasn't aimed at him, but he knew he'd have to answer eventually. They'd already done the rounds for what age they'd lost their virginity, and Lewis had already seen how persistent Dean was about getting answers. "My magic number's 5, Dean continued, his voice loud and a little slurred from alcohol. "But I had a girlfriend for most of Year 12, otherwise there could have been more." Andreas answered 3, Rob 2, but neither elaborated on their replies. All eyes turned expectantly to Max, who was sitting on Lewis's right. He lifted his mug and took a mouthful of tequila before fixing Dean with a cool stare as he calmly replied, "Only 2, but I didn't really like it. I prefer boys, personally." Dean choked on the brownie he was currently chewing on. Andreas smacked him between the shoulder blades, a little over-enthusiastically, and in the ensuing confusion he knocked over the bottle of tequila, which thankfully had a lid on at the time. Lewis shot a sidelong glance at Max and saw his perfect face lit up with a grin that was pure mischief. "Are you really gay?" Rob asked him, "or are you just messing with him?" His tone was interested rather than shocked or challenging. "I'm really gay," Max shrugged. "But I couldn't resist the opportunity to make Dean inhale his brownie, and in the spirit of equality I'll answer the question anyway. I've had sex with 2 girls and with several guys, depending on what we're counting as sex for this discussion. I know you straight boys are all about penetration, but I've had penetrative sex with 4 people." He grinned. "Does that mean I win?" Dean had just about recovered now, and he looked grudgingly impressed as he wiped his watering eyes. Lewis chuckled along with the others. Max had definitely won that round. Max turned to Lewis, the picture of innocence now. Amusement was still glittering in his eyes. "How about you, Lewis?" "Just one," Lewis replied, thinking of his ex-girlfriend, Cara. "A girl?" Dean asked, "just to be clear." "Yes." Lewis's blush was back. The suggestion that he might have had sex with a boy made him suddenly uncomfortably aware of his proximity to Max, sprawled in the seat beside him. "My ex. I went out with her all through sixth form, till just a couple of months ago." "Have any of the rest of you ever fooled around with another guy?" Max looked around the table expectantly. "No!" Dean and Rob were quick to respond out loud, while Lewis just shook his head and gulped more tequila, glad to have the attention off him again. "So don't go getting any ideas," Dean said, but then added, "Not that I'm a homophobe or anything, though. You can be as gay as you like, as long as it's not with me." Max laughed and flicked his blonde hair out of his eyes. They were green, Lewis noticed. He'd thought they were blue before. "Thanks, man, I'll bear that in mind. Maybe you should put your permission in writing." He smirked as Dean flipped him off. "Andreas, how about you?" He turned to look at the Danish boy, who was looking a little uncomfortable, spots of colour on his cheeks. "Yeah, I used to. How do you say it?" He made an unmistakable gesture with his hand. "Wank, jerk off," Rob supplied. "Yeah, that. With a friend when I was about 14 or 15. It was before I had a girlfriend. One time he asked if he could suck me, and I let him." Andreas ran his hand awkwardly over his cropped blonde hair and looked around at them to gauge their reactions. "Was it hot?" Max asked. Lewis's eyes were drawn to the soft pink curve of Max's lips as they stretched in a dirty grin. "That sounds hot." Lewis found himself agreeing, but kept his thoughts to himself. "I guess," Andreas admitted. "It's made me come really fast, but I had my eyes shut, and I was thinking about this girl in my class at school, and wishing it was her doing it." They all laughed at that, and the conversation moved on to relationships. They were all currently single, apart from Rob, who had a girlfriend back home. "We thought about breaking up, but she's only an hour or so away in Cardiff, and she'll come and visit at weekends sometimes." "Lots of sexting and late-night Skype sessions for you, then?" Dean waggled his eyebrows suggestively. "I hope so," Rob grinned. Lewis had used the excuse of going away to university to break up with Cara during the summer holidays. But honestly, he hadn't really seen their relationship going anywhere. She'd been the one to make the first move, and he'd been swept along by her enthusiasm. She was a bit of a force of nature, and had been hard to resist. But even though he'd been keen to experiment and get some sexual experience, there had never really been much spark there for Lewis. They got on well and had fun together, but sometimes Cara felt more like a mate than a girlfriend. The split had been amicable, and Cara had agreed it probably made sense to be single, to go off to college and start a new phase of their lives. They'd stayed good friends and planned to keep in touch. The party finally broke up around midnight. Dean was the first to start yawning, and he stumbled his way off to bed. He'd had more than his fair share of tequila and was looking a little rough. "Lucky your room's next to the bathroom, mate," Rob called after him. "Not too far to run if you wake up and feel like puking later." "Bollocks, I'm fine. Night all." The rest of them grinned at one another. "He'd better make it to the toilet," Max grimaced. "I'm not going to clean up after him." The others began to drift away to bed too. Max and Lewis were the last ones left in the kitchen. Lewis looked at the table, still littered with empty mugs and plates, and liberally sprinkled with Doritos and chocolate brownie crumbs, and wrinkled his nose. Max leaned back in his chair and stretched luxuriously. "There's something quite liberating about knowing we don't have to clean it up, isn't there? Nobody's going to be nagging us about it if we just go to bed and leave it for the morning." Lewis's eyes snagged on the bright green elastic of Max's underwear and the strip of pale skin that was revealed as his body arched back in a lean line. Lewis looked up quickly and found Max's green eyes meeting his own. "I suppose." Lewis had actually just been thinking about tidying up, but he wasn't going to admit it. "Aren't there cleaners who come in sometimes, though?" "Not every day, I don't think, and they're probably used to dealing with all kinds of shit anyway. I doubt this would bother them much." Max pushed back his chair and stood. "Anyway, I'd better go and do a bit more unpacking before I crash. My room's a disaster, and I need to work out where the fuck I pack my underwear so I can have clean ones for the morning." Lewis stood up too and followed Max down the corridor. He wasn't really feeling tired. He was too buzzed from alcohol and the nerves and excitement at being here. But he probably ought to try and wind down, or he'd be knackered tomorrow. "Good night, then." Lewis paused awkwardly by his door, next to Max's. Max raised a casual hand. "Yeah, sleep well, mate." Lewis's unpacking was mostly done, so he got ready for bed, and then lay and read for a while. He could hear the muted sound of music through Max's wall, too quiet to be identifiable. Every now and again there was a thud or the sound of movement. These rooms obviously weren't built to be soundproof. He supposed he'd get used to it. Lewis turned his lamp off when his alarm clock showed 1 a.m. and lay in the darkness, letting his thoughts drift. His mind was still active, turning over the conversation of the evening. He'd never met anyone like Max before. He was so open, and had just put himself out there like that with people he didn't know. Lewis kept thinking about Max, his eyes and his smile, and the doubts and uncertainty they raised for Lewis. Questions he'd successfully managed to leave unanswered for the past couple of years reared up. But he pushed them away, refusing to go there tonight. He needed to sleep. Lewis forced himself to relax, and gradually the heaviness he was seeking started to creep over him. The last thing he remembered was the music stopping next door. Silence covered Lewis like a blanket, and he slept. Chapter 2. The short night didn't really catch up with Lewis until he finally made it back to the flat the following afternoon. It had been a long day of visiting his department to register and meet his tutor, then going to the student union to get his NUS card and loans sorted. He'd walked everywhere, thinking that doing it all on foot would help him get a better feel for the city than using the bus. And by the time he got back to the hall of residence, he was yawning. That morning in the flat, there had been a lot of arguments about who got the shower next and fighting over use of the toaster. They'd all been up at more or less the same time, and it had been good-natured chaos. Once they had their timetables, hopefully the morning insanity would be staggered a little, as most of them were on different courses. They wouldn't all have lectures or tutorials at the same time every day, so that would make things easier. As an only child, Lewis was used to having a bathroom all to himself at home because his parents had an ensuite. Having to fit around 4 other people was going to take a bit of getting used to. The term didn't start properly until next week, so for the next few days they had time to explore, sort out reading lists for their courses, and just settle in. There were various events on during the days and evenings for Freshers' Week, but Lewis was tired by the time he got back, and he was ready for some downtime this evening. He found Dean and Rob in the kitchen when he got in. The mess from last night had been mostly cleared away, but there were still crumbs on the floor and a bag of empty beer cans, which needed to be taken out to the recycling. Dean and Rob were drinking coffee, and Dean still looked decidedly rough around the edges. "Hi," Lewis greeted them. "Good day?" "Not bad," Dean replied. "I don't like the look of my timetable, though. It's way too full." "That's what you get for doing sciences, all that lab time." Lewis grinned. "Yeah, well, at least I don't have to read 20 books every term and spend all my evenings writing essays. And what use is a degree in English Lit, anyway?" "You sound like my granddad," Lewis replied mildly. "It's not the subject that counts. If I get a good degree from Bristol, it will help me get all sorts of jobs eventually. A degree doesn't have to be vocational. It's not like biology guarantees you a job anyway, unless you want to be a teacher." "Oh, no, thanks." Dean frowned into his coffee mug. "My old man's a teacher, and it's given him an ulcer." Dean was loitering in Lewis's doorway, pestering him. "Oh, come on, Lewis, it's fucking Freshers' Week. You're supposed to spend all your money on beer and get wasted every night. It's traditional. You only get to do this once in your life, so you need to make the most of it. Grab the opportunity by the balls. Seize the day." He made a strong case, and was a persistent pain in the arse, and Lewis felt himself weakening. All the others were heading out, only to the hall bar, so it wasn't exactly far afield, and he didn't want to be the boring one who stayed in on his own. Okay, just give me 5 minutes to finish emailing my mum, otherwise she'll be calling later to check up on me. Yes, that's the spirit. Dean pumped his fist before leaving Lewis in peace to finish typing. Once he'd shut down his laptop, Lewis debated changing to go out, but decided the jeans and T-shirt he was wearing would do. He just put a checked shirt over the top, left the buttons undone, and put his Converse back on. He looked at his reflection in the mirror. Grey-blue eyes looked back at him from under messy, mid-brown hair that curled over his ears and stuck out in odd directions. He ran his hands through it until it lay how he liked it. But Lewis wasn't really the type to worry much about his appearance. He wasn't under any illusions about his own attractiveness. He was fairly unremarkable looking, but he was quite happy with that. He'd never enjoyed being the centre of attention, so fading into the background was just fine with him. A light tap on his door interrupted his musing. "Come in." "Hey!" Max's blonde head appeared around the door as it opened. He stepped into Lewis's room and looked around. "That's cool." He nodded at Lewis's White Stripes poster. "You ready to go?" "Yeah, just about." Max looked good, Lewis thought. His skinny black jeans showed off the lean length of his legs, and a bright blue T-shirt with a funky black-and-white graphic print on the front made his eyes look extra green. Lewis turned away quickly to fiddle with his hair again, realizing he'd been staring. "Give me a sec." "Your hair looks good. I wish mine had a bit of wave in it. It just flops." Max stood close behind Lewis. He looked over Lewis's shoulder and wrinkled his nose at his reflection as he pushed his sleek blonde fringe out of his eyes. Lewis caught Max's gaze in the mirror. "It looks okay to me," he said, a nervous thrill running through him that he didn't quite understand. Max's smile was sweet. "Cheers, but I'd rather have yours. You've got that whole bedhead sex hair thing going on. It's cool." Lewis laughed. "Dragged through a hedge backwards, you mean? Come on, let's go." The hall bar was already busy, and they had to squeeze their way through the crush of people to get to the bar. They had decided they'd all buy their own drinks rather than trying to do rounds. Lewis was glad about that. He had a feeling Dean would drink him under the table, and he didn't want to have to try and keep up with him. Dean, Andreas, and Max all opted for some scary-looking combination of extra-strong cider and alcopop, which was on offer for Freshers' Week. But Lewis decided the beer looked safer and certainly less lurid. Rob obviously agreed, because he just got a normal-looking pint of lager too. "Dean, over here!" A girl's voice rose over the hubbub of sound, and Lewis looked to see a pretty girl with long dark hair waving in their direction. "Come and join us." "Come on, lads." Dean jerked his head toward the table where she was sitting. "Come and meet the girls downstairs." Dean introduced them all to Beth, the girl who'd beckoned them over, and she in turn introduced them to the rest of the girls with her. The boys managed to squeeze in along the bench seats that flanked the table. Beth ended up on Dean's lap, but neither of them seemed to be complaining about that. "He's a fast worker." Max's breath tickled Lewis's cheek as he leaned in to speak quietly. Lewis chuckled his agreement. Dean looked like he was well in there if the way Beth had draped herself over him was any indication. "So Beth and these other lovely ladies live on the floor below us. Flat number 14, yeah?" Beth nodded. "And Beth's studying biology with me and Andreas." The conversation took off along typical lines. Lewis was already tired of repeating where he lived, where he'd gone to school, and which course he was doing. He'd already done that today with what felt like 100 random people. But obviously that was what people wanted to know when they first met you at uni. It was weird to think some of these relative strangers would become friends soon. He wondered which of them would be significant in his life, and which would turn out to be passing acquaintances that skimmed the surface and barely left a ripple. Max's sharp elbow in his side dragged his attention back. "Do you want to play pool? There's a free table if we're quick." "Yeah, okay, I'm a bit shit at it, though." "I don't mind, I like winning." Max's teeth showed white as he grinned, and Lewis couldn't help smiling back. He followed Max out of the booth, and they weaved their way through the crowded bar to the space at the back where there were a couple of pool tables. "You got any pound coins?" Max dug around in his pockets, pulling out a couple of tenners and a handful of assorted coins. None of them was the right sort. Lewis shook his head, knowing he didn't have any either. Max got some change from a girl at a nearby table while Lewis examined the 2 free pool cues. He wasn't an expert, but one of them was missing a tip, so they'd obviously need to share the only intact one. He watched as Max racked up the balls efficiently, slotting the reds and yellows into place around the black. Lewis could never remember where they were supposed to go, even though Paul had shown him countless times in the pub back home, where they played sometimes. Trying to find something useful to do in the meantime, he picked up the little cube of blue chalk from the edge of the table and rubbed it on the tip of the cue. His fingers ended up blue too, so he wiped them on the back of his jeans as Max straightened up. "You want a break?" Max's hair gleamed gold in the bright light over the pool table. Lewis shrugged. "Not really, I'm a bit out of practice. You can start us off." Max took the proffered cue and leaned low over the table. He looked like he knew what he was doing, and took the shot confidently, scattering the balls wide. A red one went into a corner pocket. "I guess I'll be red, then." He stalked around the table, his face intent. He took his position carefully, obviously going for a tricky angle to try and get one of his balls into the middle pocket on the side where Lewis was standing. The pale skin of Max's hand stood out stark against the green baize as he spread his fingers, and Lewis found his eyes caught on the movement as Max slid the cue along the web between his fingers and thumb, carefully lining up the shot. His gaze flickered between the cue ball and the one he was aiming at, and a wrinkle of concentration furrowed his brow. Max hit it perfectly, knocking the red straight into the pocket and even leaving the white in a great position for the next shot. Lewis had a feeling he was in trouble. "Nice one," he said. Lewis picked up his beer and drank, keeping out of the way as Max rounded the table and proceeded to knock a third and then a fourth red into the pockets. He didn't make his next shot, though, and Lewis finally got to take a turn. He felt stupidly nervous as he approached the table. It was suddenly really important to him that he didn't make a tit out of himself in front of Max. But he didn't stop to wonder why this mattered so much. He reined in his anxiety and focused on the table, assessing which was the best shot to try for first. He decided on a nice safe shot into a corner pocket, which should leave him lined up for another in the opposite corner. He felt Max's gaze on him, like a prickle on the back of his neck as he leaned over the table. Careful not to dislodge any of the other balls, Lewis made a bridge to take his shot. His fringe flopped into his eyes, but he ignored it. The gentle click as the white made contact with the yellow ball was followed by the satisfying clunk and rumble as the first yellow rolled into the pocket and disappeared into the bowels of the table. Lewis made his second shot too, and the tension in his shoulders subsided a little. He didn't make the third shot, though, but at least he managed to leave the ball covering a pocket, and hadn't made a complete idiot of himself. "Sneaky." Max grinned as he took the cue from Lewis's hands and took his turn. The rest of the game was close, but Max was definitely the more skilled of the two of them. Most of Lewis's successful shots were more by luck than judgment, not helped by the fact that he still felt nervous around Max, knowing Max was watching him and judging him on his performance. Lewis only had one yellow ball left on the table when Max took his shot at the black and chipped it effortlessly into a middle pocket. "Well done," Lewis said as Max turned to face him, looking rather pleased with himself. "It was close, though. How about we do best of 3? Max glanced over at the table where the others were sitting, and Lewis followed his gaze. They all were deep in conversation with the girls. Andreas was nose to nose with a girl who had red curls and freckles, and Dean still had Beth in his lap. "We don't have to," Max shrugged. "I don't want to cramp your style if you'd rather hang out with the girls from downstairs." "No," Lewis replied quickly. "No, it's fine. I'd like another game." Max's bright smile made Lewis glad he'd agreed. "I need more beer, though. Shall I get you another drink, too, while you set the game up? Do you want another of those?" He pointed at Max's near-empty glass. "Yeah, cheers. I'll get you one later, okay?" The second game started better for Lewis. He broke and somehow managed to get 2 red balls in by total fluke. After that, he got one more down before Max got a turn. Max caught up, and then it was really close until there was only the black left on the table. The white was hard to reach, and Lewis watched with amusement as Max stretched himself out awkwardly on the table, with one knee up on the edge of it. "Very graceful," Lewis teased. "Stop staring at my arse," Max shot back. "I can hardly miss it with you in that position." It was true, and now Max had said it, Louis really couldn't help looking. It was a nice arse, he supposed. He hadn't really made a habit of looking at other boys' bums before, but on studying it, Louis noticed Max's was quite rounded despite his slim legs. Louis tore his gaze away quickly, before anyone could see him looking. "Bugger," Max cursed as he missed the shot. "It's all yours, no pressure." He slid off the table and handed Louis the cue. Louis picked up the chalk and assessed the shot, frowning as he rubbed the chalk on the Q-tip. It was a slightly tricky angle, but should definitely be doable. He took a deep breath and leaned forward. A stray lock of hair slipped over his eyes, and he brushed it aside before getting into position. He struck the white ball and held his breath. It ran smoothly across the baize, striking the black perfectly and knocking it into the pocket. He straightened up, trying not to grin too widely, and met Max's clear, green-eyed gaze. Louis noticed Max had a dimple on one side when he smiled. "Good one." Max stepped close and gave Louis's shoulder a little punch. "Game on, then. Best of 3 it is." Max moved closer still, staring intently at Louis, and Louis was filled with a rush of panicky excitement as Max lifted a hand toward his cheek. "You've got chalk on your face." Max's lips quirked, and his fingers didn't quite make contact, but Louis could almost feel the warmth of his touch anyway. Louis jerked away quickly and rubbed at the spot Max had indicated with the heel of his hand. "Did I get it?" "Yeah, pretty much." Max was still looking closely at him, and Louis flushed at the attention. "So," Louis dug in his pocket for the change he'd made sure to get at the bar earlier. "Shall I set them up again?" He'd been watching when Max did it earlier, so Louis thought he could remember the pattern. He looked at the balls in the triangle and frowned. Something wasn't quite right. Max reached over and his arm brushed Louis's wrist as he swapped 2 of them over. The brief touch of warm skin and the tickle of soft hair caused a strange tightening in Louis's belly. He ignored it, blaming the alcohol and the buzz and excitement of being away from home and making new friends. The third game was close again. Louis had warmed up now, and was feeling more confident. They ended up with just the black left on the table again, but Louis had first shot at it this time around. "We should have made a bet or something," Max said as he leaned casually against the edge of the table, pale arms folded over his chest, watching Louis again. "When I was at sixth form college, I used to play for blowjobs with one of my mates, but I'm assuming you're not down for that." Max chuckled, making it clear he was kidding. But a surge of heat flowed over Louis's face and neck, and the pounding of his heart made it impossible for him to laugh along. He had no idea how to respond, so he ignored Max and took the shot. Unsurprisingly, he completely fucked it up, not only missing the pocket, but also potting the white by mistake. "It's all yours." He handed the cue to Max and avoided his eyes, reaching for his drink. "Do you usually play 2 shots on the black after a foul, or just 1? Louis shrugged. "Depends on the pub. Me and my mates at home usually only take 1 shot on the black." "Okay, me too." Max walked around the table and bent low. His pale hair flopped over his forehead, and his features were sharp in the bright yellow light. Louis studied Max's short, straight nose and high cheekbones, watching as Max bit his full lower lip in concentration. The crack as the cue ball struck the black was loud, and the black shot fast and straight into the pocket. Max's smile was blinding. "Well done." Louis raised his hand as Max passed him, and their palms met in a high five. "It's my round. Do you want Stella again?" Max asked. "Yeah, cheers." Louis started to head back to find the others, but he met them halfway, obviously heading in his direction. "Louis, my man!" Dean greeted him with a broad grin and a punch to the shoulder. "The girls have invited us back for a drink at theirs. Are you coming?" He had one arm around Beth, who was flushed and tipsy-looking. Rob, Andreas, and the others were in a similar state. "Max is just getting me another beer in, so I think we'll give it a miss." Louis glanced over at the bar and saw Max was already being served. "Thanks, though." He was a bit relieved, to be honest. He was comfortable in Max's company, and didn't really want to have to go and be sociable with loads of girls he didn't know. They seemed nice enough, but Lewis wasn't really the outgoing type, and big, noisy groups of people weren't really his thing. "Okay, see you later, then." They left in a noisy gaggle. There was a small table free with a couple of chairs on the far side of the room, so Lewis went and sat there, then waved Max over when he saw him step away from the bar with the drinks in his hand. Max navigated carefully toward Lewis, spilling a few drops of lager as a girl nearby walked into him, then slid into the seat next to Lewis. Lewis drained the last dregs of his previous drink and reached for the new one Max had just brought. "Thanks." They sat in silence for a short while. Not an awkward silence, but a comfortable one, just drinking and watching the noisy room full of students. Max sprawled in his seat, one leg crossed so his ankle was on his other knee. There was an elegant grace about him. The way he moved seemed to draw Lewis's eyes. He found himself looking at Max again. Lewis noticed Max's lips curve in a suggestive smile as his eyes focused on someone in the throng of people. Lewis turned his head to see a dark-haired boy returning Max's gaze, with the same inviting twist to his lips as they stared at each other. Lewis felt an uncomfortable lurch in his chest as the penny dropped. He cleared his throat, wanting Max's attention back and wondering why he cared. "Sorry." Max's green eyes glinted mischievously as they snapped back in Lewis's direction. "I couldn't help myself. He's quite cute, though." "Don't let me stop you." Lewis jerked his head toward the dark boy. "He's not looking any more." Max smirked at Lewis. "I think he thought I'd already pulled." Once again Lewis was out of witty rejoinders, so he picked up his drink and took another long swallow. He was feeling quite buzzed now. "When did you know you were gay?" The question popped out, seemingly without the engagement of his brain, but it was too late to take it back. "I mean, if you don't mind me asking." "No, I don't mind. People always want to know." Max seemed unperturbed, so Lewis relaxed a bit. "It's hard to say, really. There wasn't a sudden blinding realization or road to Damascus moment. I hadn't really given it a lot of thought until I hit puberty, but then I worked it out pretty quickly. So I was maybe 12 or 13, I suppose." "How did you know?" Lewis persisted. It was something he'd often wondered. He'd questioned his own sexuality for a while, when he was 15 or so, but he never discussed it with anyone, assuming it was normal to be unsure while he was still working it all out. But when he started seeing Kara, he put it to the back of his mind and stopped worrying. "I just never liked girls that way. I had loads of mates who were girls, and I messed around with some of them, but it just never really felt right. There was just something missing." Lewis snorted, unable to help himself, and Max burst into laughter, realizing what he'd said. Truth? 2 cocks are better than 1. When their chuckles subsided, Max continued. "Yeah, the first time I sucked a dick I really knew." Lewis's face grew hot, and he quickly looked down at his drink, unwilling to imagine Max's pink lips stretched around a cock. "So does everyone know? Your friends, family?" "Yeah." Max put his glass down and leaned back further in his seat. "I'm not very good at hiding it, even if I want to. My gay tends to show, and people assume. But I told my closest friends when I was 15, and my mum not long after. Once I left school and went to college at 16, I was completely out." "Did people give you shit about it?" Lewis raised his eyes to look at Max again. Max looked at Lewis as if he was stupid. "Well, yeah, of course. You can imagine the bullshit, I'm sure. But the people who mattered were cool about it. It was better once I was at college and had a group of friends who didn't care. I could ignore the twats more easily then. It was worst when I was younger and not ready to tell people. Being called a fucking queer in the locker room at school, when you think you actually are gay, but haven't come to terms with it yet, isn't exactly a barrel of laughs, you know?" The movement of Max's hand caught Lewis's eye, and he noticed faint white parallel lines on the inside of Max's arm as he traced them absently with his thumb. Lewis looked away quickly. He didn't need to ask what they were, because he'd seen lines like that on Kara's thighs. The pain from her parents' divorce when she was 14, carved into her skin forever. Lewis thought back to his own school days. Those homophobic insults were thrown around like they were nothing. Sometimes they were just words, used to hurt but without even thinking about the meaning. He'd probably used them himself, and now, talking to Max, he wished he hadn't. He'd always hated it when they were directed at him, but it was easier to brush them off once he'd started seeing Kara and could be seen around school with a girl on his arm. Well, that was a conversation killer. Max broke the silence, his tone light. "No, sorry, I was just—" "It's okay." Max picked up his drink. "Hey, I'm hungry. What do you say we down these and then go back and raid the fridge? I'm craving cheese. I could really go for some cheese on toast." "Sounds good." Lewis raised his glass and drank. Chapter 3. On Friday morning, Lewis was slumped over a bowl of cornflakes, surrounded by the detritus of somebody else's late-night munches — he blamed Dean — and reading his course handbook. Max stumbled in, yawning. They'd all been out on a pub crawl last night, exploring the pubs on Black Boy Hill, which were an easy walk from the halls, and they were all a little worse for wear this morning. Freshers' Week was survival of the fittest, Lewis thought. There was no way he could keep up this level of partying for too much longer. Luckily, his finances would necessitate cutting down on alcohol rather drastically fairly soon, which would save his liver the need to go looking for a body transplant. "Morning." Max stretched, his T-shirt lifting and showing a flat stretch of belly above low-slung sweatpants. "Did you make it to Freshers' Fair yesterday?" "No," Lewis replied. "I had a meeting with my tutor, then I went to the library to get some of the books I need to start reading. I was going to go down there today instead." "Same. What time are you heading out?" Max's voice was muffled as he bent to get a bowl out of a low cupboard. "I don't know. I'm not in a rush. Maybe in an hour or so. I was going to walk." It took about half an hour from their hall of residence to the main parts of the university down near the city centre. But the bus was expensive. A lot of students cycled, but Lewis hadn't brought his bike with him. "Give me a knock when you're ready and I'll come with you," Max said, a bowl of muesli in front of him. "Okay." Lewis went back to his reading. The Student Union was a huge, ugly concrete monstrosity, completely out of place amongst the beautiful Georgian terraces that made up the rest of Clifton. How the fuck did they ever get planning permission for that? Max tilted his head back to look at it. "That is truly hideous." "It's not very easy on the eye," Lewis agreed. Students were covering the steps outside, sitting in small clusters, enjoying the late September sunshine. The scent of cigarette smoke drifted toward them from the people who'd come outside to feed their habit. Lewis and Max made their way up the steps, stepping carefully around the groups of people, using them as seats, and flashed their union cards to the security guard on the door. They nodded politely to him as he waved them in. "Wow, where do we start?" Lewis took in the crowds of people milling about. There were a few stalls on this level, but from the student handbook he knew there were literally hundreds of societies they could join if they wanted. "Are you looking for anything in particular?" "Well, I want to join LGBT SOC," Max replied. "But other than that, nothing specific. I'll just see if there's anything else that grabs me. How about you?" "Same, really. I mean, not about joining the LGBT society." Lewis hurried to correct himself as Max chuckled at him. "But about just having a look and seeing what's on offer." Lewis wasn't really much of a clubs and societies sort of person. He wasn't particularly sporty, and if he wasn't hanging out with friends, he tended to spend more of his spare time reading or playing games on his phone. He'd lost several weeks to Angry Birds last year. They made their way slowly up through the levels, pausing along the way to look at things and sign up for a few random societies. Lots of them were giving away free stuff as an incentive. "You don't actually have to come along just because you sign up," a slightly pushy girl on the knitting sock stall explained after she'd cornered them. "We just need to make sure we get enough people signed up so we can keep our funding." "You gonna go?" Max nudged Lewis as they finally escaped after signing up and getting their free lollipops as incentive. "Not so much." Lewis put the lolly in his mouth and sucked. I got lemon. What's yours?" "Cherry, I think." Max sucked experimentally. "Hard to tell. Could be strawberry." His gaze flickered down to Lewis's mouth and then drifted away. "Look out!" Lewis grabbed Max and pulled him away from the railing he was leaning against as a guy on the end of a rope descended from the floor above, nearly swinging into him as he abseiled down. "Bloody hell!" Max moved back once he'd passed and leaned out over the metal barrier, looking up to see where he'd come from. Each floor in the central area of the Student Union had a circular hole in the middle with railings around it, slightly offset from the one below. But if you leaned out and looked up and down, you could see all the way from the ground floor to the very top of the building. "Now that's cool. I want to do that later if I can find out where I sign up." They carried on making their way up through the many levels of the Union. It was stupidly crowded and noisy, but they had fun looking at all the societies that were on offer, from the deeply serious, debating, to the hedonistic, the Cheese Society, to the rather alarming Assassin Society. Lewis signed up for the Pirate Society to get a free shot of rum and a sticker of a parrot, and they both put their names down for the Pancake Society, to get free pancakes, of course. Max finally found the LGBT stall up on the 4th floor, and Lewis hung back while Max was signing up and talking to the people on the stall. There was a tall and very beautiful black girl, and a shortish, stocky boy with dark, spiky hair sprayed in glittery rainbow stripes. Lewis realized he was standing next to the Harry Potter Society stand, and he ended up signing up for Quidditch lessons to give himself a reason for lurking around. "Lewis!" Max's voice made him turn, and Lewis saw him waving enthusiastically in his direction from the LGBT stall. He sidled over reluctantly, telling himself not to be a twat. Who cared if anyone thought he was gay anyway? This wasn't school any more. "I scored you a free vodka jelly shot." Max was grinning at him, his lips still stained red from the lollipop. "You don't even have to sign anything. They just felt sorry for the scared straight boy." "Thanks." Lewis smiled a little awkwardly. "And I'm not scared. I was just—" He trailed off, gesturing over to the Harry Potter sock table. "Signing up for Quidditch, I noticed." The boy with the brightly coloured hair smirked at him. "You can straddle more interesting things than a broom in gay sock, you know." Lewis nearly inhaled his vodka jelly. Max laughed and thumped him on the back as he choked a little. "Don't tease my friend Bruno." He wagged his finger at the boy. Bruno mock-pouted, but left Lewis alone after that. Lewis waited as Max was given various flyers and leaflets about forthcoming events. He tried not to pay attention as Max and Bruno flirted outrageously with each other and exchanged mobile numbers. He picked up a flyer for some club in town, deliberately not reacting as he let his eyes skim casually over the picture of a half-naked man clad in leather trousers and a cap. "Come on then, Lou, let's go. I want to go and find the club that's doing the abseiling thing." Lewis folded the flyer and stuffed it in his pocket without thinking, only realizing what he'd done when he saw Bruno giving him a strange look. Bollocks. The society running the abseiling was up on the top level, predictably, and there were a few people waiting to take their turn. Max put his name down and tried to talk Lewis into it, but Lewis shook his head. "No, really, I'm not good with heights. I'll just watch you." "But it looks awesome." "I've done it before, on school camp back in Year 7, and I hated it, really." "Okay." Max looked a little crestfallen. "You don't have to hang around and wait for me if you don't want to. I can just see you back at the flat if you want to go." "No, it's fine. I'm more than happy to watch you swinging around at the end of a rope," Lewis assured him. "I just don't want to do it myself." And it was true. Lewis had nothing better to do, and he liked hanging out with Max. He was fun and easy to spend time with. When Max finally got to the front of the line, he was helped into a harness by a tall, muscular guy with a dark buzz cut, who'd introduced himself as Nick. Max giggled as he hitched the harness up, and the man pulled hard on the straps. "Careful!" Max adjusted his tackle. "I need that." Once the harness was in place and Nick went off to fetch him a helmet, Max looked down at his crotch with interest. "Wow, that certainly enhances my assets. Maybe I should get one to go clubbing in." "Jesus, Max." Lewis rolled his eyes and chuckled. "Don't you ever stop?" "Nope." Max grinned back. He turned around and wiggled his arse, looking at Lewis over his shoulder. "Does my bum look big in this?" "Absolutely enormous," Lewis replied automatically, refusing to be goaded into actually looking. He was saved by the return of Nick, who went through a few instructions before handing Max the helmet. "Right, put this on." He passed Max the helmet. "And then you're good to go." Lewis gripped the railing tightly and ignored the flutter of nerves in his chest as Max climbed over the barrier and steadied himself on the other side, ready to go. Max's cheeks were flushed with excitement, and his eyes shone. "Okay, here I go." Lewis's stomach swooped as Max lowered himself into empty space. The descent was fairly controlled. It had to be to ensure that he navigated the uneven spacing of the holes in each floor level. When Max finally reached the bottom, he looked up and gave Lewis a thumbs up with a huge grin on his face, and Lewis unclenched his fingers from their biting grip on the metal rail. Max arrived back on the top level about 5 minutes later, breathless from the stairs and incandescent with excitement. Lewis greeted him with a smile. "Well done. Did you enjoy it?" "Fuck yes, that was awesome. What a rush." He fumbled with the harness straps. Nick was busy getting a girl ready to abseil, so Max was left to his own devices. "That was just so amazing. I've never done anything like that before." His fingers slipped again. "Shit, I can't get this undone. My fingers are all sweaty." "Here." Lewis crouched in front of him and pushed his hands away, deftly loosening the straps so Max could get out of the constricting harness. "Cheers." Lewis tilted his head up, and Max was smiling down at him. His bright hair tumbled over his forehead where he'd taken his helmet off. "Fuck, that's better." He stepped out of the harness as it fell to the ground, adjusting himself again with a grimace. "That pinched a bit." Lewis stood quickly and wiped his sweaty palms on the legs of his jeans. He suddenly noticed his dick was half hard, and what the fuck was that about? But he was an 18-year-old boy, and random erections weren't exactly unheard of. "Thanks, that was brilliant," Max called to Nick as he put the harness back down on the floor with the other gear. Then he turned to Lewis. "What do you want to do now? Head back?" "Yeah, I guess so, as long as that's okay with you. I'm hungry, but I don't want to pay for food here when I've got stuff back at the flat. But I don't mind hanging out a bit longer if you're not done." "No, that's cool. I'm hungry too, and I know what you mean about the food." Max was still brimming over with excitement on the walk up through the city streets. He was full of how it had felt the moment he'd let himself go, taking that step back into space. It was fucking scary, but I knew I'd be okay. I trusted the rope and the equipment, so I knew I couldn't fall, but I still had a massive surge of adrenaline when I actually did it. "How come you've never done it before?" Lewis asked. "Didn't you have to do stuff like that at school camp?" "I never went." Max's face took on a shuttered look. The brightness was washed away abruptly, like a dark cloud scudding across the sun. "There was stuff going on with my family. It just wasn't a good time." Max's eyes were fixed on the pavement as they walked, and Lewis didn't press for more information. They walked in silence for a while. Max's previous good mood had been dampened by whatever memories Lewis had inadvertently dragged up for him. But gradually Max perked up again. It seemed impossible to quell him for long. He started commenting on things people were wearing as they passed. "That girl's hat is cool. Do you think I could carry off a cowboy hat?" Lewis hoped the question was rhetorical, because fashion advice was no more his thing than abseiling. So he kept quiet and let Max carry on with his random flow of consciousness. "If I never see another stripy T-shirt in my life, I'm okay with that. Bloody Louis Tomlinson has ruined them for me forever." That made Lewis laugh. "He's cute, though," Max continued, "and he has a gorgeous arse." "I'd never noticed." "Of course you haven't. If you're straight, you've got no business looking at Louis Tomlinson's arse, or any other bloke's for that matter. But take it from me, his arse is perfection." Lewis wondered what Max's criteria were in his judgment of other men's arses, but he thought he'd need alcohol in him for that conversation, so he kept quiet. He also fleetingly worried about how his arse would measure up, and then wondered why he even cared. When they reached the green open space of the downs, they left the pavements and walked directly over the grass, which was the shortest route back to the hall they lived in. It was warm for the time of year, and the grassy, tree-lined expanse was busy with joggers and people kicking footballs around or throwing frisbees. They passed a couple lying on the grass, their heads close together as they whispered, smiling into each other's eyes. The girl giggled at something the boy said, and he rolled over and kissed her passionately. Lewis looked away as her pale hands slid into the boy's hair and her leg came up, pulling him in closer. "How come you split up with your ex?" Max glanced sideways at Lewis. "You'd been together for a while, hadn't you?" Nearly 2 years. Lewis thought of Kara, her dyed red hair and sharp little face that turned soft when she smiled. And I just thought it would be better this way, with us being in different cities now. Start afresh, you know. Do you miss her? I do as a friend. We kind of got bored of each other by that time anyway. It wasn't the same as it was at the start. Lewis remembered how, early in their relationship, it hadn't taken much to get him horny. Having somebody other than himself touch his cock was enough to get it interested. But his passion had waned with familiarity. Kara had still wanted sex when they'd been alone together, and Lewis had done his best to keep her happy. But honestly, sometimes he would rather have just gone home and had a wank. And that had made him feel like a bit of a freak. Surely that wasn't normal for an 18-year-old boy with a cute girlfriend. He kept those thoughts to himself, turning the conversation on to Max instead. So, have you ever had a boyfriend? Max wrinkled his nose, keeping his eyes on the grass in front of them as they walked. Not really. Nothing serious or that meant anything. I had a kind of messy friends-with-benefits arrangement for a while with a mate in sixth form college. But then he found a girl he wanted to be with instead, and that was that. His voice had an edge of hurt to it. After that I stuck to one-offs. I knew I'd be going away to uni anyway, and didn't want to get involved with anyone then. It was fun experimenting and just getting off with people, learning what I liked and what I didn't. Max suddenly snorted out a laugh. Sorry, that was probably more information than you needed, wasn't it? It's fine. Lewis smiled quickly at him, then looked away again. His gaze caught on some lads playing football in the distance, their chests bare as they were using their shirts as goal markers. Lewis liked how open Max was, but it made him self-conscious about his own inexperience. He felt like he didn't have anything to offer back. Even if Max did want to hear about his relationship with Kara, it probably wouldn't be very interesting to him. I asked, after all. Yeah, but you didn't ask for details. Sometimes when I start talking I forget to stop. My mum always goes on at me for that. What happened to your dad? Is he still around? Lewis asked, suddenly realizing Max had never mentioned him. Only I haven't heard you talk about him. He lives up in the northeast in Newcastle. I don't have any contact with him, and I don't want to. Max's tone had a flat finality to it. He avoided Lewis's eyes, and Lewis could see he wasn't going to be drawn any further on the subject. Max might be open about a lot of things, but this obviously wasn't one of them. Lewis changed the subject to the safe topic of their courses and timetables, and they stayed on that for the rest of the walk back to their flat. Lewis hadn't made any plans for the evening, thinking he'd wait and see what the others were doing. Dean was usually the one who swept everyone else along with his enthusiasm, encouraging them to go out to the hall bar or down to the student union or to check out the local pubs. Lewis was painfully aware of how much money he'd spent on booze in Freshers' Week already, though, and there was no way he could keep that up unless he wanted to end his first term with a massive overdraft. He supposed he could try and get a part-time job, but he'd rather curb his spending and keep more time to focus on studying. He guessed Dean and Andreas probably had significantly bigger allowances from their parents than the rest of them. Dean had been pushing for them to go for curry after their pub crawl the night before, and he hadn't picked up on the hint when Rob suggested they go back to the flat for fried egg sandwiches instead. It had taken Max's bluntness. Look, mate, some of us are completely reliant on student loans to fund us for the next 3 years, and curry isn't cheap, to get him to back down. Sure enough, when he went into the kitchen to cook some pasta for dinner, Dean and Andreas were trying to talk Rob into going out again. The bar at Churchill Hall has some good deals on. I think we should go and check it out. Rob looked uncertain. I dunno, man. I'm a bit knackered tonight. You can just come out for a while. Andreas joined in the persuasion. You don't need to stay late. Huh, yeah, that's what I said last night, and look how well that turned out. Rob was looking pale, and there were dark circles like bruises under his eyes. Just come out to a couple of pubs, you said. 5 hours and 20 quid later, and throwing up in a bush on the way home. Dean guffawed. Yeah, well, maybe that last round of shots wasn't the best idea in retrospect, but seriously, it's just one bar tonight. That'll make it easier for you to pace yourself. It's all in the pacing. Lewis snorted quietly as he stirred his pasta, thinking of Dean and the tequila on their first night, but he kept quiet. "What about you, Lewis? You coming out later?" Dean asked. "Maybe," Lewis replied. "I'm not sure yet." If it was just going to be him, Dean and Andreas, he thought he might give it a miss. They just spent all their time chatting up girls, and then Lewis was left feeling like a spare part. He didn't have the confidence or the game of the others, even if he wanted to try and pull, and he wasn't sure he did. Hooking up with girls wasn't really a priority for him, whereas it was all Dean and Andreas seemed to think about. If Max was coming out, then he might go. It would be more fun then. The others went off to play Call of Duty in Dean's room. Lewis was sitting at the table alone, eating his bowl full of pasta with pesto and loads of cheese, just how he liked it, when Max came into the kitchen. His hair was still damp and spiky at the ends from the shower, but he was obviously dressed to go out, wearing black skinny jeans with a red V-neck T-shirt, which showed off smooth, pale skin and his collarbones. Max got a pot noodle out of his cupboard and put the kettle on. God, I'm such a student cliché, aren't I? But I don't have time to make anything better. "You going out to that bar with Dean and Andreas, then?" Lewis asked him. "I was thinking about it, but I hadn't decided." "No, not tonight." Max leaned back against the kitchen surface as he waited for the kettle to boil. He was probably about 5'10" or 11, maybe an inch shorter than Lewis, but his legs were long, giving him a lanky grace. "Bruno texted me. You remember him, the guy from the stall at Freshers' Bar? I'm meeting up with him and some of his friends to go clubbing tonight." "Oh, right." Lewis walked up another piece of pasta, trying to ignore the uncomfortable lurch in his belly. This was ridiculous. Of course Max was going to want to make other friends. Hanging out with a load of straight boys probably wasn't much fun for him. "Cool, well, have fun." "You're very welcome to come along." Max was pouring water on his pot noodle, his back to Lewis, so Lewis couldn't see his face. "But I'm guessing you might feel like a fish out of water in a gay club." He turned, and his dimple was showing as his lips curved in a grin. There was no denying that. Although Lewis was used to feeling like a fish out of water in most social situations, a night out in a gay club might make him feel more like a fish in a frying pan. He chewed slowly and swallowed before answering. "Probably." He made himself smile. "Anyway, I'm totally crap at dancing, so I'd only make a tit of myself. I might just stay in tonight, actually, save some cash and catch up with some mates online. I owe loads of people emails." "Fuck yeah, me too." Max rolled his eyes. "I need to get onto that soon. It's been a crazy week. Maybe tomorrow." It was actually quite nice chilling out in his room, Lewis decided. Rob had stayed in too, but he was holed up in his room as well, so Lewis hardly saw him, apart from a brief overlap in the kitchen when they were both making cups of tea. Lewis emailed his parents first, knowing they'd be eager to hear from him. He assured them that yes, he was still alive. Yes, he was eating properly, more or less. His mum might not agree on his definition of proper food, but he wasn't starving. Yes, his flatmates were nice, and no, he hadn't done any laundry yet. Lewis was hoping to make it for at least 2 weeks before he needed to bother with that. At least his mum hadn't asked him if he was remembering to change his underwear every day or brush his teeth. After that he caught up with his Facebook notifications and checked some of his friends' profiles to see how they were getting on at their respective colleges and universities. There were lots of drunken Freshers' Week statuses and photos. Cara had posted lots of London photos, obviously enjoying exploring her new city. Lewis clicked like on a few of them and left her a couple of comments. Paul looked to be having a whale of a time in Manchester. Lewis stared at a picture Paul had obviously taken himself, of him and a girl. They were both grinning at the camera, flushed and slightly vacant-looking in the flash in a crowded nightclub. The girl looked a lot like Felicity, Paul's ex. Lewis and Paul had been best mates since they were 12, and Lewis had resented Felicity when they first started going out. He'd been used to having Paul to himself, and suddenly he was going off on dates instead of hanging out and playing on the Xbox with Lewis, or kicking a football around in the park after school. But then Felicity had set Lewis up with her best friend, Cara. After that it had been easier, because they often went out as a foursome. But Lewis had still found Felicity annoying. Deep down he knew he was jealous of her, but he didn't want to examine those feelings too closely, because he knew he probably shouldn't be. Once or twice he'd had dreams about Paul that were confusing, dreams where Paul touched him or he touched Paul in ways that were far outside the bounds of their friendship. But Lewis had convinced himself it was normal. Probably all blokes had weird dreams like that about their mates sometimes. Lewis had an early night. He switched his light out before 11, after yawning over his laptop for the past half hour. But sleep didn't come immediately, despite his tiredness. He lay in bed, twisting and shifting until he was comfortable. But his mind continued turning over, even when his body was finally still. Eventually, Lewis realized he was half listening for the sound of Max's bedroom door opening and closing, wanting to know he was back. But that was ridiculous. It couldn't be more than 11:30, and Max wouldn't be back for hours yet. Lewis wondered what he was doing, whether he was having a good time, and what he looked like when he was dancing. Lewis slid his hand slowly down his belly and under the waistband of his boxers. He squeezed his cock, teasing it into hardness. Maybe jerking off would help him sleep. He stroked himself lazily, in no hurry to come. The heat and tension built in slow ripples that tightened Lewis's muscles and warmed his skin. Eventually he pushed the covers off and wriggled out of his T-shirt and boxers, and let the cool air hit his sweaty skin as he lay back and gripped his cock again. He focused on the feel and texture of his skin, tugging on his balls with his other hand as the sensations peaked. He arched and came with a gasp, pushing away intrusive thoughts of blonde hair and pink lips as his cum spilled over his fist and onto his stomach. His head fell back on the pillow. He was still breathing hard as he worked out the last drops, chasing the good feeling until it became too much. Sated and sleepy now, Lewis used his discarded boxers for a half-assed clean-up and pulled the covers back over his naked body. He rolled onto his side, wrapped his arms around his pillow, and slept. Chapter 4. Lewis woke late the next morning. The loud music reverberating up from the girl's flat downstairs finally dragged him out of a confused dream which involved cycling up mountainous paths that got progressively steeper and narrower. He opened his eyes and stared up at his ceiling in the half-light. The relatively thin curtains of his bedroom didn't do a great job of blocking out the sun, and his window was on the eastern side of the building. Lewis lay, waiting for the muzzy, sleepy feeling to clear from his head, and let the sounds of life in the halls wash over him. As well as the dance music from the flat below, he could also hear a different, competing rhythm from one of the rooms down the hallway in his own flat. Rob's, he guessed, from the angry, punky sound of it. And, permeating even through his closed window, he could hear the sound of people shouting outside and the thud of what sounded like a football being kicked around. Lewis reached down to scratch his belly and encountered dried cum, flaking in the hair below his navel from where he hadn't cleaned up properly last night. A shower seemed like a good idea. He wrapped a towel around his waist and yawned as he walked down the corridor, hoping the bathroom would be free. It was, thank fuck. Lewis had the kitchen to himself while he made some breakfast. His scrambled eggs stuck to the pan, but they still tasted great with toast on the side and washed down with orange juice. The kitchen was in a right state. Someone had obviously burnt some toast last night and scraped it into the sink, leaving the blackened crumbs with no attempt to rinse them away. There were crumbs all over the kitchen surface too, and bits of something that might be grated cheese. It was hard to tell. Dean's pots and pans were still there from 2 nights ago, when he'd embarked on an ambitious attempt to make chicken curry. The results had been reasonably successful, considering his lack of experience in the kitchen. He'd let Lewis taste it, and it hadn't been half bad. But the pans still sat there, and one of them had a layer of congealing food in the bottom of it. Lewis wrinkled his nose and pushed them aside so he could get to the sink. Once he'd cleaned out the toast crumbs, he ran some water and started to wash up his egg pan and plate. Deciding that as he had a bowl of hot soapy water, he might as well put it to good use, Lewis scraped out the last of Dean's culinary creation into the bin and washed up his pans too. The lazy tosser. Rob wandered in while Lewis was wiping around half-heartedly. He was probably getting more crumbs onto the floor than into the hand that was supposed to be catching them, but fuck it, at least he was making an effort. His mum would be proud. "All right, Lewis, how's it going?" Rob's hair was sleep-flattened on one side and sticking up wildly on the other. "Good. You?"
"Yeah, do you want anything?"
Rob took the kettle to the sink and flipped the lid open. "I'll have some tea, cheers." Lewis moved out of the way and sat at the table, while Rob clattered around with mugs, checking how Lewis took his tea. Milk, no sugar. Before joining him at the table with 2 steaming mugs and a bag of sugar. Oh, my God, 3 sugars? Really? That's gross. Lewis watched as Rob put in 3 heaped teaspoonfuls, spilling a scattering of white granules on the table in transit. Rob stirred vigorously, then sat back with a beatific smile on his face.
"Yeah, whatever. Just because you're too posh to have sugar in your tea, you southern bastard."
He pronounced it bastard, emphasizing his Yorkshire accent. "It's not posh," Lewis replied automatically. Then he thought about it. Who knew, maybe it was a bit. His parents had never had sugar in their tea, so it was just how he'd always had it once he was old enough to want to start drinking it. "It's just how I like it. Sugar in coffee's okay, though."
"Fuck yes, the more the better, and with loads of whipped cream on top,"
Rob agreed. Lewis wasn't a fan of whipped cream on coffee either, but he decided not to mention that for fear of being accused of poshness again. Instead he asked, "So where's everyone else this morning?"
"I think Andreas is still asleep. He got up for a piss earlier, and I ran into him in the corridor on my way back, but no sign of him since. Dean never made it back last night. He stayed downstairs with Beth, Andreas told me."
Rob licked his finger and pressed it down on the grains of sugar that lay on the surface of the table until they stuck, and then he transferred them to his mouth. "What about Max?" Rob shrugged and repeated his action with the spilled sugar.
"I dunno. I haven't seen him."
The flat door opening and the sound of footsteps made Lewis look up to see who'd arrived. It was Dean, wearing last night's clothes and looking smug.
"Hey, lads. How are you this fine Saturday morning?" He looked at his watch. "Afternoon, in fact."
"You look disgustingly pleased with yourself," Rob observed, cradling his mug of tea in bony fingers.
"I assume that means you got laid?" "A gentleman never kisses and tells," Dean smirked.
"But I'm not a gentleman, so yes, I totally did last night and again this morning, and before you ask, yes, it was great."
"Are you going out with her now, and what?"
Rob asked. "I don't know. Maybe. We haven't talked about it, but we're going out tonight." Dean walked over to the sink. "I'm starving. Where's that curry I made? Did somebody else use the pan?" "Oh, sorry, I chucked it out so I could wash up," Lewis admitted. "It didn't look edible. Fucking hell. I was totally going to eat that today." "Well, I didn't know that," Lewis replied mildly, refusing to apologize. "And seriously, given it had been sitting out for 2 whole days, I probably did you a favor. You might have given yourself food poisoning if you'd eaten it. Next time, if you want to keep something, you should put it in the fridge." Lewis picked up his mug and drank, slightly disconcerted at how much he sounded like someone's mum. "Bullshit, it would have been fine," Dean frowned. "But oh well, super noodles it is then." The 3 of them were sitting around the table, and Lewis was trying not to stare at the noodle sauce that was dripping down Dean's chin, when they heard the rattle of keys in the front door again. "Hey, Max!" Dean boomed, with his mouth still full of noodles, as Max turned up in the doorway of the kitchen.
"Jesus, Dean, say it, don't spray it."
Rob pretended to wipe his eyes, and Lewis snorted.
"Hi."
Max sauntered in, dressed in the same black jeans and red shirt as last night. His hair was dishevelled, and there were shadows under his eyes, but his smile was wide and had some of the smug satisfaction that Dean's had earlier.
"Good night, then, was it?"
Rob took his feet off the chair beside him, making a space for Max to sit. "Pretty good, yeah." Max ran a hand through his hair, then sat down. He leaned his elbow on the table, chin in hand. "Looks like Dean wasn't the only one to score, then." Lewis's voice felt weird in his throat, squeezed out through what felt like not quite enough space. He swallowed hard and forced a tight smile onto his face as his gaze tracked down from Max's eyes, taking in the faint but unmistakable red smudges on his neck. "Yeah." Max flushed slightly, and his free hand came up to touch the marks on his neck. "And really?" Max looked at Dean, who smirked. "Beth?" Dean nodded. "And these are that obvious, huh? I told him to lay off, but he got a bit carried away." Max's cheeks pinked as his fingers fluttered over the red marks. He dipped his head, letting his fringe fall over his eyes. But the smug smile was still there.
"You sly dog!"
Dean reached across the table and punched Max's shoulder.
"So, was he good, then?"
"Oh, yes." Max's smile widened. "Yes, he was, very good."
"So how does it work, then?"
Dean leaned back in his chair, legs spread. His brow wrinkled as he stared at Max, as though trying to work out a particularly tricky puzzle.
"I mean, do you take it in turns to be the girl, or what?"
Max met his gaze with one eyebrow quirked. "Seriously? Dean, Gay Sex 101. Girls aren't involved for starters, and as for who gets to put what where, well, that's up to the individuals involved. Are you seriously asking me whether I top or bottom? Because, just so you know, I don't need to know the details of your sex life." He continued, relentless. "I'm not planning on asking you if Beth slipped a finger in your ass while she was blowing you, or whether you fucked her doggy or missionary, or whether you made her come." Dean's face turned a rather amazing shade of crimson as the rest of them burst out laughing. It was the first time Lewis had ever seen Dean lost for words, and it was beautiful. Max sat back, arms folded, and caught Lewis's eye as he grinned. Lewis smiled back, but his gaze slipped down to those red marks on Max's neck again, and he tried hard not to picture what position Max might have been in while the mystery guy made them. He wanted to ask who he was, what he was like, whether Max was going to see him again. But he didn't want to push for information after watching Dean being shut down like that, and nobody else seemed keen to pursue the subject either. "Anyway," Max stood, "I need a shower because I probably stink of cum." "Oh, sorry, Dean, was that too much information? I thought you were intrigued by my sex life." Dean flipped his middle finger at Max, but in a good-natured way. The kitchen gathering broke up after that, with Dean heading off for a nap and Rob deciding to go on an expedition to find the nearest supermarket. Lewis was the last to leave the kitchen, and as he reached the door to his room, he met Max coming out into the corridor with just a towel round his waist. Lewis's gaze flickered down, cataloguing the details of Max's half-naked body before he realized what he was doing. He noted absently that Max's nipples were small and dark pink, and the marks that had been sucked into his neck extended a fair way down his chest, too. The guy he'd been with last night had obviously been a biter. Kara had only ever done that to Lewis once, and he'd been so mortified when his mum had noticed the love bite on his neck he'd never let her do it again. Lewis suddenly realized his gaze had stopped somewhere around Max's leanly muscled chest and snapped his focus up to Max's face. Max was looking back at him consideringly, with a half-smile curving his lips. But he didn't speak, just brushed past Lewis and walked down the hall to the bathroom. Lewis didn't allow himself to watch him go. Lewis closed his bedroom door behind himself and breathed in deeply, willing his stupid heart to stop beating so fast. Max was just a friend. What did Lewis care what he got up to in bed? As if from nowhere, a vivid and uncomfortable memory of Paul locked in a clinch with Felicity that first night they'd hooked up appeared in Lewis's head. They'd been at a party, and Lewis remembered how he'd tried not to watch as they'd snogged for hours in a dark corner. Felicity had been sitting on Paul's lap, with his hand disappearing up her skirt. The parents were away, and the party had gone on half the night. Lewis had watched Paul disappear up the stairs with Felicity clinging onto his hand, giggling as she tripped on a step. After that, Lewis had drunk anything he could get his hands on until he'd had a legitimate reason for churning in his stomach and had thrown up in a flower bed on the way home. On Saturday night they all went out to the Hall Bar together just for a few beers. It felt like a bit of a final fling before they actually had to start doing some work on Monday. That was when the daily routines of lectures and tutorials started, and presumably the assignments and essays that would go along with those. Beth was there too, with her flatmates, and she and Dean were all over each other. It was kind of sweet how goofy Dean looked when he watched her when she didn't know he was looking. The guy was totally smitten. Max seemed distracted, checking his phone regularly and looking a bit tense. But then, at around 9:30, his phone came out again, and his face lit up as he looked at it. His fingers flew deftly over the screen as he obviously replied to the text he'd just received. After that he was texting back and forth all night with flushed cheeks and a secret smile, until Rob complained he was an antisocial bastard, and Andreas threatened to confiscate his phone if he didn't stop sexting. Lewis stayed out of it. If he was quieter than usual, nobody seemed to notice. The next week passed quickly in a whirl of lectures and new faces. Lewis felt like he spent most of the week getting lost around the university buildings, but he gradually found his feet and worked out how to find all the different buildings and departments. Although he didn't have a particularly full timetable for his English Lit course, the tutors started giving out assignments right from week 1, and his reading list was dauntingly huge. He managed to get most of the books he needed out from the library, but he did have to fork out for 1 or 2 that were hard to get hold of. He stayed in most nights, saving money and making a start on some of his reading. He didn't always see much of his flatmates in the mornings, as they all tended to be up and out at different times. But in the evenings there would usually be at least 1 or 2 other people either trying to cook, make hot drinks, or wash dishes at the same time that he was doing one of those things. So they caught up with each other then, and enjoyed a bit of banter while they did it. Dean was still a lazy fucker about washing up, and Rob was a messy bastard in general, spilling things whenever he cooked and never cleaning up properly. But the other 3 of them weren't too bad, and between them they managed to keep the kitchen habitable. The cleaner came in on Wednesday mornings, so they all made a bit of an effort on Tuesday nights to make sure it wasn't too minging. There had been dire warnings in their welcome packs about fines being levied on flats that didn't leave their kitchens and bathrooms in a reasonable state. Lewis deliberately didn't seek Max out. He was confused by his reaction to the events of the previous weekend, and his instinct was to let things settle a bit and try not to give it too much thought. Max seemed to spend a lot of time sending text messages, and Lewis did his best not to wonder about that. But on Wednesday night, Max went out and didn't come back again. Lewis lay awake for ages listening out for him, even though he tried not to, and told himself he was ridiculous and should mind his own bloody business. But Max was just the same as ever toward Lewis, and he made it impossible for Lewis to avoid him without Max thinking Lewis had a problem with him, which was the last thing Lewis wanted. "Oh, come on, Lou, you know you could use the practice at pool." Max leaned against the door jamb, his arm up over his head as he used his best persuasive voice. He was wearing a T-shirt with the sleeves rolled high, and Lewis noticed he had 3 stars of varying sizes tattooed on the inside of his bicep. The largest was closest to his armpit, and the smallest closest to his elbow. They were outlined in black and filled in with deep blue ink. Lewis didn't have any tattoos. He wondered how painful they would have been on that sensitive skin. They looked cool, though. "I'm working." Lewis waved his book at Max from where he was sitting, propped up on his bed. "Just a few games," Max persisted. "Best of 3, please." "I'm bored. We don't even have to pay for it during the day. I worked out you can stuff balled-up socks in the pockets and just pick the balls out. Nobody cares when the bar's closed." "Okay." Lewis sighed and set his book and notes aside. Max was hard to say no to. It was fun. The best of 3 turned into best of 7. Max won overall, but Lewis managed to get a few games off him. It was easy and comfortable, with lots of trash-talking, messing around and laughing. Lewis found he relaxed and enjoyed Max's company again after the weirdness earlier in the week. Max hadn't changed, and Lewis was painfully aware that all the awkwardness was on his side. He hoped he'd managed to hide it from Max, because Lewis knew he was being a bit of a twat, and none of his discomfort was Max's fault at all. On Friday night, Max went out on his own again, dressed for clubbing. Dean was going on a date with Beth, so Lewis, Rob, and Andreas went out to the Hall Bar. It was close, and the drinks were cheap. Plus, it saved them having to fork out for a taxi back at the end of the night if they missed the last bus. The flat was silent when they got back around midnight. Dean and Max's doors were both closed, and there was no sign of life. Lewis went straight to bed, a little muzzy from the beer he'd been drinking. He fell asleep quickly, crashing out with his bedside light still on while attempting to read. Lewis started into wakefulness some time later, wincing at the brightness as he opened his eyes to squint at his clock. It was just past 2 in the morning. His bladder was full and uncomfortable. Bloody beer. He needed to get up and piss, but he didn't want to move. He lay there, trying to muster up the energy, when there was a muffled thud through the wall between his and Max's room, and the unmistakable sound of a moan put all his senses on high alert. Heart-pounding, he froze and listened. There it was again, another bump, a bed against the wall, and a soft cry. As Lewis listened, the sounds became more rhythmic. Rocking, shifting sounds that could only be one thing, punctuated by moans that were getting louder and higher pitched. Lewis knew he should move, do something, bang on the wall, put his fingers in his ears, put some music on to drown out the sound of his flatmate getting fucked. Or maybe Max was doing the fucking, who knew? But he didn't do any of those things. He just lay there with his eyes clenched shut, one hand gripping his cock, horny and wanting to wank, but needing to pee and feeling like a complete pervert. The sounds reached a crescendo, and then stopped abruptly, leaving Lewis with his blood rushing in his ears and pulsing in his dick as his heart pounded. "Fuck," he muttered to himself, finally galvanized into movement. "Fuck, fuck, fuck." He threw the covers off and let himself out of his room, stumbling down the corridor in the darkness. Locked in the toilet, he sat on the closed lid. He leaned his cheek against the cool plaster of the wall and waited for his erection to subside so he could piss. Back in his room, Lewis plugged his headphones into his phone and pulled up a chill-out music playlist. He hadn't heard anything else from Max's room, but he wasn't taking any chances. He put the music on quietly, but it would be enough to drown out any more late-night frolics taking place on the other side of the wall. He switched his light out and punched the pillow a little harder than was strictly necessary to make a comfortable dent for his head. Despite everything, he fell asleep again quickly. In the morning, Lewis woke hungry just before 10. The kitchen was empty, but it was in its habitual state of mess and clutter. He moved things until he had enough space to make some Marmite on toast and a cup of tea, then took them back to his room to eat them in bed while he read through his emails. There was a long one from his mum, telling him lots of mostly irrelevant stuff about neighbours and the garden, but also about the books she'd read recently. Lewis had got his love of reading from his mother, and she was thrilled he was studying literature. His dad was working away at the moment, she said, on a project in Spain that would last at least a month. She was thinking of increasing her hours at the library to keep her occupied, but was worried that Boris, their Jack Russell Terrier, would pine if she left him alone too much. Lewis flagged the message so he wouldn't forget to reply later. He'd drop a line to his dad too, although he hadn't heard from him for the last week. Lewis heard Max's door open and close, and the sound of voices in the corridor. He strained to listen, trying to work out if Max's mystery guest was leaving, but he couldn't tell. Curiosity got the better of him, and Lewis got back out of bed, pulled a dressing-gown on over his boxers and T-shirt, and carried his plate and mug back to the kitchen. He could do with another piece of toast and some more tea anyway, as the traces of a hangover were still pounding at his temples and making his throat dry. He walked into the kitchen and stopped in his tracks at the sight of Max, perched half on the kitchen surface, with a dark-haired guy standing between his parted thighs. They were kissing, utterly lost in each other, and oblivious to Lewis standing there. The guy's hands were in Max's hair, and as Lewis watched, Max gave a little moan and moved his hands from the other boy's hips to his arse, hauling him closer. Max changed the angle of the kiss. The wet sounds of their mouths were shockingly loud in the silent kitchen. Max's eyes fluttered open, and Lewis tried to back away, but it was too late. Max's lust-filled gaze locked on him, and his eyes flew wide open. He broke the kiss and pushed the other boy away. "Oops, sorry, Lou." His face was flushed, and his lips were pink and swollen as he smiled, looking a bit shamefaced. "Got a bit carried away." Heat flooded Lewis at being caught watching. "No, it's fine. I'll just go elsewhere." Somewhere, anywhere rather than here.
God, no, not on our account. It's us who should go. Max ran a hand through his mussed-up hair. You remember Bruno, yeah? The dark boy turned and grinned at Lewis, raising a hand and waggling his fingers. Hi, Lewis, sorry about the PDA. Bruno was wearing a pair of Max's pyjama bottoms, and they didn't do much to hide the effect the kiss had had on him. Max was in a similar state, trying to adjust himself surreptitiously as he slid off the kitchen counter. Bruno turned back to Max and grabbed his hand, lacing their fingers together. Maybe we should move this back to your room. Max's gaze flickered to Lewis, then back to Bruno. Yeah, probably. He couldn't hide the smile that lurked at the corner of his lips. He pulled on Bruno's hand and led the way out with a final apologetic glance at Lewis. Bruno's smile was wide as he followed. Good to see you again, Lou. Lewis bristled. He didn't mind Max calling him that, but it sounded all wrong coming from Bruno. Yeah, you too, he answered automatically, instinctively polite, even as his hands curled into irritated fists. It was only after they'd left that Lewis realized they weren't the only ones with awkward boners. Thank fuck the bulge in his boxers was hidden by his dressing gown. Lewis boiled the kettle and made more toast on autopilot. That was what he'd come into the kitchen for, after all. He spread on some margarine and Marmite, but his stomach was clenched like a cold stone. He carried the toast back to his room with another mug of steaming tea and got back into his bed and propped himself up on his pillows. He tried to eat the toast, but he didn't seem to have enough saliva in his mouth, and it kept sticking in his throat, painful when he tried to swallow. He sipped at the tea and burnt his tongue, then cursed. Lewis gave up on the toast, shoving the plate out of the way under his bed, and grabbed his laptop instead. He cupped his tea in both hands, suddenly chilly, and blew the steam off the surface while he waited for his computer to power up. When it was ready, he set his tea aside and took a deep breath. His heart was going crazy, and his hands trembled slightly as he opened his browser, went to Google, and started to type. Am I gay? Chapter 5. Lewis struggled onto the bus, laden down with bags of groceries. He'd been trying to get away with only shopping once a week, but it meant carrying a lot of stuff back on the day he went. He fumbled in his pocket for change for the fare, then dumped his shopping in the baggage space. The bus pulled away with a jerk and a wheeze as the brakes released, and Lewis sank gracelessly into one of the front seats. He pushed his hood off and shivered, grateful for the warmth of the bus. He'd been waiting at the bus stop for about 10 minutes, wishing he'd worn a coat today. Now, in mid-October, autumn was well and truly setting in. Although it wasn't very cold yet, the miserable dampness of the persistent drizzle, weather that Bristol seemed to specialize in at this time of year, had permeated his layers of clothing and left him chilled and morose. Lewis glared at the slate-grey sky through the bus window. At least it suited his mood. He closed his eyes and saw Max clearly in his mind's eye, his wide smile and that dimple, the way he fiddled with his stud earrings while he talked. Lewis's heart twisted, and he snapped his eyes open, angry with himself for going there. The only way he was able to handle the feelings he could no longer deny he had for his flatmate was by resolutely ignoring them, because what the fuck else was he going to do? Over the past week or so, since the awkward morning in the kitchen with Max and Bruno kissing, and Lewis's subsequent informative Googling session, Lewis had been trying his best to be normal around Max. He still wasn't 100% sure whether he was gay or bi or what. He'd dated a girl for over a year, so he obviously wasn't completely unattracted to girls. But Lewis was now positive he had feelings for Max that went way beyond friendship, and he wasn't trying to run away from those feelings anymore. He just didn't know what to do with them without an outlet. He'd been trying hard to just be the friend Max seemed to want him to be, and most of the time he'd managed it fairly well, he thought. But whenever he saw Max and Bruno together, and Bruno had stayed over several nights since Lewis had first found them together, it made Lewis want Max for himself. And how fucked up was that? Because Lewis had never even kissed another boy. He'd have no idea what to do. If Max actually made a move on him, Lewis wouldn't have the first clue how to respond. He'd probably just freak out and run away. Anyway, Max had Bruno now, and he seemed happy with him, if the regular visits and the sounds Louis kept hearing through his bedroom wall were anything to go by. Louis didn't want to fuck that up, even if he was brave enough to admit his crush. "Hi!" A girl's voice cut into Louis's train of thought, and was a welcome distraction. He'd been thinking in circles for the past week and a half, and was no closer to working out what the hell was going on in his head. "You're on my course, aren't you?" She was in the seat behind Louis, leaning forward to talk to him over the steady thrum of the engine. He vaguely recognized her. She had glossy brown hair and a sweet smile, and was curvy and clear-skinned. She had that glowing, healthy look of someone on a poster, reminding you to eat 5 pieces of fruit a day or something. "Yeah, hi." He twisted around to sit sideways so he could see her better. "I'm Louis." He offered her his hand, and she took it in her smaller one and smiled, flushing. "Amanda." There was an awkward pause as they both waited, unsure where to take the conversation after the introductions. Then they both started speaking at once. "So where do you—" and then laughed. "So, are you in one of the Stoke Bishop halls, then?" She waved her hands and frowned a little. "I mean, obviously you are. That's a stupid question. Why else would you be on this bus? But which one?" "Grinnell Hall," Louis replied. "You?" "Stoke Hill. BH is self-catering, isn't it, in flats?" Louis nodded. "Yeah. I wish I'd gone for that now." Amanda made a face. "The food at SH isn't too bad, but I think I'd have preferred to make my own. I just thought it would be one less thing to worry about." "I suppose." Louis had chosen BH because it was cheap. Even paying for his own food, he still thought it would work out less than any of the catered halls. But it's a pain having to do all the grocery shopping. It must be nice being in a flat, though, more sociable. Are your flatmates nice? "Yeah, I've done all right, actually. They're all good blokes." Things had been going pretty smoothly so far, with no major falling out during the first couple of weeks of term. They weren't socializing together as much as they had at the beginning, as they'd started to make other friends through courses and societies. But living together, they inevitably still ended up seeing a lot of one another. They bickered, of course, and there was always someone to be pissed off with. Andreas for bathroom hogging, Rob for playing his music too loud, Dean for being a messy bastard. Max's shagging kept Louis awake half the night. But by and large, things were pretty amicable, and Louis thought he could have done a lot worse. There was a guy a few flats down from them, for example, who seemed to be dealing weed to the entire student population of the Stoke Bishop halls. His flatmates were constantly disturbed by people ringing their doorbell at 1 in the morning, looking to score. So yeah, Louis wasn't complaining. They chatted for the rest of the bus journey, trading the usual information about home and families, schools and interests. When the bus got to their stop on the top corner of the Downs, they walked down the hill toward the halls together. Amanda had offered to help Louis carry his shopping, but he refused. They were on the topic of siblings now, or lack of them in Louis's case. "I used to long to be an only child," Amanda chuckled as they walked. "I'm one of 4, an older brother and 2 younger sisters. My sisters in particular used to drive me crazy. I can't imagine what it would be like not to have any siblings nicking your stuff or embarrassing you." Louis grinned. "I guess it has its advantages. It must be weird for your parents with you gone, though." Louis bit his lip and frowned, remembering he needed to call his mum back. She'd left a message on his voicemail yesterday while he was in the library with his ringer switched off. "Yeah, my dad works away a lot, too, so it's just my mum and the dog there half the time." It was still drizzling, but Louis had left his hood down because it made for an easier conversation. His hair was damp on the back of his neck, and a chilled trickle of water made him shiver. The thin plastic of the shopping bags was biting into his fingers, and he was looking forward to getting home. When had he started to think of the flat as home? "Well, this is me." Amanda stopped at the foot of some steps leading up to a large modern block on the left of the car park. "It was nice talking to you. Maybe we could get together and study sometime. We could have a word war to try and get our essays done. I've hardly started the one that's due in next Friday." "That would be cool. Shall we swap numbers?" They got out their phones and texted each other so they could save each other's details. "See you in lectures tomorrow, anyway." Amanda smiled. "Bye, Louis." "Bye."
Lewis watched her walk up the steps. She was really pretty, he thought, and seemed really nice, too. If he wasn't all mixed up over Max, he might have asked her if she fancied going out for a drink later. The next day, Lewis met Amanda as they were coming out of an afternoon lecture. She caught his eye and smiled, then waited for him as the crowd of students spilled out through the double doors of the lecture theatre into the lobby outside. "Hello." Her cheeks were pink as she smiled. "I just wondered if you were heading back to Hall's now. If you're walking, we could go together, maybe." "Okay." Lewis adjusted his bag on his shoulder. "Yeah, I was going to walk. No shopping to carry today." It was dry today, a little breezy, and the sky was a threatening shade of grey, but the rain had held off so far. The conversation was mostly easy during the half-hour walk. Amanda was good at keeping it going, prompting Lewis and encouraging him to open up more than he sometimes did with people he didn't know very well. Outside Amanda's hall, they hung about at the bottom of the steps awkwardly. "See you tomorrow, then, I suppose?" Amanda made as if to turn and go. "Unless," Lewis blurted suddenly, making her pause, "unless you want to get together later to work on our essays, maybe." His cheeks heated, and he told himself not to be stupid. He wasn't asking her on a date. They were just friends, meeting to study. It was nothing to blush about. But Amanda flushed too, smiling up at him as she nodded. "Yes, okay. Shall I come over after dinner at about 7:30?" Lewis nodded. "Great. I'm in flat number 43. It's on the top floor of the middle block, just opposite the building where the bar and laundry rooms are. See you later." Fuck, he needed to tidy up his room now. Lewis was just finishing tidying up after dinner, pasta and sauce out of a jar again, when he heard the doorbell. "It's okay, I'll get it. It's probably for me." He pushed past Dean, who'd stood up from the table to answer it. "Oh, yeah?" Max raised an eyebrow from his position at the cooker, stirring some canned macaroni cheese in a pan. "Who were you expecting, then?" "A girl on my course," Lewis replied over his shoulder. "Just a study date." "Is she hot?" Dean called after him. But Lewis ignored him, opening the door and greeting Amanda with a smile. "Hi, come in." He stood aside to let her through the front door. "Hello," Dean called from his seat at the kitchen table. The kitchen door was directly opposite the front door to the flat, so he had a perfect view from his vantage point. "I hope you're going to introduce us, Lewis, or are you keeping her all to yourself?" Lewis rolled his eyes at Amanda. "I'd better get this over with, or I'll never hear the end of it." Amanda laughed. "Put him out of his misery?" "Something like that." They walked down to the kitchen and stood just inside the doorway. "Amanda, this is Dean." Dean stood and shook her hand, looking at her appreciatively, murmuring a greeting. "And this is Max." Max smiled. "All right, Amanda, nice to meet you." He flicked his hair out of his eyes and picked up his wooden spoon again. "Fuck, this keeps sticking." "Do you want a cup of tea or anything?" Lewis asked. "Or I've got orange squash or even beer if you'd like some." "Tea would be lovely, thank you. If I drink beer now, I probably won't get much work done, but maybe later." "Have a seat while I make it." Lewis gestured to the table, and Dean moved, pulling out a chair for Amanda to sit. Lewis put the kettle on and assembled some mugs, then leaned back against the kitchen surface. His eyes settled on Max, watching the subtle movement of his body as he stirred. He forced his gaze to stay high, roving over the width of Max's shoulders, the pale skin on the back of his arms. 2 of his 3-star tattoos showed beneath the sleeve of his T-shirt. "So what courses are you two on?" Her gaze flitted between Dean and Max. "Presumably not English, or I'd have seen you around." "Biology," Dean replied. "Social policy and politics." Max turned to speak to her, and Lewis gazed at his profile. He could just see the barest hint of golden stubble on the edge of Max's jaw where the light caught it. The kettle behind him was boiling noisily, and the click as it switched itself off made Lewis tear his attention away from Max and focus on pouring and stirring. He fished the tea bags out. "Do you take milk?" "Yes, please." "Sugar?" He hoped not, because he didn't actually have any, but he could always nick some of Rob's if she wanted it. "No, thanks." Once the tea was made, there was no excuse to hang around in the kitchen any more. "Shall we?" Lewis asked Amanda, jerking his head toward the door. "Okay." Amanda stood and took the mug that Lewis held out to her.
"Have fun, kids," Dean teased. "Hope you get lots of studying done. Don't get distracted." Lewis glared at him. As he walked out the door, he couldn't resist a last sideways glance at Max, and he found Max watching him with a thoughtful look in his eyes. He held Lewis's gaze until Lewis broke the stare and went, ushering Amanda down the corridor toward his room. They worked well together, managing to focus on getting some words down, but also pausing to discuss their ideas. They sat side by side on Lewis's bed, not against the headboard. The uni-beds were way too narrow for that to be comfortable, but sideways, leaning against the wall. Their books and notes were spread out in the space between them, and they both had their laptops on their knees. "Wow, I've managed to get loads done." Amanda put her laptop aside and stretched, yawning. "I quite fancy one of those beers now, if the offer's still open." "Of course." Lewis got up, stiff from sitting in one position for too long. "Back in a minute." He returned with a can for each of them. "Sorry, all the glasses were dirty." He passed one to Amanda. "I hope that's okay." "Oh, God, yes, that's fine, thanks." Amanda had packed most of her stuff back into her bag, so Lewis gathered up his notes and books and moved them to his desk. He sat down beside her again, and there was a pause. Amanda broke the silence first. "Have you got a girlfriend back home?" Lewis shook his head. "Nope." "Me neither. A boyfriend, I mean. I'm glad, really. It would be tough being apart." "I suppose." Lewis thought of Rob. He was always on the phone to his girlfriend or Skyping her in his room. It wasn't the same as being with someone, though. "I was just wondering—" Amanda flushed and bit her lip, looking down at the can of beer clasped in her hands as she spoke. "Whether you'd like to go out tomorrow night, maybe, for a drink, or to the cinema or something?" Lewis swallowed hard. "Just us," she added, as if she hadn't been clear enough before. Fuck, was she really asking him out, like on a date? He needed to say something. The awkward pause had already gone on way too long. Oh, God, he was hopeless at this, but it was so unexpected. He wasn't used to girls coming on to him. None of them had ever seemed to notice him at school, or if they did, they knew he was taken, so hadn't approached him. "Okay, yeah." Amanda looked up at him and realized he didn't sound very positive. "Yeah, that would, nice, thanks." Nice? Fuck. What was he doing? Lewis really liked Amanda, but he was pretty sure he only liked her as a friend. This was probably a really bad idea, but he could hardly change his mind now without seeming like a total bastard. "Great!" She smiled brightly, still blushing pink. She really was adorable. Why the hell couldn't he be more excited at the prospect of a date with her? Most guys would fucking jump at the chance. The next day was Friday. Lewis had a tutorial in the morning and a lecture after lunch. He saw Amanda briefly after the lecture, but it was a bit of an awkward encounter. She was with a girlfriend, and when she introduced Lewis, the other girl, Catelyn, gave Lewis that slightly knowing look some girls specialized in, and left Lewis wondering what Amanda had said to her. They were going off for coffee, but Lewis declined an invitation to join them, claiming he needed to go to the library. He didn't. But he was seeing Amanda this evening anyway, and just wanted to go back to hang out in his room and try and do a bit more work on his essay. He managed to get a couple of hours' work done before he was interrupted by a knock on his door. "Come in," he called. "Hi, I'm bored." Max came in and threw himself down on Lewis's bed. "Entertain me." Lewis spun around on his desk chair to look at him. "How exactly do you expect me to do that?" "I don't know. Think of something. We could break into Dean's room and play on his Xbox." "No way. He'd kill us." "True. If you let me finish this paragraph I'm in the middle of, we could go and play pool for a bit if you want," Lewis suggested. "Oh, yeah." Max perked up. "Good idea. I need satisfaction after last time when you thrashed me." Lewis grinned. He was definitely improving with the regular practice. They still played together often. The socks-in-pockets system was flawless, if you ignored the time that one of the balls nearly pushed the socks right down into the bowels of the table. Lewis wasn't able to reach them to pull them out, but Max's hands were skinnier, or maybe his fingers were longer, and he just managed to catch them with his fingertips. Thank fuck. Neither of them fancied having to go and tell the warden they'd broken the pool table. While Lewis finished off his paragraph, Max got up off his bed and started poking around in Lewis's room. He was such a nosy git. He was always flipping through Lewis's iPod and taking the piss. Lewis, girls aloud, seriously? Or fingering the spines of his books. Today Lewis's clothes were the victim of Max's scrutiny. "You need more colour in your life," Max announced, shaking his head at the rows of mostly black, grey, or muted blue-toned shirts and tees folded neatly on the shelves or hanging in the tiny wardrobe space beside them. "You look good in blue because it brings out your eyes, but I think bolder colours would suit you too. I've got a red shirt that would look awesome on you. You can borrow it sometime." Lewis eyed Max over his laptop. "Thanks." He didn't think it was worth arguing with Max. When Max fixated on something, he was fairly unstoppable. "Actually, what are you doing tonight?" Max wheeled around, animated. "I don't have any plans. There's a club down on the Triangle that's free for students to get into on Friday that's supposed to be pretty cool. Do you want to go and check it out?" "How did we get from shirts to clubbing?" Lewis blinked. "And what about Bruno?" "Bruno's away this weekend, visiting some mates in Cardiff." Max's excited smile slipped a little. "And I just thought if we went out you could borrow my shirt." "I already have plans, sorry." Lewis looked down at his keyboard, avoiding Max's eyes. "I'm going out with Amanda." "Oh." There was a pause. "Oh, well, that's okay. You can borrow the shirt anyway. It's a good date shirt. Or I have a greeny-blue jumper that would look good on you, too. Maybe that's more of a cinema look. The shirt's more of a clubbing shirt, but I usually get lucky when I wear it." Lewis forced himself to look up and smile. "Yeah, maybe the jumper then. I don't know, though. I think we're just friends. I'm not sure if it's really a date. It was her idea." Max fixed him with a look. "You're going to the cinema with a girl, just the two of you?" Lewis shrugged and nodded. "And she asked you? Mate, you're totally in there. She's obviously into you." He narrowed his eyes. "Aren't you interested?" Lewis ran a hand through his hair in frustration. "I don't know. Maybe. She seems really nice, but I'm not sure, anyway." He closed his laptop and got up. "I'm done now, so let's go and play pool." He really didn't want to talk about it any more. "Okay." Max frowned, but he let the subject drop. Lewis and Amanda had arranged to meet for a drink first and then go on to the cinema afterward. There was a small independent cinema a short walk from their halls of residence, so they were going there rather than getting the bus to one of the big multiplexes. Lewis showered after he'd made himself some supper, and was in his room, still shirtless and fastening his jeans, when Max knocked on his door again. "I brought the jumper I told you about." His gaze flickered over Lewis's chest before he met his eyes. He held out the jumper. Lewis took it. The ribbed wool was slightly rough against his fingers. It was a vibrant greenish-blue colour, much brighter than anything Lewis would normally choose. "Thanks." Lewis set it aside for a moment and pulled on a plain white T-shirt, then put the jumper on over the top of it. It smelled nice as it went over his head, a trace of detergent and a hint of aftershave. But underneath that Lewis caught the sweet musky scent of somebody's skin. Of Max's skin. "It suits you," Max smiled. "I knew that colour would be good on you. It makes your eyes look really blue." Lewis flushed and looked away, turning to fiddle with his damp hair in the mirror. It had flopped into his eyes, and he pushed it aside. "I need a haircut." He put a little wax through it so it would keep a bit of definition when it dried. "Anyway, I'd better get going." He glanced at his alarm clock. "I said I'd call for Amanda at 7. Max followed Lewis out and paused while Lewis locked his bedroom door. "See you later, then," Max said. "Have fun." He grinned. "Yeah." Lewis thought he should feel less like someone going to face a firing squad at this point. "Cheers." He took a deep breath as the front door of the flat slammed shut behind him. His footsteps echoed in the concrete stairwell as he descended. They were only going to the cinema, he reminded himself. No big deal. Nothing had to happen. He should just go along with it. Maybe it was a good idea to see what developed with Amanda.
He needed to try and give up on the idea of anything ever happening with Max and stop pining over him. Max seemed pretty serious about Bruno, and mooning around after him was a waste of energy. Lewis carried on rationalizing to himself as he walked down the path towards Stoke Hill Hall. Even if he was attracted to Max, it didn't mean he was gay. He thought he could still be bi. He might find he could have feelings for Amanda if he gave her a chance. Maybe he just needed more time to get to know her. So yes, this was probably for the best. He had to get back to thinking about Max as a friend and nothing more, he decided, because Max was involved with someone else. Moving on and going on a date with somebody new had to be a good thing. He followed the signs to Amanda's corridor and found her room. "Coming!" she called from inside when he knocked. She opened the door and smiled, then moved in for a hug and kissed his cheek. That was new. "You look nice," he said as he pulled back. He'd never seen her in a dress before. She normally always wore jeans, but was in a flowery dress with tights and boots that came to just below her knees. It was a lot like the sort of thing Kara used to wear. "Thanks." She flushed and tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear. "Let's go, then." The conversation was a little stilted between them when they got to the pub. It had been okay on the walk, but suddenly now, sitting opposite each other at a small table with their knees bumping occasionally, everything felt very date-like indeed, and Lewis felt the weight of expectation. Luckily they only had time for one drink before the film, and Lewis was relieved when they walked back out into the dark streets. It was windy this evening, and a gust whipped Amanda's hair across her face as she turned to face him. "Which way is it?" She pushed the hair out of her eyes again and pulled her scarf more tightly around her neck against the chill. "Just a few 100 yards along here, I think." Lewis had booked the tickets online earlier, and Amanda had given him cash in the pub for hers. There had been a map on the website, and Lewis had a good memory for direction. "Wow, this is cool." Amanda grinned in delight as she looked around at the foyer. "It's kind of retro. I love it." They bought drinks and a huge tub of popcorn and settled into their seats just as the trailers were starting. The film was a comedy, a rom-com or chick flick, as Dean had scoffed earlier, but it was allegedly very good and not too cheesy according to the reviews. As it was only a small cinema, there hadn't been that much choice. Lewis could happily sit through anything anyway, and there wasn't much he'd draw the line at. With the lights down low, the intimacy of the darkness set Lewis on edge. His heart was beating fast and his palms were sweaty. He wiped them surreptitiously on his jeans before reaching in for some popcorn. When the film started, he relaxed a little. Amanda was intent on the movie, giggling at the jokes. Their hands brushed once or twice as they dug into the popcorn bucket, and after it was empty and they'd put it on the floor, Lewis wondered if he should try and put his arm around her or something. Fuck, how was he supposed to behave? He'd never done this before. He'd been set up with Kara by Paul and Felicity, and he'd known for sure Kara fancied him. They'd been at a party together, and even though Lewis had known she wanted something to happen, he'd still been terrified and completely unsure of how to make a move. But Kara had taken charge. She'd basically sat in his lap and kissed him until he had no doubt about what she wanted. Then she'd taken his hand and led him up to a bedroom. Someone's kid sister's room, if the Disney Channel stars on the walls were anything to go by, and had given him his first hand job while he tentatively stroked her boobs as though they were a bomb that might go off at any second. After that, she'd shown him where to touch her to make her come before they'd gone back down to join the party. But Amanda didn't take his hand, or touch his knee, or try to snuggle up to him. Maybe she was waiting for Lewis to do something. God, he sucked at this. And he still wasn't even sure whether he wanted to try and take things further with her. Lewis sat back in his seat and stretched his legs out, telling himself to relax and stop overthinking everything. They were here to watch a film, so he should just watch the fucking film and stop being an idiot. He leaned his elbow on the armrest and rested his chin in his hand. As he inhaled, he caught the scent of Max on the cuff of the jumper, and found himself wondering what it would be like to be on a date with Max. With Max, Lewis imagined there would be very little ambiguity. Much like Kara, he thought if Max wanted something or someone, he would just go for it. He imagined Max sneaking an arm around him in the dark, how his breath would tickle Lewis's neck if he leaned in to whisper something in his ear. He might put his hand on Lewis's thigh and slide it up, and then up a little more. Fuck. Lewis pushed up the sleeves to remove temptation from his nose and crossed his legs to hide the bulge in his jeans. Just watch the fucking film, Lewis. As they walked back to the halls in the darkness, Amanda moved closer and took Lewis's arm again. "I'm cold." She was actually shivering, her teeth chattering, so Lewis put his arm around her, and she snuggled gratefully under it. When they got back to the steps that led up to Amanda's door, they stopped. Lewis's heart stuttered as Amanda turned to face him. She smiled up at him, shy but determined. Her hands gripped the lapels of his jacket as she stood on tiptoe and tipped her face up, and Lewis leaned down to meet her halfway. Her first kiss was just on the corner of his mouth, soft lips and warm breath. Lewis wondered whether that was it, whether he actually wanted more. He wasn't sure how he would feel if she pulled away and that was that. But she didn't pull away. One of her hands slid up and curled into the hair at the nape of his neck, and her second kiss was full on his lips, hers parting slightly in invitation as she stepped in closer to him. Lewis went with it, just for a few seconds. He put his arms around her and deepened the kiss a little. But as he closed his eyes, he was assaulted by an image of Max and Bruno kissing in the kitchen, and Amanda suddenly felt too small in his arms, too soft and delicate. Everything felt wrong and uncomfortable, and Lewis couldn't do it. He pulled back gently, flushing with shame and feeling like a complete shit. "I'm sorry," he began, but he wasn't really sure how to continue. "I'm just—" Fuck, there had to be some words that could get him a free pass out of this situation. Amanda frowned, shaking her head and stepping back fast. "Oh, God, this is so embarrassing." She pushed her hair away from her face, avoiding his eyes. "I thought you were interested, and you're not. Shit, I feel like such an idiot. Can we just forget this ever happened, please?" "It wasn't your fault." Lewis put out a hand to stop her, because she looked like she was about to turn and go. "I thought you just wanted to be friends at first, but then I kind of realized maybe you wanted more. But I was confused." He rambled on with a sinking suspicion he was just digging himself a bigger hole, but he felt awful and wanted to try and make her understand. "You're awesome, and you're really attractive, and I don't know why I don't—" He stopped. "Well, actually, that's not true." Lewis took a deep breath. "I'm kind of hung up on someone else at the moment. I thought maybe that wouldn't matter, because I do really like you. But then when it came down to it—" He trailed off, wishing the ground would do him a favor and open up and swallow him. Amanda shrugged his hand off her shoulder, glaring at him now. "So you thought you'd just have a little test drive with me to see if I could distract you from this other girl? Well, that's fucking charming." Her voice rose angry, but there was hurt in it too. "I'm sorry I wasn't interesting enough. You'll have to go back to pining after her instead. Why doesn't she want you, or has she just realized that you're an asshole?" "I wasn't—" Lewis started to defend himself. But then he had to admit she had a point. Honestly, he had been kind of hoping that starting something with Amanda might somehow magically erase all thoughts of Max from his head. He ran his hands through his hair in frustration. "Okay, maybe I was on some level, and I'm honestly really sorry. But it wasn't quite that simple." He drew in a shaky breath, his knees suddenly weak as he realized what he was about to admit to her. "The other person, the person I like, it isn't a girl." He raised his head and met Amanda's eyes, willing her to understand. "It's another guy," he added, somewhat redundantly, because obviously she would have worked that part out by now. "But it's all very new. I've never felt like this about another boy before, and I'm still not really sure what it means for me." Amanda's face softened a little, but she still looked wary. She studied Lewis carefully in the glow of the street lamp over their heads. Her eyes narrowed as though she were looking for any signs of bullshit. Lewis forced himself to hold her gaze. "I'm really, really sorry. I didn't mean to—" He paused. "To use me?" Amanda raised her eyebrows. Lewis shrugged. I suppose. She huffed out a breath, the mist of it curling in the chill night air. She shivered and pulled her coat more tightly around herself. Have you told anyone else about this? About the boy you like? Have you told him? Lewis shook his head. Well, if you want to talk to me about it, I'll listen. She gave him a small smile. My older brother's gay. He came out when he was at uni, and I know it wasn't an easy time for him. So if you want someone to talk to— Her words hung there, an offer Lewis wasn't quite ready to accept yet. Thanks, he smiled back. Maybe sometime soon. Okay, I mean it, though. I'd like us to stay friends. Me too. Thanks, Amanda. Lewis hesitated, thinking the evening was probably drawing to a close, but he was unsure how to make his escape. Oh, come here. Amanda moved forward again. Don't worry, I won't try and kiss you this time. She hugged him hard but briefly, then dismissed him with a wave of her hand. Go and pine, I'll see you soon. Lewis chuckled. Okay. Good night. Chapter 6. When Lewis got in, he found Max alone in the kitchen, looking morose. His phone was out on the table in front of him, along with a can of beer. Glaring at it won't make it ring, you know. Lewis got a beer out of the fridge and joined him at the table. The fucker could at least text me back. How many have you sent him? Lewis raised an eyebrow. Only 3. Don't let me send him any more. Sit on my hands if I try. I have my pride. Max picked up his can and drank. So anyway, how was your date with Amanda? Lewis sighed. I don't know. It was okay, I suppose. He wasn't going to go into details. Nothing happened. We're just going to be friends. She's not interested? Max frowned. Lewis shrugged, trying to be non-committal. Or you're not interested? Max's gaze was sharp, and Lewis picked at the label on his bottle of beer with a fingernail, suddenly very interested in peeling off a perfect line where the paper was going soft from the condensation forming on the outside of the bottle. It's just not going to work out, he said firmly. Okay. Max seemed to get that Lewis didn't want to discuss it. He picked up his phone again and pressed the button, staring at the screen. Maybe he's got no signal. He sounded hopeful for a moment, but then he groaned and put the phone down again. He pushed both hands into his hair, elbows on the table, and cursed. Fuck. I'm an idiot. If this is what having a boyfriend does to me, then I'd be better off without one. Jesus, it's only been 3 weeks. Lewis stayed silent, hoping his lack of response could be construed as sympathetic, because he didn't really know what to say. He had no frame of reference. He'd never really felt anxious or twitchy over Cara spending time with friends. But then, if she wasn't with him, she would usually be hanging out with girlfriends. He guessed Bruno's mates were guys, and maybe that was the problem. Who's he staying with again? A mate from school. Well, sort of an ex, I suppose. Max bit his lip and his eyes clouded. But Bruno said it was never anything serious, and they split up a couple of years ago. Oh. Lewis sipped his beer. It made more sense why Max was so uptight now. Well, yeah, maybe the signal in Cardiff is crap. Because obviously major cities usually had terrible mobile phone networks. Or, if they're out somewhere, he might just not be hearing his phone if it's noisy. Max nodded, and a fleeting smile lit up his sharp features. Thanks for humouring me. You're welcome. Lewis grinned back. They stayed up for another half-hour or so, finishing their drinks. Lewis ended up confiscating Max's phone while they were talking because Max couldn't leave it alone and kept checking it every 5 minutes. Lewis gave it back to him when they finally headed to bed. Hope he texts soon. Lewis handed it over. But Sod's Law says it will be just after you go to sleep. Huh, yeah, probably. Max grimaced. I should just switch it off till morning, otherwise I'll be waiting for it to buzz all fucking night. But I don't think I have the willpower. Lewis grinned. Sleep well. You too. But Louis didn't sleep well. He stayed awake for ages, stressing out. As he lay in the darkness, his brain refused to switch off, running over his evening with Amanda again. He kept trying to work out where he'd fucked up, when and how he should have given her a clear signal that he wasn't interested. At what point exactly had he led her to believe he wanted to be more than friends? He hadn't really meant to. Or had he, just for a little while? His motivations were so hazy, he found it hard to unpick the tangled strands. Then he found his thoughts turning to Max again, as always seemed to be the case recently. He rolled over onto his front and buried his face in the pillow. Wanting Max was such a pointless waste of energy. Max was clearly really into Bruno. Louis tried to push away the images of Max, but he didn't have the strength. They spilled into his consciousness. Max smiling in that flirtatious way he did sometimes. Max half naked in the corridor. Goosebumps on his skin, nipples tight from the chill. Max with his lips wet from kissing. From kissing Bruno, Louis reminded himself. But it was no good. He was hard now, his erection pressed into the mattress by his weight, and the heavy pressure of it only made his thoughts spin more out of control. His memories of the real Max mingled with fantasies and flashes of porn he'd looked at over the past couple of weeks. A boy who looked like Max getting fingered, getting sucked, getting fucked, fucking somebody else. Louis pushed his hand underneath himself and into his boxers, curling his fingers around his erection and fucking into his fist. What would it feel like to fuck Max? To be fucked by Max? He lost himself in that for a while, trying to be quiet as the bed creaked under the rocking thrusts of his hips. Louis slipped his other hand down the back of his underwear, feeling carefully with his fingertip until he found the right place. He circled and pressed, wishing he'd made it wet but not wanting to stop now. He'd only recently started touching himself like this, surprised by how good it felt. He imagined the finger was Max's, rubbing and pushing at the muscle. He pressed his face harder into his pillow to stifle a moan. His body prickled with sweat, his hair stuck to his forehead as he lifted his hips away from the mattress and thumbed the head of his prick. He pressed inside. The tip of his dry finger burned a little, but the extra sensation sent him flying into orgasm. His cock jerked and spilled, hot and messy in his fingers as he tried to contain it. The deep pulsing of his internal muscles squeezing his finger and forcing out more cum as he bit down on the pillow to keep himself from crying out. But when he'd finished, he ended up holding back giggles instead of sex noises. Because biting the pillow? Really? Sated now, and still buzzing with the good feeling of coming, Louis carefully rolled over to clean himself up. He'd managed to save his sheets because his hand and his boxers had caught most of the mess. He stripped them off and used them to wipe off the worst of it. The rest could wait till morning. He got up and rummaged around in the darkness for a clean pair, then settled back into bed. Sleepy and filled with the warm, exhausted feeling that usually followed an orgasm for him, Louis lay and wondered whether Max was asleep and whether Bruno had texted him yet. Bruno was a dick, Louis decided. He'd be a way better boyfriend than Bruno if he ever had the chance. Louis woke up feeling groggy. Rain lashed against the window. It sounded as though it was pissing it down outside. As the events of the day before settled into place, Louis rolled over onto his back and groaned. Oh, his life sucked. Unrequited love, okay, maybe not love exactly, but whatever this was, really was the worst. No wonder there were so many songs written about it. And now he'd fucked things up with Amanda, hopefully not irreparably, but it was bound to be a little awkward for a while. She was the only other friend he'd really made so far, apart from his flatmates, and it had been good having someone else to hang out with, to give him a bit of space from Max. He dragged himself out of bed, pulled on sweatpants and his dressing gown, and rubbed the sleep from his eyes as he yawned his way down the hall to the kitchen. Of course, the only person in there was Max. And it was totally unfair that he even managed to look sexy with rumpled hair, bleary eyes, and a crease on his cheek from the pillowcase. The smell of coffee hit Louis as he walked into the room, and his mouth watered.
He was usually a tea-in-the-morning person, but Max had made proper coffee with the good ground stuff in a press, not instant crap, and it smelled amazing, rich and thick and tempting. "Want some? I'm knackered, so I made lots, but if I drink too much more I'm going to start twitching." Max gestured to the coffee pot. "Yes, please." Lewis fetched a mug and added milk to it, then topped it up with the fragrant black liquid. He inhaled deeply before taking his first sip. Wow. Then he tasted it and smiled. "That's great, thanks." Max's phone was lying on the table in front of him. Max noticed the direction of Lewis's gaze and answered his unspoken question. "He still hasn't texted. Whatever. He's probably still asleep." His mouth tightened, and Lewis wanted to chase away the frown that tugged at his brows. "You got any plans for today?" He half hoped Max would say yes. The last thing Lewis needed was to spend the day with him right now. But he hated seeing Max looking so miserable. "Not really. I thought I might go out for a run, maybe." Max turned to look over his shoulder at the window behind him. Rain trickled down the pane, and a gust of wind sent a fresh splatter of drops against the glass. The slate-grey sky was heavy with more of the same. "It looks fucking horrible, but at least the weather suits my mood." He grinned. "There's something very satisfying about running in pissing rain. It adds an extra layer of suffering to the whole experience and oddly makes it more enjoyable." Weirdo. Lewis sipped at his coffee again, shivering at the thought of it. "Want to come with me? We could run over to the suspension bridge. Have you been to see it yet?" "No." Lewis shook his head. "No, I haven't seen it, but I don't think I fancy it today. I'm not really into running anyway, and especially not in this weather." "Oh, go on," Max persisted. "It'll be an adventure, and it's something to do. Plus, what exercise have you been doing since you got here? I bet you could use some." Lewis couldn't deny that. He'd meant to sign up to use the gym, but he hadn't even arranged an induction session yet. And while walking to and from lectures was better than no exercise at all, he was definitely missing the regular workouts of the five-a-side football he used to play at home. "Oh, okay, then." He wrinkled his nose at the weather. "As long as I can have the first shower when we get back." "Deal." Max smiled, and Lewis looked away, fiddling with his coffee mug. Something about Max's smile made him want to grin back like a goofy idiot, and it was hard to stop himself. It really was shitty weather, but after complaining his way up the hill and then running out of puff at the top so he couldn't moan any more, Lewis finally got into his stride. Once his muscles warmed up and his breathing levelled a little, he started to enjoy himself despite the gusty wind and the rain on his face. Max ran beside him. The pace was comfortable for Lewis now that they'd made it up the hill, but they didn't chat much. They settled into the rhythm of running, arms swinging as their feet thumped on the soft, wet grass. The rush of adrenaline and the pleasant burn of muscles felt good. Lewis had missed this. "I think we need to head across this way." Max pointed, not stopping. "Unless you want to go to the viewpoint at the top of the downs instead." "No," Lewis puffed. "Let's go down to see the bridge up close." "'Kay." Lewis was glad to note Max was pretty breathless, too. He'd been worried that Max might completely outrun him. He had the build of a runner with his long legs and slim body. Although Lewis was an inch or so taller, his legs weren't any longer than Max's, and he was a little stockier. By the time they reached Clifton and found their way down to the road that took them over the suspension bridge, Lewis's legs were aching and his lungs were on fire. They slowed and stopped as they reached the impressive structure. "Wow!" Max put his hands on his hips, chest heaving as he tilted his head back to take it in. "That's really cool. I'll be able to appreciate it more when I stop feeling like I'm going to die." Lewis leaned against the stone wall, stretching out his calves and waiting for his heart to stop pounding quite so hard. Max laughed and patted him on the back. "Sorry, Lou, you should have said if you wanted to slow down." He was still pretty puffed himself, so Lewis didn't feel too bad. "No, it was fun. Just give me a minute." When Lewis straightened up, he took his time to look properly. "That is cool. I didn't realize the Avon Gorge was so deep." They started walking along the pedestrian walkway on the side of the bridge, and Lewis stopped to look at the view when they got halfway across. He leaned against the barrier to look down and whistled. It's a bloody long way down. He shivered, and not just because of the rainwater that was dripping down his neck. "Yeah." Max paused beside him, staring at the muddy water far below them. His blonde hair was darkened by the water. It stuck to his head and made him look younger than usual. When he lifted his head, Lewis noticed his eyelashes were starry wet from the rain too, and his eyes looked very green against the grey sky. Max hopped from one foot to the other, shaking his legs out a bit. "We should keep moving or we're going to get stiff," he smirked, "and not in the fun way." Lewis aimed a mock punch at Max's shoulder. "Perv." "Come on." Max broke into a slow jog, heading for the far side of the bridge. "Over to the other side and back, and then we can head home. If you're having the first shower, then I'm going to have a hot bath and stay in it for ages. I can't wait." When they got back, Andreas and Dean were in the kitchen and Rob was out somewhere. "Jesus, look at the state of you two!" Dean laughed as they piled into the kitchen, breathless, soaked with a mixture of sweat and rainwater, and with mud liberally splashed up their legs. They'd taken their filthy trainers off at the door. "Fucking nutters." "Lazy bastard," Max grinned, using Dean's shoulder to balance against as he stretched out a quad. "You could use a bit of this. Too much beer and not enough exercise. I'm sure your gut's bigger than it was at the start of term." "Fuck you," Dean growled at him. Max smirked and squeezed Dean's shoulder suggestively as he stretched his other leg. "In your dreams, big boy." "Oh, fuck right off, your tits are too small for me." He reached up and tweaked Max's nipple where it was poking through the fabric of his running shirt. Max yelped, losing his balance and nearly falling over as he jerked away, giggling. "I've got other things that are nice and big, though." Lewis caught his arm and held him before he crashed into a kitchen cupboard, trying hard to ignore the images Max's teasing conjured up. Andreas was falling about laughing. "Your face!" He pointed at Dean, who scowled back at him. Lewis released Max's arm and made his escape. "Shower time. See you later." The hot water was bliss. It poured over Lewis's tired muscles and washed the mud and rain away. Afterward Lewis pulled on his most comfortable sweatpants, hoodie and slippers. It was still pissing down with rain, and he had no plans to go anywhere today. He was going to catch up with a few friends, reply to some emails, and then do a bit of studying. He phoned his mum first. She'd sent him a long email the night before, the usual chatty stuff. His dad was supposed to have been home that weekend, but he'd cancelled at the last minute, held up at a conference. His mum didn't sound bothered. She had shopping and lunch plans with a friend, she'd assured him, and had plenty to occupy herself. "When your dad does come home, he usually spends most of the weekend in his study or his shed anyway, darling," she joked. "There's usually enough stuff for him to catch up on in the garden that I hardly see him." She had a point. Lewis's dad was always one for keeping busy with things. If he weren't working from home, he'd be doing something around the house or garden, fixing something or building something. In turn, Lewis reassured his mum that all was well. When she tentatively asked him if he'd met any nice girls, he didn't mention Amanda. His mum would only quiz him about her, and he was still feeling a little raw and guilty about the misunderstanding of the night before. Anyway, he didn't really want to get his mum's hopes up in the girlfriend department right now, given where his head was at. That afternoon, Lewis was sitting in the kitchen, stirring a pot noodle, when Max came in. He flopped down at the kitchen table with a dramatic sigh. Still not heard from Bruno, then? Lewis lifted out a forkful of noodles and transferred them to his mouth, getting noodle sauce down his chin in the process. "Fuck," he cursed, wiping it off with his fingers. "I had a missed call from him while I was in the bath." Max frowned. Fucking typical. He didn't leave a message, but he did text saying he was having a ball. Max put air quotes around the words, and that he'd see me tomorrow night if he got back in time. Well, at least he texted. Lewis took another mouthful, managing not to make a mess of himself this time. He chewed slowly and watched Max pick at one of his fingernails. His face was closed and he looked tense. "I suppose." Max sat back and forced a smile. "Anyway, what are you doing tonight? Do you feel like going out?" Lewis shook his head. "No, I'm pretty skint. I've spent too much this week already. I might just watch a film or something, have an early night." "Have you seen Skyfall?" Max asked. "I've got that saved on my laptop. Been meaning to watch it for ages." "No, I was going to go when it was in the cinema, but I never got round to it." "Want to watch that tonight, then?"
It would be better on a bigger screen, but it's better than nothing. Max shrugged. And it's free. Yeah, cool.
Max grinned. My place or yours?
He had a suggestive, flirty look in his eyes, but Lewis was used to it, and he didn't read anything into it. He thought about how Max had been with Dean in the kitchen earlier. Max was like that with everybody. Whichever. They ended up in Max's room. It was looking suspiciously clean and mess-free for a change. Did you tidy up for me? Lewis looked around, impressed.
There may have been some tidying, Max admitted. It needed doing anyway, though, don't flatter yourself. Most of the mess was clothes, so it's now in a bin liner under my bed, waiting for the next time I can be asked to do some laundry. It didn't take long. Watching a film on a laptop was never ideal, especially with two people trying to get a good angle on the screen. Max had some plug-in speakers that made decent sound, but they'd have to sit close to each other in order for both of them to be able to see the picture okay. They ended up pulling Max's desk as near to the bed as they could, and set the laptop up on that, then sat side by side on Max's bed, leaning against the wall to watch. Lewis brought his pillows in from his room, much to Dean's amusement when he met him in the corridor. Slumber party, Lewis? To make it more comfortable. Max set the film playing and settled back beside Lewis to watch. Lewis felt restless, distracted by Max's proximity, and his thoughts kept wandering away from the plot of the film and back over the now familiar paths of the past couple of weeks. He kept trying to remember the first time he'd admitted his attraction, the first time he'd been conscious of it. But he couldn't pin it down to one specific event or day. Their shoulders were touching, and Lewis tried to focus on the action on the screen, rather than the way the heat of Max's body seeped through the layers of their clothes where they were in contact. He was failing woefully, but he was happy to let the finer points of the plot wash over him. At least Max didn't seem to notice Lewis wasn't concentrating on the film. As part of Lewis's money-saving plans, he wasn't drinking tonight, and nor was Max. They had a litre bottle of Diet Coke they were sharing, passing it between them rather than bothering with cups or mugs, because they had nowhere to put them down anyway. Lewis took it from Max when he offered it, and their fingers brushed. He put the bottle to his lips and sneaked a sidelong glance at Max as he drank. He nearly choked when he found Max was looking back. They both looked away quickly, and Lewis swallowed hard, the fizz of the Coke stinging his nose where he'd taken more than he could handle. After that he kept his gaze firmly glued to the laptop screen for a while. "Daniel Craig is seriously hot," Max sighed a little later. He shifted slightly, bumping his knee into Lewis's thigh. "He's so hard and battered-looking, so powerful. I bet he's really strong, too." His voice drifted off, and Lewis wondered what else Max was thinking. Lewis really looked at Daniel Craig as the camera focused on his face for a few seconds. Lewis wasn't used to considering whether male celebrities were hot, but he could definitely see why Max would think that. But maybe Q was more Lewis's type, if he even had a type for guys. He liked the mobility of Q's face more than the rugged features of Bond's. His messy hair and leaner frame were appealing to Lewis. He wasn't sure he liked the idea of being dominated by a huge man like Bond, but then again, until very recently, he hadn't really thought about fucking or being fucked by any man at all, so he didn't feel he could rule out anything at this point. Lewis managed to relax and get into the film, adjusting to the feeling of Max propped up beside him. It felt nice. A strange mixture of comfort and excitement, and it settled in his belly like the fizz of the pop he was drinking. "Damn," Max commented. "He looks good tied to a chair. I didn't know I'd be into that." Lewis snorted at that. "Thought you'd like it the other way around," he teased. "What with liking him because he's all strong and powerful." "Shh!" Max put a hand on Lewis's arm, intent on the screen. "Oh, my God!" His fingers squeezed tightly. Lewis paid attention to the film again, and fuck. The combination of the on-screen villain caressing Bond's face in an overtly homoerotic way, and Max's fingers curling into his forearm where he'd apparently forgotten he was holding on to Lewis, were a killer combination. Then the camera panned down to show the creepy guy's hands running up Bond's thighs.
and Lewis's whole body flushed with heat in a reaction he was utterly unable to control. He tried to move the Coke bottle surreptitiously to hide the bulge in his lap, and prayed Max was distracted enough by the overt sexual tension on the screen that he wouldn't notice Lewis's predicament. "Fuck," Max whispered, and his voice sounded a little hoarse. "Did Bond just imply he's shagged a bloke before? Jesus Christ, I wish that was in one of the films. I'd pay good money to see that." "I think so," Lewis managed, his voice tight in his throat. God, he wanted to adjust himself so badly. His cock was trapped and uncomfortable, but he didn't want to draw attention to the fact that he was getting hard from watching this. Max apparently had no such qualms. He wriggled, jostling Lewis's elbow as he reached down and did something through his pyjama pants with a muttered, "Sorry, Lou, but fuck, that was so hot." Lewis kept his eyes fixed on the screen. The effort of not sneaking a glance at Max's bulge made him feel like he was going cross-eyed. Please don't let Max want any coke now, please. He clutched the bottle tighter and tried to think the least sexy thoughts he could while he waited for his dick to calm the fuck down. The moment passed, and although Lewis was still uncomfortably aware of Max plastered up against him for the rest of the film, the tension soon settled back into something manageable. "That was good, thanks." Lewis stretched out his legs and yawned as Max got up to close his laptop. "Yeah, you can't beat a good Bond film. I wonder how much it cost for them to blow all that stuff up." Max shoved his desk back to its usual place, then flopped down on his bed, lying with his legs across Lewis's lap. One of his pyjama legs had ridden up, and the blonde hairs on his shin gleamed golden in the dim light of the lamp. Lewis's heart beat faster as he imagined how they would feel if he put his palm there and slid it upward like he wanted. He quelled the urge as quickly as it came. "Bruno hasn't texted, then?" Lewis asked, forcibly reminding himself of just one of the reasons why touching Max would be a really bad idea. Max's phone was lying ignored on his desk, and it had been silent all night. "Oh, yeah?" Max sounded surprised. "I guess not. I hadn't really thought about it. Thanks for distracting me." He smiled up at Lewis, his hair rumpled on his pillow, and Lewis smiled back. "You're welcome." Their gazes held for a beat too long to be comfortable, and it was Lewis who chickened out first. "Okay, I'm going to bed." He pushed Max's legs off his lap, getting to feel the greys of those blonde hairs against his fingers as he did. "Cheers for the movie." Lewis stood stretching again, and noticed Max's gaze drop to his waist as he lifted his arms over his head. "You're welcome. Sleep well." "You too," Lewis replied over his shoulder as he let himself out. "See you in the morning." Chapter 7. Lewis woke to the sound of a radio playing. He swore into his pillow. But when he checked his phone, he realized it was already past 10 in the morning, so he supposed it wasn't too unreasonable. He tried to go back to sleep for a while, but his brain had apparently decided it was awake even though he still felt sluggish. So he got up and went in search of caffeine. The music was coming from the kitchen, along with the sounds of clattering and doors and drawers being opened and slammed shut. A tantalizing smell of chocolate wafted along the hallway and drew Lewis in. Lewis stood in the doorway of the kitchen and looked blearily at Andreas, who was already dressed and rushing around the kitchen like a whirlwind. He was apparently baking. Lewis wondered if he'd been transported to some kind of parallel universe while he slept. Nobody ever baked in their kitchen. As he stood there, Dean turned up too and peered over Lewis's shoulder, scratching his head. "What the fuck are you doing, man?" "Making brownies." Andreas was busy stirring some stuff in a bowl, so he didn't turn around to look at them. "Why?" Lewis asked. "Why not?" Andreas shrugged. And neither Lewis nor Dean had an answer for that. Lewis managed to make some tea for himself, and also for Dean, while he was at it, without getting too much in Andreas's way. Andreas had his laptop balanced precariously on top of the microwave, with a recipe open that he was following with great care. He was obviously a man on a mission. "Are they hash brownies?" Dean asked hopefully. "No," Andreas laughed. "But if they turn out okay, we could try that next time, if you can get me some to put in." When he'd got the tray of brownies into the oven to bake, he joined them at the kitchen table with a cup of coffee while he waited for them to cook. Lewis's mouth watered as the kitchen filled with the rich, sweet scent of them. "Fuck me, what's that smell?" Max appeared next. He was sleep-rumpled, and his hair was sticking up in all directions. "Andreas is making brownies," Lewis informed him.
"But not hash ones,"
Dean added.
"Oh, shame."
Max pulled out another chair and sat. "But they smell amazing." When the brownies were ready, Andreas insisted they were supposed to cool before he tried to cut them. But he was overruled, so he turned the whole tray out onto a chopping board and cut wedges off for them all to try. The centre oozed out, hot and liquid, and Max and Dean scooped it up with their fingers until Andreas smacked their hands away.
"Jesus!"
Dean made a moaning noise of appreciation.
"That's so fucking good."
Max chuckled. "Dean just made a sex noise. Is that what you sound like when a girl sucks you off?"
"How would I know?" Dean rolled his eyes. "I don't listen to myself, do I?"
Rob came in just as they were licking their plates clean, literally.
"What did I miss?"
"It's okay, there's still some left." Andreas cut off another piece. "Get yourself a plate." "Mate, you have to make these again." Max was slurping chocolate gloop off his fingers in a rather obscene way. Lewis looked away quickly. "They're totally lush." "Well, someone else can buy the ingredients next time." Andreas looked around at the rest of them. "But I don't mind cooking them again." Max had finished sucking his fingers clean and was now sitting back from the table a little, scrolling on his phone. He suddenly stiffened in his seat, frowning at the screen. "What the fuck?" he exclaimed. The others all turned to look at him.
"You all right, man?"
Dean was the first to ask. "Yeah, no, I don't know." He didn't look all right. The blood had drained from his face, apart from 2 high points of colour on his cheekbones, and his eyes glittered suspiciously. "It's probably nothing." Max pushed his chair back with a screech on the lino. He left without another word, leaving the others staring after him. His bedroom door slammed shut with a crash that shook the whole flat, and the rest of them looked at one another, at a loss.
"You should go and see what's up."
Rob addressed Lewis, a worried look on his face. "Me? Why?" Lewis panicked a little. "I'm crap at that sort of thing."
"You're his best mate here, though, aren't you?"
Rob persisted.
"I mean, I could go, but I think he'd rather talk to you."
Lewis flushed as all their gazes turned to him. "Yeah, I suppose." He was crap at this, though. He never knew how to handle people when they were upset, and Max had looked really freaked out. What if it was something really bad? Fuck. Lewis was being a selfish prick. Max was his friend, and he was upset. Lewis needed to man the fuck up and go and see what had happened. He knocked tentatively on Max's door at first, then banged it harder when he got no response. "Max, it's me, Lewis." Still silence. "Max? Please, can I come in?" "It's open." Max's voice sounded muffled. Lewis entered to find him sitting on his bed with his knees up and his arms wrapped around them. His phone was still gripped in his hand, but his head was down on his knees, and just the top of his blonde head was visible. "What's going on?" Lewis approached nervously and perched on the edge of the bed next to him. Max sniffed, and when he raised his head, his eyes were red and suspiciously moist, but his face was set and furious. He held out his phone to Lewis. "This picture on Facebook. It's from last night while he was out clubbing." Lewis took it and looked at a photo of Bruno. He was laughing, head thrown back, and he had his arms around 2 other guys, both grinning at the camera. Lewis frowned, wondering what he was supposed to be seeing. I don't... What about it?" "Those marks on his neck?" Lewis looked more closely, and then he saw them. Unmistakable dark red splotches that decorated the column of Bruno's neck. 3 of them in varying sizes. "They weren't from me." Max's jaw tightened. "Oh." Lewis had no idea what else to say. "Yeah." Max dropped his head back onto his knees. The silence felt endless as Lewis scrabbled around, trying to think of something useful to say, but he didn't manage it. Max lifted his head and spoke again. His voice was calmer now, but there was a jagged edge of hurt to it that made Lewis want to find Bruno and kick his cheating ass. It's stupid, really. I mean, we never really talked about being exclusive. I just kind of assumed it because for the last 3 weeks we'd spent so much time together. What are you going to do? Well, I've already texted him telling him he's a fucking ginormous slag. I think I also used the word cunt. So the ball's kind of in his court, really. Lewis huffed out a soft chuckle. I guess so. He bit his lip, wondering how he could make this better. That is shitty, though. Max's phone buzzed, making them both jump. He glared at the screen as he read the message. Fucking bastard. Max tapped furiously at the screen for a minute or so. Don't you fucking tell me to chill, you wanker, he growled. Did you just send him that? Lewis asked. Yes. Max lifted his head to look at Lewis again. What a fucker, though. If he was just fooling around with me, he should have made that clear, instead of taking me out on dates and being all boyfriendy and stuff. I mean, we stayed over at each other's places all the time. It wasn't just like hooking up, you know? Lewis gave a non-committal shrug, because, actually, no, he didn't really know. But he thought in Max's position he would have made the same assumptions that Max had. Max's phone buzzed again, and he snorted as he read. Well, at least he's finally used the word sorry. Bit fucking late after telling me I'm being uncool and clingy, though. Ouch. Lewis winced. Yeah, he says he wants to come over tonight to sort things out. Max sighed, frowning as he obviously considered how to reply. I don't think there's any point. I wouldn't trust him now anyway, and I don't think I care about him enough to give him another chance. It was fun while it lasted, but it's not like I'm in love with him or anything. Why would I bother meeting up with him this evening just to tell him that? He started typing again, cursing and deleting. Damn, fucking autocorrect. Right, does this sound okay? I don't want to be a twat about it, but I just can't be bothered to try and fix things. He read aloud from his screen. Don't bother. It's over as far as I'm concerned, so no point hashing it out. I think we had different expectations, and it's best just to leave it. Take care, I'll see you around. Max shrugged, looking at Lewis. No point in him wasting a bus fare for a goodbye fuck, is there? Should I send it? If that's what you want. Lewis frowned, thinking about how that message would sound to Bruno. It was pretty unequivocal. You're basically dumping him by text, aren't you? Max grinned, suddenly wicked. Yep, I guess I am. But I think that's pretty fitting, considering I caught him cheating from his Facebook photos. I don't owe him anything. No, you don't. Lewis smiled back. So are you okay? My feelings are hurt, Max replied honestly. His face was serious again, and his mouth turned down at the corners. Just because I wasn't in love with him doesn't mean I don't feel a bit shitty about it, but I'll live. And also, now I get to do the whole dramatic indulgent break-up day thing. So I need you to come shopping with me for chocolate and alcohol. Oh, God, you're not going to make me watch chick flicks, are you? Lewis nudged Max's knee with his elbow. No! Max wrinkled his nose in disgust. But I might subject you to my miserable bastard playlist. It has a lot of Morrissey and the Smiths on it. Lewis laughed. I can live with that, as long as we have booze. They didn't get around to venturing out until mid-afternoon, because Max got caught up shooting things on Dean's Xbox for a while. Dean had insisted to Max it was an important form of therapy and would help him to deal with his anger. Max had taken this very seriously, but eventually had to quit because his fingers were starting to hurt. It's my dominant hand, mate. I'm going to need this even more now I'm single again. They ended up doing the longer walk to the local supermarket for supplies because the convenience stores closer to their flat were much more expensive. It became a bit of an expedition. Rob and Andreas ended up coming along to Tesco too, but Dean had gone out with Beth. The four of them spent ages trawling around the aisles looking for the best deals on booze and junk food, or my ex is a wanker comfort food, as Max insisted on calling it.
He was clearly going to milk this opportunity for all it was worth. Max laid his stuff out on the checkout and explained the logic behind each choice. Red wine because it will give me a headache. If I'm going to be miserable, I might as well suffer properly. Plus, it's on special offer. 3 bottles for the price of 2. Jelly babies, he pointed at the yellow bag, because I can bite their heads off and pretend they're Bruno. Or you could subject them to a slow and painful death by eating them from the feet up, Rob suggested. Yes, I like the way you're thinking. That could work too. Max nodded, all seriousness. And I got chocolate because chocolate is awesome, obviously. And crisps, because then that's all the major food groups covered. Salt, sugar, alcohol, and jelly babies? Lewis raised an eyebrow. Exactly. They sat around the kitchen table and got stuck into the stuff they'd bought. Max was drinking his red wine straight from the bottle, because they didn't have any wine glasses. This is better than out of a mug, anyway. He put the bottle down and grabbed a handful of crisps. Saves washing up. Lewis was drinking beer. He had an early lecture the next morning, so red wine had seemed like a bad plan. Rob and Andreas were sharing a gallon of scrumpy, evil-looking cider that was a local specialty, between them. Rob had calculated carefully and worked out it was the best value option in terms of the most units of alcohol for the least amount of cash. If the point is getting pissed, then it's daft to waste the money on fancy stuff. This way we have more money for crisps. Lewis had to admit his logic was flawless. They drank and stuffed themselves with junk food until it started to get dark outside. Lewis was feeling pretty floppy and giggly from the alcohol. He'd started to feel too full of fizzy stuff after 2 cans, and suddenly red wine had seemed more appealing after all, so he was sharing Max's. Andreas and Rob seemed in a similar state to Lewis, and Max was being really loud and waving his hands around even more than usual as he talked. Lewis let his gaze lock onto Max and really study him. Max flailed an arm out, ranting about Bruno and nearly knocking the bottle of wine over. Not that there was a lot left in the first bottle now. He wasn't that great in bed anyway, Max declared emphatically, picking up the bottle and draining it before slamming it back down. Lewis thought about the sounds he'd heard through the wall, and fleetingly wondered what noises Max would make if he were with someone who really was great. I mean, yeah, he could fuck and he had a nice fat dick, but he never wanted to bottom, and sometimes I like to top for a change. Rob looked a little confused, and Lewis realized he probably hadn't worked out exactly what Max was even talking about. Lewis's recent internet history meant he was a lot better informed about the ins and outs, he nearly snorted aloud at that, of gay sex than he had been a few weeks ago. So, what, you mean you always had to be the girl? Rob frowned, realization slowly creeping across his face. There is no bloody girl, Rob. We've been through this before, haven't we? Max shook his head like a teacher who was disappointed with a particularly dense pupil. But basically, Bruno always wanted to be the person doing the fucking rather than being fucked. So if you want to think of it in your little heteronormative way, then yes, whatever. He wanted me to be the fuckee rather than the fucker. Max picked up the second bottle of wine and broke the seal on the lid with a firm twist. He drank messily, wiping a dark red trickle from the corner of his mouth before continuing. And he was so fucking vain that he insisted on shaving his arse, and I like hairy arses. So really, it was never meant to be. Andreas snorted, spewing cider over his lap. Jesus, Mac, too much information. Rob and Lewis laughed as he wiped his streaming eyes, and Max smirked. But secretly Lewis found himself thinking about whether Max's arse would be hairy, and if so, whether the hairs on it would be blonde like on his head. He couldn't imagine it being very hairy. Max's chest was smooth, Lewis recalled, and the hair on his legs wasn't very thick. Shaving your arse sounds fucking awkward to me. Rob made a face as though he was trying to imagine it. I'm glad I'm straight. You don't have to shave your arse to get your gay card, you know, Max said through a mouthful of crisps. It's not like compulsory. He said the word with great care, enunciating clearly. I mean, Bruno did, but that's just him. He had a thing about it. I've never bothered to do more than trim my pubes a bit, just to keep them neat. He sighed and slumped forward, leaning his chin on his hand. The conversation lurched to a halt. Lewis was still being assaulted by a mental slideshow of images of Max's variously trimmed, or not, intimate body parts, which was more than enough to keep him quiet. His tongue felt as though it was stuck to the roof of his mouth, and speech was an impossibility. Rob finally broke the silence. "I need chips," he said decisively. "How can you be hungry?" Max eyed him. "We've been eating non-stop since we got back from the shop. Here, look." He pushed the bag of jelly babies across the table. "There are a few jelly Brunos left. Feel free. Eat the wanker." He frowned. "Nope." Rob shook his head. "I need real food. Crisps and sweets never make me feel full. I want fish and chips or maybe a sausage and batter." "I could go for a burger." Andreas licked his lips thoughtfully. "We could walk over to that place at the top of White Ladies Road." He turned to look at Max and Lewis. "What about you guys? Do you want to come?" Lewis glanced at Max. He wasn't particularly hungry anyway, and he didn't want to leave Max on his own. He seemed okay, but he'd drunk at least 3/4 of a bottle of wine, and Lewis could see his mood sinking visibly in the downturn of his mouth and the sudden weariness of his eyes. "Nah." Max shook his head, still propped on his hand. "Not hungry. I ate all my emotions earlier, and there isn't room for anything else." "I'm fine too," Lewis replied. "I've got stuff I can cook if I'm hungry later. You go ahead." Rob and Andreas left in a drunken stumble, after fucking about for several minutes making sure they'd got enough cash, yes, and their keys, yes. "Okay, see you later, lads," Rob called out as they left. Andreas wiggled his fingers in a wave. "Look after our boy, Lou. Don't let him choke on a jelly Bruno while we're out." The door banged shut behind them, and it was suddenly very quiet. The fridge hummed and stuttered, and the distant sound of music came from the girls' flat beneath them. Max sighed heavily and slid forward, letting his head rest on his folded arms, face down so Lewis couldn't see his expression. His hair was rumpled and soft-looking, and Lewis itched to run a hand over it. Just a comforting touch, but he held himself back. "You okay?" he asked instead. "I've been better." Max's voice was flat and woeful. "Maybe it's time for that miserable bastard playlist." They decamped to Max's bedroom. Lewis sat on the end of Max's bed, while Max fiddled around with his iPod. "You sure you can stand the Smiths?" he asked. "Lots of people hate them, but I love the lyrics, and they're perfect when you're in a shitty emo mood like I am tonight." "Yeah, it's fine. I don't really know them that well," Lewis admitted. "But what I've heard I liked." Max joined him on the bed, sitting back against his pillows with his legs sprawled out. He'd kicked off his shoes, and his socked feet lay across Lewis's thighs. "I know this is going to hurt in the morning." He held up the bottle of wine. "But I don't care." He unscrewed the cap and put the neck of the bottle to his lips and took a sip. They were stained red from the wine he'd already drunk. "Do you want some more?" He offered the bottle to Lewis, who stretched out an arm to reach it from his position under Max's feet. "Yeah, okay, thanks." He'd had more than enough already, but he figured if he helped Max with the wine, then he might save Max from completely pickling himself in it and feeling like total shit tomorrow. Max shuffled over and patted the bed beside him. "Come up here, it's more comfortable." It would certainly make it easier to pass the bottle back and forth. So Lewis went, fitting his body into the space beside Max. Their shoulders had to jostle for position. The narrow university beds were definitely not designed for sharing, or only for sharing if you were very into body contact, Lewis thought. He took the bottle and drank, listening to the mournful sound of Morris's voice as he rolled the dark, bitter wine over his tongue before he swallowed. "He really is a miserable bastard, isn't he?" Lewis chuckled. "Are all his songs about being unloved and unwanted?" "Mostly." Max nodded beside him. "Very fucking suitable. Either that or they're kind of angry, and I'm okay with that too." "I'm sorry," Lewis said impulsively. Then he felt his cheeks heat. That was such a stupid fucking thing to say. I mean, I don't know. I'm just angry with Bruno too, and I'm sorry you're feeling bad." "Oh, Lou."
Max let his head drop onto Lewis's shoulder. "You're so sweet. Why are all the nice boys straight?" He sighed, then suddenly snorted. "Well, okay, maybe not all, because look at Dean, and my ex-best friend at college turned out to be a tosser, and he was straight. Well, mostly straight. But you're lovely." "Lovely?" Lewis made a joke of it, trying to ignore the way his heart fluttered at Max's words, and at the weight of his head on Lewis's shoulder. "You are." Max was serious now, lifting his head again and sitting up, angling his body so he could look at Lewis. Lewis's cheeks burned, and he had to look down at his hands, away from the intensity of Max's gaze. "You're a really good person and really kind, and I'm so glad I've met you. I'm glad we're mates." Lewis tried to make light of it again, his lips quirking as he took the bottle out of Max's hand. "It's just the wine talking. You'll be telling me I'm your best mate ever in a minute, but don't worry. At this rate, neither of us will remember it in the morning." He gulped in a mouthful of wine, his hand shaking as he tilted it. "Bollocks," he swallowed, looking down at the dark splash on his T-shirt. Then he lifted his head and looked at Max again. Max's gaze was fixed on his lips, his green eyes dark and intent. "You missed a bit." Max lifted his hand, slowly but deliberately, as though he was afraid Lewis was going to flinch away. "Let me get it." Lewis stared back at him. His muscles were taut with anticipation, heart pounding as though he'd run up the 5 flights of steps to their flat. Max's thumb was warm and soft as it brushed a stray drop of wine, first from Lewis's chin and then from the corner of his mouth. Lewis let his lips fall open at the gentle touch, a puff of breath escaping that he couldn't hold in. Max kept his hand there, his fingertips just grazing the slight stubble on Lewis's jaw as his thumb slowly traced the shape of Lewis's lips. And Lewis was afraid to breathe. He was afraid if he moved, or said, or did anything, the spell would be broken and the moment would end. But then the song that was playing ended, and the sudden silence seemed to jolt Max back to awareness. He started to take his hand away, but Lewis jerked his own hand up and grabbed Max's shoulder, pulling him forward clumsily. Lewis leaned in and pressed his lips to Max's in an awkward, messy kiss. He drew back almost immediately, releasing Max, shocked at what he'd done. Max's face was stunned, his green eyes huge and brimming with uncertainty. "Lou?" He brought his fingertips to his lips, feeling the place where Lewis's kiss had just landed. Lewis felt as though he was about to pass out from the intensity of everything. His heart was thundering out of control, and his whole body felt hot and too big for his skin. But then Max leaned forward, his eyes open, fixed on Lewis's as he moved in. And then his mouth was on Lewis's, kissing him slowly and deliberately, nothing like the crush of lips Lewis had managed. Lewis's eyes fluttered shut as Max's hands found his face again, one cupping his jaw like he was something precious, while the other slid into the tangle of his hair, fingertips caressing his scalp. Lewis opened up for Max, tasting him, hot and slick and bitter-sweet from the wine. The first touch of Max's tongue on his own sent a jolt of arousal through Lewis like nothing he'd ever felt before. His cock was rock-hard, straining against the fly of his jeans, and he gasped into Max's mouth. His free hand came up to grip Max's shoulder again, pulling him closer. And then, in a scramble of limbs, Max climbed into Lewis's lap and straddled him. His mouth was hot and eager, and the solid weight of him felt so good. But then Max yelped and jerked back as the neck of the bottle that Lewis was still holding jabbed into his belly. "Whoa!" he giggled. "I was hoping I might find something hard, but that's more than I bargained for." Lewis huffed out a breathless laugh. "Sorry." Max took the bottle and leaned over precariously to place it on the floor beside the bed. Lewis gripped his hips to stop him from toppling over, and helped to pull him back up when he nearly got stuck. There was another pause as they stared at each other, cheeks flushed and lips wet from kissing. Lewis waited, desperate for more, but not sure how to ask for it. "I thought you were straight." Max's brow furrowed in a perfect frown that made Lewis want to smooth the wrinkles away with his fingertips. "So did I," Lewis replied, deadpan. "And then I met you." He managed to keep a straight face until Max snorted, and then he lost it, laughing aloud until Max quieted him with his hands in Lewis's hair and a line of biting kisses along his throat.
"So you're sure you're okay with this?"
Max's breath washed hot over Lewis's neck as he kissed his way up, making Lewis squirm and hold on to Max's waist more tightly. His T-shirt had ridden up, and his skin was soft and smooth under Lewis's hands, but there was muscle and wiry strength beneath the surface. "Uh-huh," Lewis hummed his agreement, turning his head to seek out Max's lips again. But Max made him wait, moving to the other side of Lewis's neck and kissing his way up that side too.
"And this?"
Max moved his hips then, grinding his arse down against Lewis's erection, and making a mortifyingly needy sound come out of Lewis's mouth.
"I'll take that as a yes."
"Fuck, Lewis, I can't believe we're doing this. I've fancied you right from the first day of term, but I never thought you'd be interested in me." And with that, Max's lips locked with Lewis's again, kissing him hard and dirty in a way that reflected all Lewis's needy desperation right back at him. Lewis had a fleeting moment of, "Fuck, I can't believe we're doing this either." And then he gave up thinking and just let himself get swept away by his desires and Max's enthusiastic response. Less talking and more kissing was good. Lewis didn't want to stop and think about what they were doing because he was afraid if they did, the opportunity might pass. And okay, maybe the timing was questionable, because Max was on the rebound and they were both a bit drunk. But they weren't so drunk they didn't know what they were doing, and fuck it. Lewis wanted this. He wanted Max's mouth on his hard body pressed up tight against him, his unmistakably masculine scent all over him. God, how he wanted it. They could worry about whether it was a good idea afterward. "Lewis," Max muttered against his lips between kisses. "Fuck." He squirmed, bucking his hips, and then moaned in frustration. "Here, lie down a bit more." Max kneeled up and shuffled back as Lewis wriggled his way down the bed until he was lying rather than sitting. Then Max lowered himself back down over Lewis, kissing him hungrily as he straddled Lewis again and rocked their erections together. Lewis's hips started moving too, instinctively finding a rhythm with Max. His hands gripped Max's waist and slid up under his T-shirt, stroking over smooth skin and lean muscle that shifted under his hands. Max pushed Lewis's T-shirt up, and his hands made Lewis tense and shiver as his palms skimmed over Lewis's belly and up. Fingertips grazed Lewis's nipples, and he arched into it, embarrassed at how desperate he felt as Max pinched and rolled them. When Max broke the kiss to suck and lick at one of Lewis's nipples, Lewis moaned, burning with mingled mortification and excitement. Max thrust against him again, grinding their cocks together and sucking harder, and Lewis dug his fingers into Max's skin and panted. "Fuck, stop for a sec, I don't want to come in my jeans." Max lifted his head and grinned at Lewis. "Me neither, and that's definitely the way this is going. How about I suck you off instead?" Lewis's cock jerked at the thought. There was every possibility that he'd shoot his load within seconds of getting his dick inside Max's mouth, but Lewis didn't think Max would hold it against him. "It won't take long," he admitted. "That's okay." Max was already kneeling up and unfastening Lewis's jeans. "I don't care about that." He reached in to pull Lewis out, shoving his trousers and underwear down just enough to free his balls too. "Nice. Wow, your cock's nice and thick." He wrapped his fingers around Lewis's shaft and stroked him a few times. "If you keep doing that, you're not going to get as far as sucking me off," Lewis warned him. Max chuckled. "Okay, okay." He stopped and unzipped his own trousers, just relieving the pressure. He pushed his underwear down to release his cock, and it stuck straight out, just as hard as Lewis's. Lewis had never seen another guy hard before, except in porn. He stared as Max stroked and squeezed, just for a moment before stopping and lowering himself down to lick at Lewis's balls. He sucked and nuzzled them before licking up the vein to the tip. Then he held Lewis's cock at the base and sucked it down. "Oh, God!" Lewis bucked his hips up, unable to stop the instinctive movement, pushing himself into the slippery heat of Max's mouth. Max sucked, tongue swirling, making Lewis good and wet as he bobbed up and down. Lewis reached down and slid a hand into Max's hair, his other clutching at Max's shoulder as he tried to last just for a little while. This was too good for it to be over already. Max seemed to sense how close he was because he slowed down, pulling back and licking at the tip while he looked up at Lewis. His hair fell over his eyes, and Lewis pushed it away with a shaky hand. Max smiled and then opened his lips around Lewis's cock again, sucking him back in. It really didn't take long after that, and Lewis was past caring. The hot slide of Max's mouth and the flicker of his tongue soon had Lewis right on the edge, then tipping over with a choked-out warning of, "Oh, fuck, I'm gonna," before he came. Max just kept on sucking, his hand working the base as he squeezed out every last drop. He pulled off finally, face flushed and lips swollen, but stretched in a grin. Lewis tugged on his shoulders and craned up to meet him, kissing him hard, tasting himself on Max's tongue. He jerked at the sensation as Max's erection rubbed against his softening dick, then reached a tentative hand down, curling his fingers around Max's cock. It felt so strange to be touching one that wasn't his own. The textures were the same, silky skin sliding over hardness. But Max was slimmer than Lewis, fitting inside the circle of his fingers and thumb perfectly. Max made a little needy sound as Lewis ran his thumb over the head, finding it wet and slippery. Lewis wondered how it would taste, how it would feel in his mouth. But he wasn't sure he was brave enough for that yet, and Max was impatient, pushing into his grip and kissing him messily, sliding his tongue into Lewis's mouth in time with the thrust of his cock in Lewis's hand. He broke away as he came, burying his face in Lewis's shoulder as he shuddered and moaned, "Fuck, Lou, fuck!" And he spilled hot over Lewis's fist and into the space between them. Then his body went limp, the full weight of him pressing down onto Lewis. Lewis wrapped his free arm around him and held him tight while their breathing settled. Clean-up was awkward. Lewis suddenly felt very exposed now the heat of the moment had passed. They used wet wipes. A boy's best friend, Max informed him. Much better than tissues. And Lewis got himself tucked away and zipped up as fast as he could. Max was far more matter-of-fact about it all, taking his time when he got up to fetch the wipes, his wet cock still hanging out of his fly. Lewis supposed it wasn't new to him. Max had no reason to be freaking out, because he'd just got off with another bloke. But Lewis was nervous now and unsure how to behave. He was still lying back on Max's bed, pleasantly exhausted and a little fuzzy from the booze. He wondered whether he should go now, back to his own room maybe. Although it wasn't late, he was tired from drinking all afternoon, and he knew he would probably sleep. But Max came back and squeezed onto the bed beside him. "Move over a little." He threw an arm across Lewis's chest and kissed his cheek softly. That was hot. He rested his head on Lewis's shoulder. "But a little beyond the call of duty as far as cheering up a mate goes," he joked. Lewis chuckled softly. "I suppose." He dipped his head and breathed in the scent of Max's hair. Shampoo, a little product, and the sweet boyish scent of him beneath. He put his arms around Max and held him. Max felt big and bony compared to Kara, unmistakably male with the extra width of his shoulders. He felt right. Max yawned. "I'm knackered. You've worn me out." "Do you want me to go so you can sleep?" Lewis asked, unsure. Max shook his head, burrowing tighter into Lewis's shoulder. "Not unless you want to go. This is nice, just cuddling like this. Stay for a while." Lewis hid his smile in Max's hair. "Okay." Chapter 8. Lewis woke up feeling as though someone had glued his eyelids together and poured sand into his mouth while he slept. He was sprawled on his back with a weight on his chest, and something heavy was thrown over his legs. Hair tickled his nose, and he was desperate for a piss. He cranked his eyes open and winced as daylight lanced into his skull and made his head throb. "Fuck," he groaned. The weight on his chest shifted and mumbled, and the events of the previous day gradually shifted into place. Fuck. They must have fallen asleep last night just as they were, fully dressed on top of Max's duvet. No wonder his mouth felt so disgusting. He hadn't even brushed his teeth. Louis worked his tongue against the roof of his mouth, trying to muster up some saliva to swallow, but his mouth remained obstinately dry. Bollocks. It was Monday morning, so that meant Louis had a 10 o'clock lecture, and a glance at Max's clock informed Louis it was already 9:05. He moved, wriggling out from under Max and scrambling over him to get out of bed. Max rolled onto his back and opened his eyes. He looked as rough as Louis felt, his eyes puffy and face pale in the watery grey light of the morning. "What's the time?" he rasped out. "Just after 9. Louis picked up his shoes and perched on the edge of the bed as he slipped his feet into them. "Sorry to run out on you, but I've got a lecture in less than an hour." He hesitated, not sure how to take his leave. He sort of wanted to kiss Max, or hug him at least, but was conscious of how horrible his breath probably was, and he wasn't sure whether Max would want that. Just because they'd got off with each other last night didn't make them boyfriends now, and Louis had no idea what the protocol was for a hookup. Max made it easy for him. He sat up and pulled Louis into a quick hug, kissing him on the cheek with a brush of soft stubble. "It's okay, go." He pulled back. "But we'll talk later, yeah?" "Yeah." Louis nodded gratefully, glad that they obviously weren't going to pretend nothing had happened between them. He didn't think he could handle that. His heart surged a little, hoping the kiss and Max's reassurance meant that maybe this wouldn't just be a one-off. "Okay, see you later." Louis let himself out into the corridor of the flat, thanking his lucky stars nobody was around to see him emerge from Max's room in last night's clothes. That really wasn't a conversation he wanted to have to deal with at the moment. Collapsing onto his seat on the bus 20 minutes later, Louis decided the universe was obviously on his side today, because the bathroom had been free, and then the bus had been approaching just as he reached the stop. He hadn't had time for breakfast, but he had downed a pint of orange squash and grabbed a banana to eat on the walk to the bus stop. His head hurt less, and he wasn't feeling queasy now he had some food and fluid inside him. But Louis felt as though everybody on the bus was looking at him, and could tell he'd slept in his clothes and had another bloke's spunk stuck in his pubes. His cheeks heated as he remembered the noises he'd made, and the way Max had looked with his lips stretched around Louis's cock. He shifted in his seat and rearranged his bag in his lap. Yeah, maybe now wasn't the best time to be thinking about last night. But God, when Louis next had some time alone, he was going to spend a lot of time thinking about it in great and glorious detail. If he'd had any doubts at all about his attraction to Max, last night had obliterated them all in a tidal wave of hormones. "Hey, Louis, how are you?" Amanda caught up with him as he was leaving the lecture theatre, a shy smile on her face. Had it really only been Friday night they'd been out on a date together? So much had happened since then, and it felt like much longer. Louis turned and smiled, relieved she seemed okay with him after the disastrous end to the evening on Friday. "Not bad, thanks. Did you have a good weekend?" "It was okay. I nearly finished the essay for Friday, so I'm pleased about that. Then I went out clubbing with some of the girls in my corridor on Saturday. That was fun." She hitched her bag onto her shoulder. "How about you?" "Yeah, I just hung out with my flatmates mostly." Louis shrugged. "Didn't do that much, really." "You look rough," she observed, then grinned. "Sorry, how rude of me, but you are a bit peaky-looking. Late night?" Louis chuckled. "Not late, no. But there was a fair amount of alcohol involved last night. I was keeping Max company. You remember Max, my flatmate? He broke up with his boyfriend, and he was pissed off and self-medicating with red wine. We couldn't let him drink alone." Louis shifted from one foot to the other uncomfortably. "Max? Yes, I remember." Amanda looked at him intently, and Louis let his gaze flit away, watching the other students who were milling around them. "Oh, is he the guy you like?" Amanda's words made Louis look back at her. Then he dropped his gaze down to the floor as his face flamed. But he couldn't stop the smile that tugged at the corner of his lips. Louis swallowed, or tried. His mouth was still horribly dry. He was never drinking red wine again. Yeah. His shoes were suddenly terribly interesting. There was a scuff mark on the once white toe of his Converse, and he noticed one of his laces was fraying. "Louis, your ears are bright red." Amanda sounded amused, but her voice was kind. "Did something happen?" Louis couldn't find his voice. It was strangled by awkwardness. It felt wrong talking to Amanda of all people about this, after their shit show of a date. But she sounded genuinely interested, and he trusted her, and she was the only person who knew about any of it, apart from Max, of course. So he nodded. "Yeah, but I don't know if it meant anything. We were both a bit drunk." "Okay," she took his arm. "I need coffee, and you look as if you need coffee. Let's go and get caffeinated, and I think chocolate cake of some description might be in order too. Then you can tell me about it. You look like you could use an ear." Cosily ensconced at a tiny table tucked in the back corner of Starbucks, Louis spilled everything to Amanda. His crush on Max from the start of term, how, before that, he hadn't really considered he might be gay. Or bi, maybe, I don't know. I think perhaps I've never really liked girls that way. I just convinced myself I did, because I didn't want to be different to my friends. And then he ended with the events of the weekend. Max's break-up with Bruno, and the resulting evening of drinking, and how it ended up. Louis didn't go into gory details, and Amanda didn't ask. "But you really like him? You don't just fancy him? You want more than just a one-off?" "Yeah," Louis admitted. "But that's what makes it complicated. He's a really good mate, and we live together and everything, so—" He didn't articulate, but Amanda seemed to get it. "Well, that shouldn't be a reason not to go for it, if he's into you too." She picked up the last crumbs of cake with her finger and thumb, and chewed thoughtfully. "And he said you'd talk later? I suppose you just have to hope you're on the same page. But being friends is a great starting point for a relationship. It might be really awesome. Do you think you're actually in love with him?" Louis frowned. He'd never thought about it like that. "I don't know. I've never been in love before, so how would I know?" "Well, you really like him, you fancy the arse of him, and you want to be with him. How do you feel when you think about him?" Louis rolled his eyes at her. "You sound like one of those questionnaires in a magazine. My ex used to make me answer them." But then he considered it. "I don't know. I feel nervous about seeing him later, queasy almost. Surely that's not a good sign." "I think butterflies in your tummy is definitely a sign of love," she grinned. "But whatever you want to call it, you're obviously really into him. I hope he wants to give it a go." Louis sighed. "Yeah, me too." The alternative didn't really bear thinking about. When he got back to the flat, Louis knocked on Max's door straight away. His heart was thudding, and his palms were sticky with nerves. But there was no reply. He made a quick foray into the kitchen to get a sandwich. A banana, coffee, and chocolate cake didn't really constitute a balanced diet, and he was hungry despite the fluttery feeling in his belly. Dean and Andreas were in there. Andreas was baking again, flapjacks this time, apparently. "It's so much cheaper than buying them in the supermarket," he enthused. "And they're really easy." But Louis didn't hang around to chat. He just wanted to be on his own until he'd had a chance to talk to Max. He was all anxious and impatient, and wasn't feeling very sociable. After his sandwich, Louis finally showered and changed into clean clothes. He felt a bit weird about washing Max off his skin, and he hoped it wasn't symbolic. Just the thought of Max got him hard as he soaped himself. So he indulged his erection and jerked off to the memory of the night before, coming in thick spurts that swirled down the drain under his feet as he leaned against the tiles and caught his breath. Afterward, he lay on his bed and worked half-heartedly on his essay for Friday. He was about halfway done with it now, but the words weren't flowing easily. His thoughts were scattered and distracted. He paused to check his email and found a brief note from his dad. It was curt, very much a cursory check-in. He mentioned he was busy with work and that he hadn't been home much for a while. Then he said he hoped Louis was getting on okay and wasn't spending too much time partying when he should be working. Louis rolled his eyes. Sometimes he felt as though his dad really meant the opposite to what he actually said. He'd always teased Louis for being grown up before his time. He used to reminisce about the wild parties of his student days, and somehow Lewis felt the implication that he was lacking. He wondered what his dad would think if he knew exactly who was distracting Lewis from his studies. A cold lump of anxiety settled in Lewis's stomach as he thought about the fact that sometime, fairly soon, he was going to need to have a conversation with his mum and dad about his sexuality. He was sure his mum would be supportive, but his dad, well, Lewis wasn't quite so sure how he'd react. A quiet knock on his door brought him out of thoughts of his parents and back to the more immediate worries in his life. "Come in," he called. Sure enough, Max appeared around the door with a sheepish smile. "Hi." He closed the door behind him and stood there awkwardly. Lewis had never seen Max looking anything other than sure of himself before. It was a new experience. "Here, let me—" Lewis started to clear some space on the bed for Max to sit on, but Max took a seat on Lewis's desk chair. The distance between them seemed ominous before their conversation even started. A sick, hollow feeling opened up in Lewis's chest, but he forced himself to smile. "How's your head today?" Max grimaced. "It's been better. Thank God for paracetamol and isotonic sports drinks. I feel almost back to normal now, but I felt like shit this morning. You?" "Yeah, same." There was an uncomfortable pause. Lewis looked away from Max's soft gaze and doodled swirly patterns in the margin of his notes, chaotic loops and whirls that tangled and connected with each other. "So," Max began, "about last night, I was really drunk and probably not making very good decisions. I'm sorry if I pushed you into anything." Okay, that wasn't what Lewis had been expecting at all. He looked up, surprised out of his embarrassment and feeling slightly indignant. "Of course you bloody didn't. I kissed you first, or don't you remember?" "Yes." Max's lips twitched at the corners. "Yes, I definitely remember. It's just that after that, I thought maybe I came on a bit strong, considering it was your first time with another guy." "Did I ask you to stop?" Lewis demanded. "No." Max shook his head, and he was smiling now. "Definitely not." "Well, then, I'm a big boy, Max. I knew what I was doing." Lewis's cheeks and ears flared hot, but he continued, "I liked it. I liked everything about it." They sat in silence again for a while. Lewis looked down at the pen in his hand and gripped it tightly. The tension stretched out until it became unbearable for him. He felt as though something was slipping away from him, and he needed to grab hold of it, to try and keep it before it was too late. Heart racing, he took a deep breath and blurted the words out before he could lose the courage. "I wanted it to happen." And then more quietly he added, "I've kind of had a crush on you for a while, and I know my timing is probably really shit because you're on the rebound now, but I really like you, and I'd be up for more of that." He stopped talking and went back to his doodling, not brave enough to look up and see Max's reaction. His pen had nearly worn through the paper where he'd gone over and over the same patterns. "I did wonder, right back at the start of term," Max said. "At first I thought you might be into me, but I wasn't sure. And then I met Bruno, so I was kind of distracted. And plus I thought you were straight, really, maybe curious at the most. But I didn't think you were seriously interested." "It took me by surprise," Lewis admitted. "I mean, I think I sort of had a crush on a boy once before when I was much younger, my best friend back at school. But then I got involved with Kara, and I convinced myself it was nothing. But with you it was much more intense, and then, after last night—" He finally raised his eyes and looked directly at Max, willing him to believe what he was saying. "I'm pretty positive it's not a phase." Max stared back at him. His pupils were wide and dark, but there was uncertainty there, too. "I really like you, Lou," he said, holding Lewis's gaze until it was too much, and Lewis looked down at Max's hands instead. His long fingers were laced together, thumbs twirling around each other nervously as he spoke. "You're a really good mate, the best mate I've got here, and obviously I fancy you too. Last night was, well, it was really hot." He paused, and Lewis felt his heart sink, knowing there was a but coming. "But?" He said it for Max, waiting for him to fill in the blanks.
But I still feel shit about what happened with Bruno. I don't think I want to be in a relationship with anyone at the moment."
Lewis looked up again, and Max's eyes were honest.
But the regret on his face didn't make Lewis feel any better. "And I know this might be unfair to you, but I've been stung before by someone who was using me as an experiment. I'm not saying that's what you're doing," he added hastily, obviously seeing the hurt on Lewis's face. "But this is all really new to you. You said that yourself, and I just think you probably need some time to sort your head out before you rush into anything. If we weren't living together, then maybe, I don't know, maybe we could date. But as it is, we're sharing a flat and we'd be in each other's pockets all the time, and then if it didn't work out, it could make things really awkward, you know? And I'd hate to lose you as a mate. I just think it's best if we keep things simple. Just friends." Lewis swallowed around the lump in his throat. His pen had gone right through the paper now, leaving ragged edges where it had torn under the pressure. He couldn't meet Max's eyes again. He didn't want to make Max feel bad. Lewis knew Max was probably right. Staying friends was much more sensible than rushing headlong into a relationship. Lewis wondered fleetingly about suggesting they just try for casual, no big deal. Maybe they could hook up now and again and still see other people if that was what Max wanted. But Lewis didn't think he could sell the idea to Max without coming across as needy and desperate, which was exactly how he felt right now. And also, if Lewis was honest, that solution didn't sound any more appealing than them not being together at all. He wanted Max for himself. He didn't want half measures. "Yeah." Lewis cleared his throat and forced his face into something approaching a smile. "Yeah, you're probably right." He steeled himself and glanced up, seeing the relief on Max's face. "And I don't want to be tied down just when I'm working things out. It's probably better if I'm free to experiment, right? Be brave and join the LGBT sock maybe, meet more people." "Definitely," Max nodded. "We could go to one of the socials together if you wanted." Lewis tried not to wince at the thought of being out with Max, having to watch him flirting with other people, maybe snogging them in front of him. "Yeah, maybe," he managed. "Early days, remember?" Lewis could feel his brave face slipping. He felt exhausted, and his hangover was back with a vengeance. His head ached, and he felt queasy and just wanted to sleep. "Anyway, I'd better get back to this essay." He gestured at his notes. "I've nearly done and want to get it finished." "Oh, right," Max's brow furrowed. "But we're okay, yeah? I don't want things to be weird between us." "No, it's fine. I mean, yeah, we're okay." Lewis's forced smile was starting to make his cheeks hurt now. He felt like he deserved a fucking Oscar for his performance at being cool about this. Maybe he should join Drama Sock instead of LGBT Sock. "Okay." Max was still hovering uncertainly, standing by the bed now, looking down at Lewis. "See you later." Lewis looked away and picked up a book, trying to look purposeful as he flipped through the pages. He just wanted Max gone now. "Yeah, bye then, and good luck with the essay." When the door closed behind Max, Lewis gathered up his notes and his laptop and put them on his desk. Then he flopped down onto his bed and pulled his pillow down, clutching it to his chest and burying his face in it. He felt the burn of tears trying to work their way out, but he screwed his eyes shut and forced them back, breathing through the ache in his chest until the worst of it subsided. Lewis was under a cloud for the next couple of days. He tried really hard not to mope and poured all his energy into studying. He got up early and went to the library before his lectures, and he managed to get his essay finished. He even started his reading for the next one, which wasn't due in until the end of November. Lewis didn't have to tell Amanda things hadn't gone well with Max. As soon as she saw him on Tuesday, it must have been obvious. They walked back together under a grey sky that matched Lewis's mood perfectly, and he spilled his guts to her. It was such a relief to have someone he could say it all to. "Why don't you tell him how you feel?" she frowned. "This is more than just a crush. Maybe if he knew that, it would make a difference if he's just afraid of being hurt again. What have you got to lose?" "My pride," Lewis suggested. But he didn't really care about that.
If he believed telling Max he thought he might be a little bit in love with him, if love meant thinking about him all the time and aching because he couldn't have him, would help to change Max's mind, then Lewis would take the chance and tell him. But it wasn't as simple as that. Things were already strained between them, and Lewis thought any declarations of passion would make it impossible for them to act normally around each other. He sighed and pushed his tangled fringe out of his eyes. He really needed a haircut. "I don't want to fuck up our friendship," he told her. "I'd rather be friends with him than lose that. And if I tell him how crazy I am about him, then he's just going to feel guilty and it will be really fucking awkward. I don't want him to feel sorry for me. That would be so humiliating." "I guess so." Amanda was silent for a moment. "So you're just going to try and move on then and find other fish to fry? Or should that be fish in the sea?" She frowned. Lewis chuckled despite himself. "Either works, and yes, I suppose I am eventually. There's no rush, though." Amanda wasn't the only one to pick up on Lewis's bad mood. Lewis knew Max was aware of it, of course, and he kept catching Max's gaze on him when they were in a room together. When he saw Lewis looking back, he'd smile, as though hoping for a reassurance. Lewis always smiled back, even though it was the last thing he really felt like doing at the moment. He tried hard to keep up with the usual banter that went on between his flatmates, but it was tiring hearing Dean talking about Beth all the time. Lewis had done his best to evade questions about Amanda, insisting they were just friends, never revealing any details about their disastrous not-quite date. Dean kept trying to encourage Lewis to go out on the pool with Andreas. "It's all out there for the taking, mate. Live a little." And Lewis's secret was starting to wear him down. But he wasn't ready to tell it yet. Lewis was always one of the quieter ones in their flat anyway, so he thought he was getting away with being even less communicative than usual. On Wednesday evening, Lewis had excused himself from a game of poker at the kitchen table, claiming he had reading to do. Rob followed him to his room a few minutes later. "Are you all right?" Rob got straight to the point as he sat himself down on the end of Lewis's bed. "You've been a bit weird this week." "I'm just tired, busy with work," Lewis replied with a shrug. Rob stared at him for a few beats of Lewis's heart, biting his lip, and then he spoke again. "I know you slept in Max's room on Sunday night." Lewis felt a whole body flush sweep through him. There was no way he could hide his reaction as it burned its way up from his neck to the tips of his ears. He opened his mouth to try and come out with some casual half-truth about crashing out after too much booze, but Rob carried on. "It's not my business, I know, but I was just worried about you." "I'm fine," Lewis lied. "It was nothing. We were both a bit drunk, that's all." "I don't care what you're getting up to with Max. I just thought you looked like you were having a shitty week." "I'm not," Lewis protested. "We're not. I mean, it was just a one-off." He picked at a fingernail, not daring to look at Rob's face. Fuck. How had he gone from nobody knowing he was gay at the start of term, including himself, to having basically come out to 3 people in the past 4 days? "But I'm fine. It's no big deal." "Okay," Rob said mildly. "Just checking. But if you need someone to rough Max up for being a bastard to you, you'd probably be better off asking Dean. I'm not really the roughing-up sort." "Does Dean know?" Lewis asked, horrified. He really wasn't ready to be outed to anyone else, thank you very much. "No, of course not. He's not exactly known for his perceptiveness and sensitivity, is he? Subtle as a brick, our Dean. But he's protective of his mates." "Well, Max is his mate too, isn't he?" Lewis shook his head, rolling his eyes at this whole conversation. "Anyway, everything's fine. Max isn't a bastard. He just doesn't want a relationship at the moment, which is fine. Neither do I." If he said it enough times, then maybe he could convince himself it was true. Later that evening, Lewis decided he needed to man the fuck up and stop moping. Max was walking on eggshells around him, and he seemed to be waiting for Lewis to make the effort. So after Lewis had finished his work for the night, he made 2 mugs of hot chocolate and carried them down the corridor. He kicked Max's door in lieu of knocking, and when Max shouted for him to come in, called back, "Can you open it? My hands are full." Max opened the door with a puzzled expression that turned into a sweet smile when he saw Lewis standing there with a steaming mug in each hand. "I've got biscuits in my pocket too," Lewis informed him. Max's smile turned into a full-on wicked grin.
and there was me thinking you were just pleased to see me." He stood aside to let Louis in. They sat on Max's bed and watched an episode of The Big Bang Theory, giggling together and dropping crumbs all over Max's duvet. And just like that, things were okay between them again. Louis still found himself looking at Max's fingers and his lips and his smile, and wanting things he knew he couldn't have. But occasionally he noticed Max looking at him with that kind of intensity too. So Louis took comfort in the fact he wasn't the only one who was still confused about the boundaries of their friendship. The important thing was the distance was gone, and they were enjoying each other's company again. Louis could put up with a little pining if it meant he got to keep that. Chapter 9. As the weekend approached, Louis was starting to feel better. Things with Max had stayed good since they'd hung out on Wednesday evening. Louis had been making an effort to make some new friends, getting involved in conversations with some of the other people on his course after tutorials. He and Amanda had gone out for drinks with some of them on Thursday night, and that had been fun. Having a little distance from Max was definitely helping Louis's feelings for him stay under control. But he still thought about Max a lot. And when they were together, Louis found it hard not to look at him and imagine kissing him, now he knew what that felt like. The memory of their encounter replayed in Louis's mind whenever he masturbated. He didn't even attempt to think about anything else, even though he knew it wasn't helping his obsession. His mind spun off, weaving fantasy in with his memories, and Louis found himself thinking about things he wished he'd had the chance to do with Max. He imagined how Max's cock might have felt in his mouth, how it would have tasted, and he regretted not taking things further when he'd had the opportunity. On Friday evening, Louis and Max were both in the kitchen, attempting to cook while mostly just getting in each other's way. Louis was stirring beans and trying to fry bacon, and Max was cooking some sort of pasta and sauce all in one thing on one of the back rings of the hob. They were sniping at each other in a light-hearted way, and Louis was enjoying the banter and the proximity. Max stood close behind him and reached around him to stir his pan, cursing because it had stuck again. "They're fucking crap, these packet mixes. I really need to try doing some proper cooking soon. Take a leaf out of Andreas's book." His arm brushed Louis's bicep as he scraped the pasta off the bottom of the pan, and Louis was very aware of the warmth and solidity of Max's body, right there, tantalizingly close. Louis jumped when Dean burst into the kitchen, brandishing a flyer. "Are you lads busy tomorrow night? There's a Halloween party over at the Hall Bar. It's £2 a pint all night, and they're doing vodka jelly shots too." "That sounds all right." Max stepped away from Louis and took the flyer to study it. "Yeah, that sounds cool," Louis said. "Is it free to get in? I spent too much last night in the pub, so anything involving cheap drinks this weekend is good." "What will you go as, Lou?" Max asked him. "Have you got a costume sorted yet, Dean?" "Oh, is it fancy dress, then?" Louis frowned, stirring his beans. Then he stirred Max's pasta too, because Max seemed to have forgotten about it, and it was bubbling furiously. "Duh!" Max elbowed Louis affectionately, then ruffled his hair. "It's Halloween, of course it's sodding fancy dress." "I was thinking a pirate," Dean said. "I've got a stripy t-shirt, and I'm pretty sure I can manage to make an eye patch. Then I could just roll up my trousers and not wear any shoes and socks." "Good thing it's only about 100 yards to the bar, then," Louis grinned. "Otherwise your feet would freeze." The weather had turned cold over the last few days, with clear skies giving frosty mornings. I hate fancy dress, and I'm always crap at thinking of costumes. "I'll help you." Max had finally started paying attention to his dinner again. His hand brushed Louis's as he took the wooden spoon back and gave the pasta a final stir before deciding it was done and taking the pan off the heat. "Charity shops are brilliant for finding stuff for costumes. We can go on a mission tomorrow and see what we come up with. I'll sort you out." "Okay, cheers." Louis wondered what on earth Max would pick for him. He was assuming he'd have the power to veto if it was anything too embarrassing. "You said you wanted an easy costume and nothing that involved showing too much skin." Max sounded exasperated, like a parent with a petulant child who was being deliberately awkward. "This is easy.
chinos, shirt and tie, Dean's lab coat and the toy stethoscope we found in the charity shop. Simple and not too embarrassing even for you. But do I really have to have the glitter? Lewis knew he was whining now, but seriously. Glitter? He knew from experience, Cara had once worn body glitter on a night out, that he'd be finding it in awkward places for weeks, maybe forever. Without the glitter, you're just wearing a lame doctor costume. That's not very Halloween-y, Max insisted. The glitter makes you a vampire doctor, a recognizable vampire doctor to anyone who hasn't been living at the North Pole for the last few years. And if we slick your hair back, it will be even better. It's a shame you're not blonde, though. He frowned as though considering something. Don't even think about it, Lewis flared. I'm not dyeing my hair for one night. Max grinned. Okay, calm down, but the glitter is essential. Everyone knows sparkly vampires are a thing. A ridiculous thing. Fancy dress costumes are supposed to be ridiculous. Lewis was still dubious, but he stopped grumbling and flipped up his collar and then slid his tie into position so he could knot it. Max didn't look ridiculous. He looked disturbingly sexy. Clad in a skin-tight black running top and a pair of black leggings purchased on their charity shop expedition earlier, Max's costume didn't leave much to the imagination. Every dip and curve of lean muscle on his body was on display, and the bulge at his groin in the leggings was highly distracting. He was standing by the mirror that hung on the back of Lewis's wardrobe door, outlining his eyes with black eyeliner. He'd already blackened the tip of his nose and drawn on some whiskers, and was wearing a hairband with black paper triangles sellotaped to it so they looked like cat's ears. "How's that?" He turned to face Lewis, and Lewis took the opportunity to look him up and down, seeing as he'd been invited to give an opinion. Max looked fucking gorgeous as it happened, but Lewis wasn't going to say that. Lewis's gaze slid up from Max's torso to meet his green eyes, which stood out dramatically against the black eyeliner and his pale face. "Looks good," Lewis said casually, in the understatement of the year. Thank fuck he was wearing a lab coat so any awkward erections would be easy to hide. Max approached him, brandishing a large brush and something glittery in a pot that he'd borrowed from the girls in the flat downstairs. "It's more of a shimmer than a glitter," he reassured Lewis. "Not like those little chunks of metal like you get on Christmas cards or anything." "Go on, then." Lewis closed his eyes and braced himself. The sweep of the brush over his forehead and cheeks felt nice, but it tickled around his nose and made him jerk away and giggle. "Hang on, nearly there." Max put the finishing touches to Lewis's chin and around his eyes. "You can open now. Tilt your head back." He moved on to Lewis's neck, sweeping the soft bristles over it and down to his collar. Max stopped and looked closely at Lewis, cupping his chin with a warm hand and angling his face toward the light before adding a little more to his cheeks. "That looks cool," he smirked. "Don't forget your stethoscope, Dr. Cullen." He picked it up, a toy plastic one in garish bright red and yellow plastic, and hooked it around Lewis's neck, then straightened the collar on the lab coat beneath it. "There you go, perfect." "Thanks." Lewis turned and looked in the mirror. The glitter wasn't quite as bad as he'd expected. There was an undeniable metallic sheen to his skin, but it wasn't the little scratchy silver pieces he'd anticipated. It wasn't too obvious, apart from where the light caught his cheekbones, and he could live with it. "Is my tail nice and central?" Max was tucking a strip of black furry stuff into the back of his leggings. He turned and wiggled his arse at Lewis. Lewis tried to focus on the position of the tail rather than the curve of Max's buttocks in the snug cotton lycra. "It's fine." Lewis tore his gaze away from Max's bum. "Shall we go and see if the others are ready?" It was a whole flat outing. All 5 of them were going, plus Rob's girlfriend Katie, who was visiting this weekend. Beth and the rest of the girls from the flat downstairs were coming too, and when Lewis had texted Amanda to see if she was interested, she'd said she might turn up with some friends from her hall. They called for the girls on their way down and all walked over together. The bar was already busy, but they managed to find a free table. Some of them sat down to save it while the others went to the bar to get drinks. Dean elbowed his way through the crowd like a man on a mission and ordered pints of snake-bite and black with green jelly worms floating in them for everyone.
They seemed to be the bargain drink of the night. "I want some vodka jelly shots later, though." Max eyed them where they were lined up on the counter behind the bar. "Are they really pumpkin flavour?" A guy behind the bar grinned and winked at him as he flipped the tap, pouring out beer for somebody else further along the bar. "Nah, just orange, sorry to disappoint." Lewis bristled, recognizing the invitation in the guy's eyes as he looked at Max. He wasn't even trying to hide his interest. "Orange is good too. It's juicier than pumpkins." Max smirked back. "Max, we're done." Lewis nudged him. "Dean's paid. Can you carry some of these?" "Sure." Max pushed 3 pints together and managed to pick them up carefully, his long fingers spanning them enough to keep them from falling. "Have a good night," the guy behind the bar called after them, but Lewis knew it was really aimed at Max. When they got back to the table, he picked up his pint and swallowed the first couple of inches of it rather faster than was probably advisable, pouring the cool liquid on the jealousy swirling around in his stomach. The lights were turned down low in the bar, and there were green and purple spotlights flashing in time to the music pouring from the speakers. Fake cobwebs hung around the walls along with strings of pumpkin-shaped lights that gave a warm orange glow. Lewis ended up sitting next to Max, and they had to lean close in order to be able to hear each other over the music. It was the first time Lewis had been in such close proximity to him since last Sunday night. He tried not to shiver as Max's lips practically brushed his earlobe as he spoke. "Katie and Rob are really sweet together, aren't they?" Lewis followed Max's gaze. There weren't enough chairs for everybody to sit down, as usual, so Katie was on Rob's lap with his arms tight around her middle. Her hands covered his where they rested on her belly, and every now and again she'd turn around to make eye contact, and Rob would smile at her. "Yeah, she seems really nice." Lewis watched as Katie turned to sit sideways and dipped her head to kiss Rob briefly on the lips. When she pulled away, he laughed and reached up to thumb some green face paint off her chin. Rob was dressed as the Incredible Hulk, the skinniest Hulk ever, in his normal jeans and ripped-up shirt. But despite the minimal effort he'd made with the rest of his costume, he had painted his entire face, torso, and arms bright green, so was smearing anyone he came into contact with. Luckily, Katie was dressed as a mermaid, so the green that daubed her bare arms and now her face didn't look too out of place with her costume. Lewis tried to remember himself being like that with Kara, and how it felt to be part of a couple. But it seemed so hard to imagine now. He wasn't sure he'd ever felt the same kind of connection he saw with Rob and Katie. They were so comfortable together, and so obviously in love. His gaze drifted to Max, and Lewis let himself slip into a fantasy of being with Max like that, being together, being able to look at Max and not try to hide the way he was feeling. It felt like a million miles away from where he was right now, when only a couple of people even knew his secret. "Hi, Lewis." He turned to find Amanda, flanked by a couple of other girls. She was dressed as a sort of gothic-looking witch, with black and red stripy tights and a skimpy black dress. The other girls were in similar attire, but wearing different-coloured tights. All three had backcombed their hair into a tangle and gone for the pale and interesting witch look rather than the green and warty one. Black eyeliner featured heavily. Amanda looked really good like that, Lewis thought. It was very different to her usual, fairly conventional style. "The three witches!" Max exclaimed. "Cool!" "We tried to make a cauldron out of a cardboard box," Amanda said. "But it didn't really work, so we gave up. We couldn't find any newts or bats, but we did manage to borrow a frog and a dog." She brandished 2 cuddly toys, and the boys laughed. "Impressive," Lewis grinned. Amanda introduced her friends as Joe and Libby, and then all 3 of them disappeared to the bar to get some drinks. The party was supposed to go on until past midnight, and as the evening progressed, Lewis got more and more buzzed on the drinks that seemed to be going down rather easily. Their group was big and noisy, and there was lots of laughter and inane conversation. At some point the dancing started. The girls were the first to get up and dance, but then they came back and pestered the boys, who pretended to be reluctant, but mostly went pretty willingly. Lewis usually didn't like dancing.
He wasn't the most coordinated of people, and felt too self-conscious to get into it. But tonight he'd drunk enough to get to that state where he didn't really care what he looked like. There were so many bodies on the dance floor, there wasn't a lot of space to move anyway, so he just swayed along with the rest of them, high on the atmosphere. Max always seemed to be close to him, his laughing face and shock of blonde hair catching the light and making Lewis's heart jump. The way Max moved his hips in those black leggings should have been illegal, and Lewis's hands itched to grab Max's hips and move with him and to feel the tight muscles of his arse under his palms. After the bell for last orders at the bar had been rung, the music changed pace. All around them people started to pair up. Boys with their hands on girls' waists, and girls' heads on boys' shoulders. Lewis watched as Rob and Katie wrapped themselves around each other and kissed as though they were the only people in the room, long and slow and lost in each other. He tore his gaze away, swallowing hard, and found Max was there beside him. Max's eyes were huge and dark, unreadable in the muted light and shadows, but his fingers reached for Lewis's hand and squeezed. When Max leaned in close, his breath was warm and damp on Lewis's cheek. "You want to get out of here?" Lewis nodded, unable to speak around the lump in his throat and the hope that flared fiercely. Maybe this was a really bad idea, but Lewis couldn't bring himself to care. He just wanted Max so much it hurt, and he knew he'd take whatever Max was offering. They broke their grip on each other's hands, but Lewis followed Max closely as Max stopped to pick up his jacket. Then they left, not bothering to say goodbye to anyone. Lewis brushed past Amanda, who was locked in an embrace with Andreas. He was wearing her witch's hat, and her hands were tucked into the back of the red briefs he was wearing on the outside of his jeans. He was dressed as a very half-assed Superman. Lewis grinned as he passed them, glad Amanda seemed to be having a good time. As they stepped into the darkness outside the bar, the chill of the night air hit them hard. But then Max grabbed Lewis and stepped into his space, crowding him up against the wall of the building. Lewis could hear the muted voices of some people walking past, their footsteps echoing off the brick walls that surrounded them. Max kissed Lewis's neck first, nuzzling his way up to suck on his earlobe, and Lewis squirmed and gripped Max's hips as Max breathed out, humming right into his ear. Max's hands were in Lewis's hair, messing it up where it was still half-slicked back, and he chuckled against Lewis's cheek. "You taste weird. It must be the glittery stuff." Lewis turned his head to find Max's lips, needing to taste his mouth. He was sweet from vodka jelly, and the kiss was messy and desperate, their hands clutching and grabbing at each other. Max kicked Lewis's legs apart so he could stand between them and grind into him. Lewis could feel how hard Max was, how much he wanted this too. "Max." He broke away, pushing him gently backward. "Not here." Max's eyes glittered in the street lamps, and his lips shone wet. "My place or yours?" he smirked. "I don't care, I just want to be inside." Max laughed. "Well, that's a little presumptuous, don't you think?" He was still giggling as Lewis dug him in the ribs. "You know what I meant. I couldn't resist. Come on." He took Lewis's hand, and this time Lewis let him keep it in his grip. He didn't care if anyone saw them. They ended up outside Max's room, while Max fumbled with his keys in the lock. It was the closest. Not by much, of course, but he'd already got his keys out to unlock the front door of the flat. Lewis was up close behind him, groping him through the leggings like he'd wanted to do all night, and Max was laughing and pushing his ass back into Lewis's erection. "You're not really helping, you know." His voice was breathless and amused, and he moaned as Lewis found the tip of Max's cock with his thumb and rubbed it. "Not helping at all." His key finally slotted home, and they stumbled into Max's bedroom, slamming the door behind them. They stood for a moment, both breathing heavily from their dash up the stairs. Lewis bit his lip as they stared at each other, blinking in the sudden bright overhead light. "You make a sexy vampire doctor," Max smiled. "But now you're covered in black smudges from my nose and whiskers, although that's kind of sexy too." He kissed Lewis again, more softly this time. He took his time, exploring Lewis's mouth with his tongue, until Lewis's heart was pounding from more than the 5 flights of steps he'd just run up. His knees felt weak, and he clung to Max, kissing him back desperately. Max tugged his cat ears off and pulled the stethoscope away from Lewis's neck, chucking them on the floor. His hands moved to Lewis's hips and guided him as they shuffled back toward the bed. "Hang on," he broke away. "I'm just gonna—" Max switched on the lamp by the bed and moved back to check the door was locked. Then he switched off the ceiling light. The glow of the lamp softened everything in the room and turned Max's face into sharp angles and shadows as he came to stand in front of Lewis again. This time Lewis was the one who reeled Max in, with one hand on the nape of his neck and the other on his hip. His need for more made him bold and impatient. Max's fingers worked Lewis's tie loose and pushed the lapcoat off his shoulders as they kissed, and Max's jacket hit the floor seconds later. After that it was a mad rush to get at each other's skin. Lewis was too turned on to feel self-conscious as their shirts came off, and the delicious warmth of Max's skin as their chests and bellies touched made him moan. Max fidgeted and stumbled, trying to kick his shoes off unsuccessfully. "Bollocks!" he cursed, and moved away, sitting on the edge of the bed to tug off his shoes and socks. Lewis sat beside him and followed suit. Then Max stood and stripped off his leggings and underwear. "Now I won't get tangled in them later." He stood before Lewis, completely naked, his cock sticking out and swaying slightly as he moved. He was so beautiful, Lewis thought. His body was perfectly lean and graceful, all taut muscle, but no bulk. His nipples were tight in the chill of the room, or maybe with arousal. Lewis wanted to touch him all over, but he didn't know where to begin. But then Max took a step toward him, and one obvious option was pointing right at him. Lewis's mouth watered as he reached for Max, using a hand to guide Max's cock to his lips so he could suck experimentally. "Fuck!" Max gasped, surprised perhaps by Lewis's boldness. His hands came up and rested lightly on Lewis's shoulders. The blood pounded in Lewis's ears, and his heart raced as he tasted Max's salty sweetness, swirling his tongue and sucking him deeper until he retched and pulled back, half laughing. "Sorry." Lewis flushed, looking up to meet Max's gaze. He took Max's erection in his hand again and stroked it. "That's not as easy as it looks when somebody else does it." "It takes practice." Max smiled, touching Lewis's cheek with his fingertips. "Anyway, you don't need to deep throat for it to feel amazing." Lewis tried again, not trying to take too much this time. He held Max's cock in his hand and kissed his way up the underside, before sucking again, just on the tip this time. He tongued around Max's foreskin and dipped into the slit, and Max's fingers slid into his hair and tightened in the strands. "Feels good." Lewis looked up at Max again as he sucked and licked, noting his parted lips and slightly dazed expression. It felt awesome to be the one making him look like that. He turned his attention to Max's balls, nuzzling into the soft hair at his groin, breathing in the warm, musky scent of him, so very male, yet different to Lewis's own scent. And then he licked at Max's sack. The wrinkled skin and sparse hairs felt rough and alien against his tongue, but Max groaned appreciatively and pressed his hips forward, so Lewis did it a few more times. Then he licked up to the head and sucked Max back into his mouth, taking him a little deeper again, but carefully this time. Lewis reached down with a free hand to palm his own cock through his trousers. It was so hard, and it felt good as he pressed and rubbed through the fabric. He fumbled with his zip one-handed. His other hand was stroking Max's balls, and he didn't want to let them go. But it defeated him. Max chuckled softly and slipped a hand under Lewis's chin, easing him back and away as Lewis swallowed and swiped at the spit running down his chin with the back of his hand. "You're overdressed." Max took Lewis's hands and pulled him up, unfastening his belt and fly with nimble fingers. "I want you naked, too." He swept Lewis's trousers and boxers down in one deft movement, and Lewis stepped out of them. Then Max pushed him down onto the bed and crawled over Lewis, kissing him again. He lowered his body until they were pressed right up against each other, bare skin to bare skin, cock to cock. It felt so unlike anything Lewis had experienced before. Max was lean and hard, and so very different to Kara. The scratch of his stubble on Lewis's cheeks and chin, and the rasp of the hair on his legs were new and exciting. Max straddled him, pressing their cocks together with a slow, dirty grind of his hips, and Lewis gasped and clutched at him, his fingers digging into Max's arse as he moved with him instinctively. "I want to blow you again," Max murmured as he pressed, biting, sucking kisses to Lewis's neck. "Is that okay?" Lewis nodded and gasped out a yes, wondering in what universe it wouldn't be okay for Max to suck his dick. He lifted his head and dragged the pillow down to support it so he could watch as Max slid down his body. Max pushed Lewis's thighs apart and settled between them. He started slow and teasing, kissing Lewis's balls softly and tickling them with his tongue and hot breath. He kissed behind them, too, running the flat of his tongue over the smooth skin there, until Lewis was clutching the sheets and gritting his teeth with the effort not to whimper pathetically or start begging. Lewis's cock jerked, leaking pre-cum in a glistening strand which stuck to the sparse hair on his belly. Max finally moved up to suck Lewis's cock into his mouth in one swift movement that wrenched a moan from Lewis. He was so close already, cock throbbing and balls tingling as Max drew him inside. He sucked up and down a few times, using his tongue on the sensitive underside in a way that Lewis knew would make him come embarrassingly fast if Max kept it up. Lewis was just about to give in and stop trying to fight it when Max pulled off. Max kept his hand wrapped around Lewis, stroking slowly. "Do you ever finger yourself when you wank?" Max's voice was husky, and a new shiver of heat coursed through Lewis, at Max's tone as much as at the question itself. Lewis's whole body was hot, a delicious mixture of arousal and squirmy embarrassment as he nodded. "A bit, sometimes." "That's hot." Max's eyes were dark and intent, his hand still stroking Lewis as he spoke. "Can I do it to you while I suck you off?" Lewis nodded, his throat too tight with anticipation to get any words out, and Max rewarded him with a brilliant smile. "Hang on, then." He hopped off the bed to grab a bottle from a drawer and settled back down in his previous position. Lewis watched, equal parts nervous and excited, as Max slicked 2 of his fingers, and then squirted out a little more lube onto his fingertip. He brought it down and circled Lewis's hole. It was cold, and Lewis hissed and tensed involuntarily. "Sorry," Max chuckled. He leaned down and started sucking Lewis's cock again. It had softened a little with nerves, and from the lack of contact while Max was faffing around with the lube. But the welcoming heat of Max's mouth soon had him back to full hardness. Max was taking his time, still just circling Lewis's hole with slippery fingers. Lewis felt his body start to give and soften, and he was glad for the alcohol in his system that was helping him to relax. Letting somebody else do this to him felt so unfamiliar, and Lewis drew his knees up, opening himself to Max, and took a sharp breath as he felt the stretch and press of a finger finally pushing inside him. Lewis gave himself up to the sensations, the sense of strangeness gradually dissipating as a slow, inexorable tide of heat washed over him from his scalp to his toes. He lost himself in the hot slide of Max's mouth and the insistent, curling pressure of his finger, then fingers, as he stretched Lewis open and worked them deeper. Just as Lewis was right on the brink, about to crash over into bliss, he heard the sound of the flat door slamming open and loud voices in the corridor outside. But Lewis was already gone, exquisite pleasure making him shudder and thrust into Max's mouth as he bit down on his lip to stop himself from crying out, hands fisted in the duvet beneath him. He came back to earth by degrees, twitching with sensitivity as Max sucked him gently now, his fingers still buried deep in Lewis's arse. Lewis found himself giggling, breathless, trying to stifle the sound because he could hear Dean and Andreas in the corridor outside, and a girl's voice that sounded a lot like Amanda. Max let Lewis's cock slip from his mouth, and he grinned. His lips were pink and wet, and he looked fucking gorgeous.
We should have put some music on.
Yeah, Lewis grinned back. Well, it's your turn to come now, so maybe you should put some on first to give us a bit of cover. He winced a little as Max eased his fingers out carefully, leaving him suddenly empty.
Okay.
Max got up.
I'll give my hands a wipe first, though. Don't want to get my iPod sticky.
Lewis lay and watched Max move around, utterly confident in his nakedness. It was so beautiful it made Lewis's chest ache to look at him. Max's skin was golden where the soft light caressed it, and his cock had softened for the time being, but was still thick where it hung between his thighs. Lewis wanted it in his mouth again. When Max came back to the bed, Lewis shuffled over to make space, as much as he could on the narrow single, and turned onto his side. He'd pulled the duvet up over his hips, feeling a little chilly without Max to keep him warm. Max slid under the covers with him and put an arm around his waist, drawing him in close. They kissed lazily for a minute or two. It was relaxed and peaceful. But Lewis was conscious Max hadn't come yet, and he wanted to make that happen. Breaking the kiss, Lewis wriggled down the bed, pushing the covers out of the way until he was level with Max's groin. It was still mostly soft, and Lewis used his hand to guide Max between his lips, wanting to feel him grow in his mouth. He sucked, tugging gently on Max's foreskin with his lips, then took him deeper. Lewis caressed Max with his tongue, smiling as he felt him swell and fill rapidly. Lewis loved the warm weight and thickness of Max's cock, and the subtle salty musk of him made Lewis's mouth start to water. Max's hands were in his hair, stroking and touching, and it was perfect. Lewis felt as though he'd be happy doing this all night. He got lost in it, giving pleasure to Max being a pleasure of its own. He'd never felt this before, always unsure with Kara whether she really liked things or not. But Max showed him everything with the restless movements of his hips, the hardness of his cock, his sounds of appreciation, and his hands that touched Lewis constantly. Max stroked his hair, cupped his jaw. He used words to tell Lewis how it felt and what he wanted. So good. Yes, like that. God, Lewis. Yeah. When Lewis's jaw started to ache, he sucked harder and faster, wanting to make Max feel as good as he'd done earlier. He rolled Max onto his back and kneeled over him, fondling his balls and reaching back to rub over his hole with dry fingers. Fuck! Max tightened his fingers in Lewis's hair, tugging. Gonna come, Lou! Lewis chickened out at the last minute. Afraid he wouldn't be able to swallow, and not wanting to make a tit of himself, he pulled away. But he replaced his mouth with his hand and felt the thick pulse of Max's cock as he moaned, shooting in a surprising arc that hit his own shoulder as his body curled up with the force of his climax. The second spurt sprayed his belly and chest with white spots, and the last few leaked out over Lewis's fists and fingers as Max collapsed back, flushed and panting. "Fuck, that was good," he gasped. "I feel like I just jizzed my brains out all over myself." Lewis laughed. "You look like it, too." He used his free hand to catch a drop that lay next to Max's nipple with a fingertip and brought it to his mouth. He licked and frowned, assessing the flavour. "Not too bad. I'm sorry I didn't swallow." "Don't be daft," Max replied. "Lots of people don't. It's not always sensible anyway. You know, safe sex and all." "Oh, shit, yes, of course." Lewis hadn't even thought about that. "I would have told you if there was anything to worry about," Max assured him. "Pass me the wet wipes. They're under the bed, unless you want to lick it all up now you've decided it tastes okay." "No, I'm good, thanks," Lewis laughed. He leaned over to reach the packet and passed it to Max to clean up, then shivered as goosebumps washed over his exposed skin. Max shifted over, holding the duvet up, and Lewis snuggled in without questioning it. Now the heat of the moment had passed. His head was swirling with what they'd done, and whether it meant anything had changed between them. But he didn't want to ask and risk ruining this moment of intimacy. Max was lying on his back, and Lewis lay on his side with his head on Max's shoulder. The beat of Max's heart was clear and steady in Lewis's ear as they lay in silence for a moment. Max's arm, the one that wasn't around Lewis, was resting across his belly, and Lewis let his hand rest on it, absently stroking the dusting of hair on his forearm. He looked down and saw the silvery scars curving around from the inside of Max's arm, and traced the edges of them with his fingertips, wondering but not asking. Max spoke anyway. "I was 14, angry, unhappy. Things were pretty shit at the time. I know it's fucked up, but it made me feel better." Lewis didn't know how to reply. His fingers still lingered on the lines Max had carved into his skin. Lewis remembered a row he'd once had with his dad, where he was so angry at not getting his own way that he'd punched his bedroom wall. It had hurt like fuck, and that was the one and only time he'd ever deliberately done something that caused himself physical pain. He'd felt stupid afterward, ashamed of his outburst. The idea of cutting yourself until you bled, deliberately, was completely alien to him. "I don't do it any more," Max added. "One day I want to get a tattoo that works them into a design. I think that would be cool." "Yeah," Lewis agreed. "That would." They lay in silence a little longer, and Lewis was just starting to feel sleepy when Max spoke quietly. "We've fucked up a bit here, haven't we? It's less than a week, and we've totally failed at being just friends." A cold hand squeezed Lewis's heart as his unasked questions were answered. Max obviously hadn't changed his opinion on what he wanted. Maybe they had failed on this occasion, but Lewis wasn't going to make things unnecessarily messy. It was easy to lie when he didn't have to look Max in the eye. "It's no big deal." He'd managed to get the words out. His voice had sounded husky, but hopefully Max would put that down to his cock being in Lewis's throat earlier. "This doesn't change anything," Lewis continued. "Just friends is still cool with me. Our dicks will get with the program eventually." He forced out a tight laugh as he moved to sit up. "I should get back to my room. I don't want to risk falling asleep in here again." Max looked uncertain, and the tentative grin that had been on his lips faded away. Lewis forced a smile. "I need to wash the rest of this glittery crap off before I sleep, anyway." He pointed to his face. "I didn't manage to wipe all of it off on you. The tip of your nose is black from my whiskers." A smile tilted Max's lips. Lewis wanted to kiss him again, to cling to him and convince him they should do this again every night if possible. But luckily he hadn't had enough alcohol to strip him of his verbal filter and his pride, so instead he got out of bed. Gathering what little dignity a man can have when bollock-naked and smeared liberally with glitter, Lewis pulled on his trousers, commando, and gathered up the rest of his clothes. He couldn't be bothered to dress properly. If he ran into one of the others in the hallway, then that was just too fucking bad. He didn't really care at this point what anybody else knew or thought. The bubble of happiness that had filled him for the last couple of hours had well and truly burst, leaving him aching and raw. "Good night." He headed for the door. The bed creaked behind him, but he didn't look back. "Lou?" He turned, and Max was standing right there. He took Lewis's face in both hands and pressed a soft kiss to his lips, and it tasted like goodbye. "Sleep well." "You too." Lewis closed the door quietly behind him and stood in the darkness of the corridor. He dragged in a shaky breath to combat the pain in his chest. But then the sound of a door farther down the corridor made him jump and rush to open his and get inside. Lewis wanted to have his meltdown in privacy. Chapter 10. "I'm done studying for tonight." Amanda closed her laptop and put it aside. She and Lewis were sitting on her bed with various books and notes stretched out between them. "Do you fancy some hot chocolate?" she asked. "I've got biscuits, too." "Yes, please." Lewis raised his head, lifting his gaze from the book on his lap, and smiled. "That sounds great. I'm hungry." His stomach growled at the thought of sustenance, reminding him he'd only eaten 2 pieces of jam on toast for dinner. "Okay, I'll be back in 5 minutes or so." Amanda stood and smoothed out her clothes, then left Lewis alone in her room. Lewis had taken to avoiding his flat as much as possible during the last week. It wasn't that he and Max had fallen out exactly, but they'd barely spoken since the night of the Halloween party. Lewis found it too difficult to be around him. The pressure of trying to act normally and hide his hurt feelings was exhausting. The fact that he had 2 essay deadlines looming had given him the perfect excuse to bury himself in work. He'd taken to staying at the library late into the afternoon and working there, rather than coming back to study in his room as he'd done before. Then, in the evenings, he'd used Amanda's room as a bolt-hole, taking his books over on the pretext of studying together. Really, though, they'd spent just as much time chatting or hanging out and watching TV. It had been Amanda that Lewis had turned to when he woke up last Saturday feeling miserable. Unable to face Max, he'd headed straight for Amanda's room when he surfaced around lunchtime. "You ended up with Max again last night, I take it?" she'd said as she let him in. Then she took in his forlorn expression and added, "But it's still complicated?" Lewis had nodded glumly and proceeded to offload all his woes and frustration. She listened calmly, with a comforting arm around his shoulders. It was only when he'd finished that he remembered he wasn't the only one who'd pulled last night. "Sorry," Lewis had sniffed, wiping his nose on the sleeve of his hoodie. "There's nothing like being unlucky in love to make you really fucking self-centered. So what happened with you and Andreas last night?" Amanda's cheeks had coloured, and she'd grinned sheepishly. "Mostly just snogging, and maybe a little groping. But a lot of snogging. We were both a bit drunk. I kind of fell asleep in his bed before we managed to get up to anything really interesting. And then this morning we had that whole awkward morning after thing. I just left as quickly as I could because I was embarrassed." Since then Andreas had been texting her back and forth, but they hadn't made any plans to get together yet. Poor Amanda was on tenterhooks, hoping he'd ask her out properly, but not quite willing enough to put herself out there and ask Andreas directly. But Lewis had been threatened with severe violence against his testicles if he got involved, and told Andreas how keen she was, so he'd been very careful to keep quiet about it. Lewis jumped up to help Amanda as she pushed her way back through the door with a mug in each hand and a packet of biscuits hanging from between her teeth. "Thanks." She grinned as he took the biscuits from her and cleared some space on the little table beside her bed for the mugs. "So," Amanda said, once they'd made themselves comfortable again, side by side on the bed with mugs and biscuits in hand, "have you talked to Max yet?" Lewis shook his head, timing the dunking of his biscuit perfectly. It was exactly the right amount of soggy, but didn't break off into the mug. "No," he replied through his mouthful of chocolatey biscuit. "I've honestly hardly seen him. If you're dedicated, it's amazing how easy it is to avoid someone who lives in the room next door to you. I've only really been around him when the others are there, so there's no chance to talk about anything personal. But what is there to say, anyway?" He shrugged. "There's nothing to discuss, so there's no point going over it again. We're just mates. We hooked up. That's all. It's a bit awkward, but we'll get over it." He paused, dunking the second half of his biscuit carefully. "Well, I'll get over it. He seems fine." Lewis thought he'd done a very good job of not sounding bitter, but then his biscuit disintegrated into his mug and gave him the perfect excuse to curse a little more viciously than the occasion demanded. "Fuck it all!" "So what are you going to do, then?" Amanda asked. "Just forget about him and move on?" She sipped at her drink, then took a bite of biscuit. She wasn't a dunker. She said she liked the crunch. "I don't know, maybe. I haven't really thought about it." "Did you think any more about joining LGBT, Sock?" She'd mentioned it earlier in the week, and Lewis knew it was probably a good idea. He needed to get out and meet people, and having more support from people in the same boat as him could only be a good thing, especially now his one gay friend was kind of off-limits for a while as far as heart-to-hearts went. Not that Max wouldn't listen if Lewis wanted to talk, of course, but Lewis couldn't open up to him now. He felt like he'd already made himself vulnerable enough. He needed friends to talk to, not someone he had complicated, twisty, painful feelings for that he refused to give an official name to. "I'll get round to it," he replied. "There's a social night out, drinks in a bar down in town coming up soon. Maybe I'll go along to that." "I'll come with you if you want," she offered. "Straight friends are welcome, I assume?" "I think so, and thanks." Lewis smiled, touched by her easy support. I'd really like that, actually, but first I want to check Max isn't going. I don't think he will. He doesn't go to many of the society gatherings, but I'll let you know. Okay. I think I need to tell my parents. Louis slurped his hot chocolate. He was getting down to the gritty, biscuity bits at the bottom now. It was kind of gross and delicious at the same time. The combination of soggy biscuit and milky chocolate suddenly evoked a vivid childhood memory of sitting at the kitchen table with his mum beside him reading him a story. He was shot through with a sense of yearning for the simplicity of his life back then. I'm going home to visit next weekend, so I thought I'd just get it over with. I don't see the point in putting it off. Not if you're sure. Amanda put her empty mug aside and brushed biscuit crumbs off her lap. My brother said coming out was a huge relief, even though there were a few people who were a bit weird about it. He said it was still better having it out in the open. Do you think your parents will be supportive? Yeah, I do. Louis tried to imagine how the conversation would go. His parents were pretty accepting people, and they weren't remotely religious, so there would be no complications there. My mum will just want me to be happy, but she might worry about me, about what it means for my future, I suppose. But I'm sure she'll be okay. My dad will probably be fine too. It's just still really scary. Somehow talking about it makes it real. At the moment only you and Max know, and Rob, sort of. But the more people who find out, then the more I have to own it, if that makes sense. But that's probably a good thing, really. He ran a hand through his hair, trying to find the words. I think I want that. I want to face up to my sexuality, to embrace it. Does that sound really wanky? Maybe a bit, Amanda giggled, but she took his hand and squeezed it. No, it makes perfect sense, and I can imagine how that feels. You should definitely do it. Tell your parents. Thanks. Louis squeezed back. Her hand felt small and soft in his, nothing like Max's. I think I will. Louis travelled home by train on Friday. He had a morning lecture, but was free in the afternoon, so he was able to take his rucksack down with him and then go straight to the station at noon. He had to change twice in London, with a short hop on the tube, and then get on another train that took him down toward the south-east. The journey took about 3.5 hours in all. Louis managed to snag a seat with the table on the second train, so he could work on his current essay as he travelled. But after eating a giant piece of flapjack from the buffet car, the combination of a full belly and the repetitive sound of the wheels on the track started to make Louis sleepy. He closed his laptop and leaned back as his eyelids started to droop, and his chin slowly descended toward his chest. A sudden jolt jerked him awake, so he took off his hoodie, folded it up to cushion his head, and leaned against the window. He watched the fields and hedges rushing by as the train ate up the miles, and he gradually slipped into sleep. He slept soundly for a little while, but then dozed fitfully as he got closer to home, listening with half an ear for the station announcements so he wouldn't miss his stop. At the last stop before home, Louis texted his mum to let her know he would be getting in on time. She was waiting for him just outside the station doors as he emerged, with a big smile on her face. "Oh, my darling boy!" She pulled him into a fierce hug, and he returned it, breathing in the scent of his mum and home. "I've missed you so much." She kissed his cheek before releasing him, and then frowned as she studied him. "You look thin. Have you been eating properly? I knew you should have gone for one of those catered halls." "I'm fine, Mum, honestly," Louis assured her. He had noticed his jeans were a bit loose this week, but he wasn't going to admit it. "I've been eating plenty. I'm perfectly capable of looking after myself. I'm just busy and walking miles every day to lectures and back, but I'm not going hungry." Okay, maybe he'd relied rather too heavily on cereal and toast for the last couple of weeks, but he'd been trying to avoid spending too much time in the kitchen because of his attempts to minimize contact with Max. But Louis decided he'd make a bit more of an effort when he got back after the weekend. He had to get used to being around Max eventually. He could hardly spend the next 7 months avoiding him. "Well, I've made your favourite tonight, shepherd's pie." Louis fell into step beside his mum as they walked toward the car park. "And there'll be plenty, because I'm afraid your dad isn't coming home this weekend after all." An edge to her voice made Louis turn his head to glance at her, but her face didn't give anything away. "Working again," he frowned. "He's been insanely busy since I started uni." "Yes." There was a short pause. "Oh, did I tell you I've upped my hours at the library? Pauline retired, and I picked up some of her hours. I'm doing 4 days a week now, and they're getting a new person in part-time." "That's good. Keep you off the streets, eh?" Lewis teased, and his mum chuckled. "Absolutely." Lewis found himself fidgeting anxiously as his mum drove through the suburban streets of his hometown. He didn't want to put off telling her his news. It was a shame his dad wasn't here to hear it too, but there was no way he was going to delay now he was here. He'd built himself up to this and had been losing sleep over it for the past few days, planning out the conversation in his head, what felt like 100 times, trying to predict how it would go. He noticed his knee was bouncing up and down, a habit he'd had since childhood when he was nervous about something, and he forced it to still. They pulled into the driveway, and there was Lewis's home, the house he'd lived in since he was 3 years old. It looked smaller than he remembered, and the front garden was full of fallen leaves from the chestnut tree that grew in front of the house. It had obviously been raining earlier in the day, and the leaves were still wet, shiny and dark in muted shades of red and brown. "Do you want a cup of tea?" his mum offered as Lewis took his shoes off and put them on the rack by the front door. He'd been almost bowled over by Boris, the family dog, who greeted Lewis with insane enthusiasm. "Yes, please. I'll just take my bag up. Back in a minute." He stopped to pet Boris for a moment longer, letting the little dog sniff and lick and check out his long-lost packmate. When Lewis headed up the stairs, Boris followed him, obviously determined not to let Lewis out of his sight in case he tried to escape again. Lewis's bedroom was unchanged, but looked as though it had been cleaned. Everything was as he'd left it when he'd packed to go away. The spaces on the shelves where books and CDs had formerly sat were empty, but dust-free. There was a faint smell of something unfamiliar, maybe furniture polish, he thought. Lewis dumped his rucksack on the bed and stood there for a moment, breathing deeply as he tried to will himself to remain calm. "She loves you," he reminded himself. "Unconditionally. You've never had any reason to believe otherwise. Everything's going to be fine." Back down in the kitchen, his mum had made a pot of tea. She brought it to the table along with buttered scones and jam. "I picked these up on my way home at lunchtime." She handed him a plate. "They're fresh from the bakery." "Thanks." Lewis helped himself, trying to ignore the churning in his belly that would probably make eating all but impossible. He spread the jam with a shaky hand as he tried to decide which opening line to go with. "Lewis, there's something—" "Mum, I need to—" They both started talking at the same time, but Lewis continued when his mum stopped. He forged ahead, not able to stop now he was saying it. He needed to get the words out. "I need to tell you something." His heart was pounding so wildly he felt a little dizzy, but he carried on, meeting his mum's concerned gaze with his own. "I think— No," he corrected himself. "I know. I'm gay." Since he'd had time to think about the long-suppressed crush he now admitted he'd had on Paul back in school, and how intense his attraction was for Max, Lewis was now pretty sure he wasn't even bi. He'd honestly never felt a fraction of this for Kara, no matter how much he'd cared about her. It just hadn't been the same. He held his mum's gaze, and blue eyes like his own stared back at him, wide with surprise. Lewis waited, his body humming with adrenaline, unable to look away. Then she smiled. "Thank you for telling me. I love you." Just like that, Lewis's body sagged as relief flooded him, and his eyes filled with tears. He dragged in a ragged breath and released it in a sob, squeezing his eyes closed. He heard the scrape of a chair, and then his mum was there beside him. She pulled him into a hug that held him so tightly it was as though she was holding him together. They clung to each other, and from the muffled sniff against his hair, Lewis knew he wasn't the only one who was crying. When they finally pulled apart, they were both wiping their eyes and smiling through tears. Lewis's mum cupped his cheeks and pulled his face down so she could kiss his forehead. "I'm so proud of you." "I love you too, Mum." They sat back down, and there was a short silence while they drank some tea, and Lewis took a tentative bite of scone. His stomach was settling now, and he found his appetite was already coming back. "You've obviously thought a lot about this," his mum said, "so I know you must be sure. But I honestly didn't know this was coming. You were with Kara for over a year, and I just never would have guessed. What made you realize? Have you met someone? A boy?"
Lewis thought about denying it. He didn't really want to get into the mess that was his relationship with Max. But he felt his cheeks heat, and he knew the flush would give him away.
"Sort of." He shrugged and frowned, lips tugging down at the corners. "It's complicated. We're not boyfriends or anything, but yeah, there was someone who helped me work it out." He'd instinctively used the past tense, and was surprised how much it hurt when he noticed what he'd said. Maybe whatever had been going on with Max wasn't completely over yet, but Lewis wasn't sure how he'd react if Max changed his tune. Would he really want to put himself through more heartache if Max showed an interest in him again? His mum must have sensed his discomfort at the topic, so she didn't press for more information. "And are you being, safe?" Lewis winced, and his blush became a full-body one. He thought about what he and Max had done together, and he knew he didn't have much to worry about, but he absolutely wasn't getting into risk factors for oral sex with his mum over tea and scones. "Yes, Mum, I'm not stupid, and I've read stuff, okay? And I can remember how to put a condom on. That's been burned into my brain for all eternity." He mock-glared at her, and she smiled back at him, amused. When he'd first started going out with Kara, his mum had given him the talk, and she'd made him put a condom on a banana to prove he knew how. It had taken him months to be able to use one without thinking about his mum lecturing him on proper condom use. At the time, he'd blamed his occasional inability to stay hard on that, but now he suspected it hadn't been entirely his mum's fault. "Okay, darling, I'll stop now." "Thank you." Lewis helped himself to a second piece of scone, properly hungry now. He chewed. Then, when his mouth was empty again, he spoke. "I wish Dad had been here this weekend. I wanted to tell you together, really, but I couldn't wait because I'd worked myself up to it. Do you think it would be okay for me to tell him over the phone? Only I don't know when I'll next get a chance to come home before Christmas." There was a long pause. "I have something to tell you, too." The suddenly serious tone of her voice made Lewis look up sharply. "This is really hard to say." The bottom dropped out of Lewis's stomach as an old, long-forgotten fear from childhood flashed into his head. Oh, God, was one of his parents sick? Dying? His mum's face was pale now, and Lewis stared at her as a few seconds ticked by, each feeling endless. "What?" he croaked, mouth dry. "Your father and I have separated." The words hung there, and it took Lewis a moment to make sense of them. The news wasn't anything he'd seen coming. Sure, his parents bickered occasionally, and his dad could be a little distant, but he'd had no idea their marriage was in difficulty. "But why?" "He's left me." Only her eyes gave away the pain. Her jaw was set, and she held her head high as she answered, her voice clear and unbroken, with an edge of steel to it. "He's been having an affair, and he's left me to move in with her." Who? None of this made any sense. Lewis tried and failed to imagine his dad with another woman, loving another woman. He'd never been one of those creepy dads who flirted with people. Lewis just couldn't compute. "She's someone he works with." There was bitterness there now, twisting his mum's voice into something ugly and painful. "All those conferences and extra meetings. It turns out there were less of them than I thought. She's younger than me, only 28. Lewis's stomach rolled. It was too much to take in, but his mum kept talking, the words spilling out as he reeled with shock. "She's already asked me for a divorce. She wants to get married. It's been going on for 6 months, apparently. 6 bloody months, and he wants to throw away 23 years of marriage." She stopped then and looked at Lewis, angry tears glittering in her eyes that she dashed away. "I'm sorry. I promised myself I wouldn't do this. He's your dad, and I don't want to put you in the middle. It's just really hard not to be angry." "Of course." Lewis was too stunned to feel any emotion at the moment, but he wondered what feelings would come later, once he'd had some time to absorb it all. "So, is that it?" Has he moved out already? When did all this happen, and why didn't you tell me before?" "He only told me last weekend. He came home on Saturday night, and it all came out then. I'd had my suspicions for a while, but I had no proof. I suppose I didn't want to believe it, but he just told me. He packed up a few things and left on Sunday morning. I suppose he'll want the rest of his stuff sometime. I don't know when." She sounded defeated now, exhausted by it all. Lewis could understand that. He was utterly overwhelmed himself. 6 months. So that meant it had started back in early summer. That made sense, because it was then that his dad had started working away more than usual. He'd just claimed he was busy with a project, but looking back, he'd been distant and withdrawn on the weekends he had been home. Lewis had been too wrapped up in revising for his A-levels and worrying about his university applications to really notice, but looking back he could see there had been a shift. "I'm sorry, Mum." Lewis took her hand across the table and held it for a moment. She gripped his tight as he squeezed. "I'll be fine," she said. "I don't want you worrying about me. I've got friends here. I won't be moping around the house. I've already told my book group girls, and they've been brilliant. They won't let me go into a decline." Lewis smiled. It was true his mum had a good network of friends. She wouldn't be too lonely, at least. "Okay." After their heart-to-heart on Friday, Lewis and his mum had a surprisingly good weekend, considering both their fragile moods. On Saturday, Lewis helped her rake up the leaves in the garden and cut back lots of shrubs that needed pruning. Then, in the afternoon, they went for a long, muddy walk in the woods with Boris. The little dog ran circles around them, and Lewis wore him out, throwing sticks into the undergrowth for him to chase, until he was so tired that Lewis had to carry him part of the way home. "He's missed you." Lewis's mum smiled. "I think he's getting fat from lack of exercise without you to play with." "Maybe you should get him some company." "I've been thinking about it, actually. I was wondering about getting another dog, an adult from the rescue centre rather than a puppy. But I'd need to do it when I have some holiday, so I'd have time to get the new dog settled." "I think he might enjoy that." Lewis ruffled Boris's rough coat, then set him down and put him on the lead as they reached the edge of the woods. "Right, you can walk again now. We're nearly home." Back in the house, Lewis lit the fire while his mum toasted crumpets and made cocoa, and they sat on the sofa and watched old episodes of Blackadder on DVD. It was good to laugh, Lewis thought, as he relaxed with Boris curled up on his lap and his mum beside him. Laughter made everything feel a little bit better. That night they drank wine with dinner. It felt odd, just him and his mum sharing a bottle. His parents had let him have a glass with a meal since he was 16, but this was the first time he'd had more than that with one of them. In a weird, contradictory way, being treated like the adult he was made Lewis suddenly feel very young. As he swilled the deep red liquid around and watched it cling to the inside of the glass, he was shot through with a pang of loss for the family he'd left behind just a few short weeks ago. Their small family of 3, 4 if you counted Boris, was broken, and he was never going to get that back. It hadn't been perfect, what family is? But it had been his, and now it would never be the same again. "This boy you met?" His mum's voice brought Lewis out of his musings. "Did he hurt you?" Lewis looked up and found her gaze on him, concerned and kind. He'd never been able to lie to her, so he answered honestly. "A little, but it wasn't his fault. The timing wasn't good. He'd just split up with someone else, so he didn't want to get involved. And we're friends, too, good friends, so I think he's afraid of that being ruined. I wouldn't want that either." "You still want more, though?" It wasn't a question, but Lewis nodded anyway. "That can't be easy if you spend a lot of time together." "Yeah, we do, and it's hard." Lewis sighed. "He lives in my flat, so he's always around. Maybe he'll change his mind." Maybe. Lewis wasn't holding out much hope now. He'd pretty much resigned himself to the need to move on and get over Max. "If he doesn't, it's his loss." His mum smiled as he raised his gaze to meet hers. "If he's too daft to see what a catch you are, then you're better off without him." Chapter 11. Lewis was knackered by the time he got in on Sunday night. He'd missed his connection in London and ended up having to wait an hour for the next train. Then that one was delayed because of some engine fault. He got into Bristol Temple Meads at 8 p.m, 2 hours later than he should have done, and by the time he'd made it back to the flat it was gone 9. A cloud of depression had descended on Lewis during the journey back to Bristol. Saying goodbye to his mum had been hard, knowing he was leaving her alone and worrying whether she'd be okay. But both of them had put a brave face on, although they'd hugged each other extra tight. She'd waited on the platform as the train began to move, and the last thing Lewis had seen was his mum's smile and her hand waving frantically as the train picked up speed and swept him away. He'd carried on staring back until long after he'd lost sight of her, his heart heavy and a cold lump settling in his stomach. When he got back to the flat, Lewis dumped his bag in his room and went through to the empty kitchen in search of food. None of the others were anywhere to be seen, but there was music coming out of Rob's room, as usual. Lewis was starving after the longer-than-expected journey. The food on trains was always expensive and never that great, so he'd managed with the sandwiches his mum had made for him. But he was hungry again now, craving something hot and comforting. Of course, as he'd been away, he hadn't really got much food left. He'd needed to shop tomorrow, and his shelf in the fridge was woefully bare, so he fell back on his staple. Baked beans on toast. He was just washing up his plate and the pan, while glaring disapprovingly at the filthy pile of other people's washing up that teetered next to the sink, when he heard footsteps approaching down the hallway. "Oh, hi, Lou." It was Max's voice. Lewis looked over his shoulder and greeted him with a quick smile. "Hey." He turned back, rinsed the pan and put it in the rack, then emptied the bowl down the sink. "Want any tea?" Max offered, unplugging the kettle and bringing it to the sink to fill it. Lewis moved aside to make space for him. "Yeah, that'd be good, thanks." Lewis leaned against the kitchen surface and watched as Max went through the motions, getting mugs and tea bags, fetching the milk from the fridge as the kettle came to the boil. Watching Max still made Lewis ache with wanting to touch him. He shoved his hands in his pockets and clenched his fists tight. "Here you go." Max handed him a cup of tea that looked perfect, exactly how Lewis liked it. "That's the right colour for you, yes? Strong but milky?" Lewis smiled, touched he'd remembered. But then he knew exactly how Max liked his tea, too. "Yeah, that's great, thanks." "So how was your weekend with your folks?" Max asked. "Good?" Lewis thought about replying with the socially acceptable, "Yeah, fine, thanks," and moving the conversation on to something else. But he didn't have the energy for lying, and he really wanted to talk to someone about it. Whatever was going on, or not going on, between him and Max, Max was a friend and he was good at listening. Lewis sighed, looking down at the tea in his mug as he answered honestly, "It wasn't the best." There was a short silence. "Want to talk about it?" Max offered. "Yeah," Lewis nodded. "But not here. My room?" Lewis sat leaning against the head of his bed while Max sat at the foot. "So, what's up?" "It wasn't all bad," Lewis admitted. "I told my mum I'm gay, and she was brilliant about it. Couldn't have been better, to be honest." He looked at Max as he spoke, and smiled as he remembered just how great his mum had been. "Wow!" Max's face lit up. "That's awesome! I'm so glad it was good, and well done for telling her. I'm so happy for you. I'm just surprised you did it so soon. I didn't realize you were so sure." "Yes, I'm sure." Lewis held his gaze until Max looked away with a flush on his cheeks. "Well, congratulations. What about your dad, then? Did you talk to him, too?" "No." Lewis gripped his mug of tea and took a sip. It was still too hot to drink, so he put it on the bedside table and drew his knees up, hugging them to his chest. He wasn't there. His tone of voice made Max look up, and Lewis tried to stop his voice from wobbling as he continued. "They're splitting up. Mum just told me this weekend. Apparently my dad's been seeing someone else for months already, and he's leaving my mum to be with this other woman." The words came tumbling out now he'd started to spill. "I can't fucking believe it. I had no idea. My mum had no idea. I just don't understand why this is happening. How can he just leave like that? It's not like they had a terrible marriage. Mum hasn't done anything to deserve this." Lewis ended on a choked sob, and his vision was blurred, his eyes swimming before the tears escaped and ran hot down his cheeks. Oh, Lou. Before Lewis realized what was happening, Max moved, putting his mug down on the floor before crawling up to squeeze beside Lewis and pull him into an awkward hug. There really wasn't enough space. Their knees were all tangled, and Lewis was worried his nose was running and that he'd get snot on Max's shoulder. But when he tried to pull away, Max held tight and petted his hair. So Lewis gave up and hugged him back, his body racked with sobs, as he cried out all the anger and confusion he'd kept locked tight inside all weekend. Lewis wasn't sure how long he cried for, but when he was finally done he was a snotty mess. He broke away, and Max let him go this time, wordlessly passing him a tissue from the box beside the bed. But he stayed there next to Lewis, his body solid and comforting. Lewis blew his nose and wiped his eyes. God, that feels a bit better now. But fuck, I'm just worried about Mum. I know she was sad about me leaving home, and now Dad's gone too.
Have you talked to your dad yet? Max asked.
No. Lewis shook his head. I don't want to fucking talk to him. I'm so angry with him. I'll probably email him first and tell him I know. I don't want to have anything to do with him right now.
Yeah.
Max patted Lewis's knee absently. Do you really never see your dad at all? Lewis asked him.
Max hadn't mentioned his dad again since the day of the Freshers' Fair, when Lewis had asked and Max had shut the topic down.
But Lewis couldn't help being curious, and he felt the intimacy created by him sobbing his heart out all over Max gave him a good opportunity to broach the subject again. Max's hand tightened on Lewis's knee for a moment, and then he withdrew it.
It's a long story. Hang on, I need my tea.
He moved to retrieve his mug from the floor, and Lewis picked his up too.
It was verging on cold now, but it would do.
Max sat back down near the foot of the bed, putting some space back between them, and he leaned his head against the wall and closed his eyes.
My dad is an abusive cunt. I haven't seen him since the police took him away when I was 12, and I never want to see him again.
Lewis felt the shock of Max's words like a punch to the gut. Fuck, I'm sorry. It's none of my business. I shouldn't have...
It's okay.
Max opened his eyes and turned to look at him.
Really? I'd quite like to tell you, actually. My old friends all knew about it. Everyone knew about it. It was common knowledge back home. I'm not used to it being a secret, and, well...
He smiled tentatively.
You're my best mate here, so I think you deserve to know about my daddy issues.
Lewis smiled back, but his brain was whirling through a multitude of possible hideous scenarios as he waited for Max to share. So, he prompted.
He used to hit my mum. I don't know when it started. She doesn't really like to talk about it. But as long as I can remember, he was always angry. He drank a lot. Every day when he got home from work, he'd start on the beer. Then in the evening he'd sometimes go out to the pub and come back late, staggering around. That was when he'd be really vicious. They used to argue and he'd shout. My mum would shout back, and that's when I knew he was going to hurt her.
Max's face was pale and set, his fingers twisted together in his lap as he sat cross-legged, knuckles white. Lewis just let him talk, stomach roiling with nausea as he listened.
Sometimes I'd sneak out of bed. I remember checking on my sisters to make sure they were still asleep. I was maybe 8 when I first remember getting up to see what the noise was. Lucy was just a baby, and Rosie must have been 2. I'd close their doors so the noise wouldn't wake them, and I'd sit at the top of the stairs and listen. I didn't know what the sounds were, but I knew he was hurting her, because she'd yell at him and then she'd start crying. Sometimes it went on for hours. In the morning afterwards, Mum would have bruises. I'd see her covering them up with makeup before she went out, and she'd wear long sleeves to cover her arms.
"Did he ever hurt you?" Lewis whispered, afraid what the answer would be.
Not often. I was good at staying out of his way when he was mad, and if I went downstairs to see what was happening, Mum shouted at me and told me to go back to bed. During the day, when he was sober, he'd yell at me and would smack me if I answered back, but nothing really bad.
It sounded bad enough to Lewis. Neither of his parents had ever raised a hand to him, preferring to send him to his room or ban him from using the computer if he'd been naughty. But as I got older, he got worse, and by then I understood what he was doing to my mum. I could hear the things he said to her. He used to come home and call her a slut, tell her she was his and he could do what he liked with her. Lewis listened, horrified, trying to imagine what that would be like for a kid to hear.
I used to hate myself for not doing anything, but I was scared of him, and I knew he was stronger than me.
Max paused, lifting his head to look at Lewis for a moment. Then he looked back at his hands where they were clenched in his lap.
His voice was tight as he continued. But one time, when I was 12, I finally reached the point where I didn't care anymore. I didn't care what he did to me. I just wanted him to stop hurting her. So when I heard him starting on her, I went downstairs, I got my cricket bat out of the cupboard, and I went into the living room. He was holding her face down on the floor, hitting her and tearing at her clothes, and he didn't hear me come in. I hit him around the head. I hit him so hard I knocked him out.
Jesus Christ. Lewis just stared at Max, unable to look away, and Max turned to meet his gaze. His eyes were bright with unshed tears, but he looked determined and fearless.
Everything was crazy then. Mum called an ambulance, and then the paramedics got the police involved. My dad was taken into custody, and they persuaded my mum to press charges. But they only charged him with that one assault because they didn't have enough evidence to try him for anything else. Dad only served 6 weeks in prison, and when he was first released he tried to get Mum to take him back. She got a restraining order, and he left us alone eventually, thank fuck. He ended up moving away to live back with his mum up north, and good bloody riddance. Max's lip curled with disgust. He tried to keep in touch with us at first, sent the odd birthday card and a letter at Christmas, but eventually those stopped. Last we knew, he was living in Newcastle after his mum chucked him out. But that was a couple of years ago now.
No wonder you don't want to see him.
Yeah, like I said, he's a complete prize-winning cunt. Mum's got a boyfriend now. He moved in a couple of years ago, and he's good for her. He treats her right. I think it took her a long time to be able to trust someone again.
Lewis nodded. I suppose it would.
He wondered how it had affected Max, how it still affected him, to have a dad who behaved like that. So there you have it. Max grinned suddenly, switching to a too cheery tone. My life history in a nutshell. Do I win the "my dad's a bastard" contest?
Yeah.
Lewis didn't laugh, even though he knew Max was trying to make a joke of it. He couldn't manage to make light of what Max had just shared with him.
Yeah, I think you might have the edge.
Thanks, Lou. Max turned serious again. His mercurial moods were hard to keep up with, especially as Lewis was still reeling from Max's story. Thanks for listening. I'm glad you know about it now.
I'm glad you told me.
Lewis's heart ached. He wanted to go to Max and hug him, hold him like Max had held Lewis earlier. But Max was strong. He wasn't crying like Lewis had been, and moving to touch him felt like a line that couldn't be crossed, even though Lewis was desperate to do it. Lewis didn't know what to say after Max's revelations, and Max was just sitting there, absently tracing the scars on the inside of his arm with his fingertips. Finally, Max pushed himself up and stood. I guess I should go. I have some reading to finish for a tutorial tomorrow, and you need to unpack.
Yeah.
Lewis wanted to be alone now. He needed time to try and sort out the mess of thoughts in his head, to digest the crazy events of the weekend.
Yeah, I do.
He stood up too, and there was an awkward pause while they looked at each other. Sorry, I feel like I stole your thunder. Max smiled slightly, the barest curve of pink lips. All my shit is long in the past. I just wanted you to know about it. But if you want to talk more about your mum and dad, or anything, well, you know where I am. He gestured behind him to the wall that separated their bedrooms.
Thanks, Max.
Lewis moved impulsively before he could change his mind, stepping into Max's space and putting his arms around him in a quick hug. Max returned it, and Lewis breathed him in. He smelled comforting and warm, like a new kind of home. They were both smiling when they broke apart, and the warm feeling in Lewis's chest persisted even after Max had gone. Once Lewis had unpacked and changed into sleep clothes, he settled down to email his dad. He typed several versions. Some had a lot more colourful language in them than others. He eventually ended up with a message that was short and to the point. He let his dad know he'd been home, he'd seen his mum, and he knew what the situation was. He didn't have anything else to say. Pouring out his anger and venom into an email seemed pointless and wasn't going to change anything. Lewis decided not to mention anything about his own revelation of the weekend. He would still rather come out to his dad face to face than by email, although he had no idea how long he'd need to wait to see him now. After that he fucked about on Facebook for a while, nosing in his old friends' pages, but not updating his own. What on earth would he put as a status right now? He noticed his About page still said, "Interested in women," and he thought wildly about changing it. That would be one way to come out and get it over with. Or he could change his cover photo to a rainbow flag or something. He chuckled. Yeah, maybe not. When Lewis started yawning, he had a last check of his email, but his dad hadn't replied. So he shut his laptop down for the night, switched the lights off, and snuggled under his covers, hoping for a good night's sleep. Lewis caught up with Amanda on Monday after a lecture. They went for a coffee together and shared news of their weekends. Lewis went first because she asked him how it had gone with his parents, so he went through the whole story again with her. Amanda was thrilled his mum had taken his announcement so well, but she was very sympathetic about his parents' separation. That's so awful. Her face fell when he got to that part of the weekend drama. One of my friends at school had similar happen with her dad. He just buggered off with a younger woman, and that was that. Your poor mum. Lewis still hadn't heard back from his dad, but the reality of the situation had started to sink in with a little more time to process. She'll be okay, he shrugged. She's strong. It just really sucks that he's putting her through this. There wasn't anything else to say, so Lewis changed the subject. So, did you go out with Andreas over the weekend? Stuck in the middle, Lewis got both sides of the gossip, and he knew Andreas had been planning on asking Amanda out for something date-like. Amanda blushed and looked coy. We didn't go out in the end, so he came round to see me. It was really sweet. He brought chocolate muffins that he'd made himself. Lewis grinned. Yeah, he's into baking. He's cute and he bakes. He's pretty much the ideal man. So? Lewis prompted her. Did anything happen? He stayed the night. Amanda smiled, cheeks still pink. And I didn't fall asleep on him this time. Well, not till sleep was appropriate, anyway. Well, that's an improvement, then, Lewis chuckled. Yes, it was. So are you going out with him now? I'm not sure. A small frown furrowed Amanda's brow. We didn't really have that conversation, but we've been texting and we're going out for a drink on Friday, so I think it's going somewhere. That's great. Lewis smiled, happy for her. I think he's pretty keen on you. He always looks dead chuffed when you text him. Amanda flushed again as she smiled. Good. They were on their second round of vanilla lattes when Amanda broached the subject of LGBT sock again. So? She stirred her coffee thoughtfully, and scooped some of the froth off the top with a fingertip. Have you thought any more about that social night you mentioned? It's this Thursday, isn't it? Yeah. Lewis nodded. He wanted to go, but he was nervous. It felt like a huge deal, going out in public and being open about his sexuality with strangers. But after telling his mum, it seemed like the next logical step, and he wanted to meet new people. Maybe even find someone who could eclipse Max and stop Lewis pining after him. Does the offer to come with me still stand? Amanda beamed at him. Yes, of course. Actually, Libby on my corridor is by. She's the blonde girl who came for the Halloween party with me, remember? She was thinking about going too. Is that okay? We can all go together. Sure, that sounds good. Lewis only had a vague memory of crimped and back-combed blonde hair and blue and black stripy tights on long, skinny legs. But it would definitely be good to be part of a group, much less intimidating that way. I just need to make sure Max isn't going, or else it would sort of defeat the point of it. You could still meet other guys if he is there, Amanda pointed out. You're just friends, so you wouldn't need to worry about that. But if he's there, I'll be too busy watching him to make a good impression on anyone else. Lewis knew this was true, and he frowned. If he's there, flirting and getting chatted up, it will just put me in a shitty mood, and that's not what I need right now. Okay. Well, you do what you need to do, but let me know when you're sure. I'll probably go along with Libby anyway. She reckons that straight friends are totally welcome. That evening, Lewis's dad called while Lewis was eating his dinner. Lewis had his mouth full of spaghetti when he saw the caller ID.
His heart lurched. He chewed frantically, trying to swallow while he grabbed for his phone so he could answer before it went to voicemail. He figured he might as well get this over with. Rob and Dean were both in the kitchen, and he'd told them about the situation with his parents, so they both gave him a sympathetic glance when they heard him answer. "Hey, Dad." He was already pushing his chair back and standing up so he could go and take the call in his room. "Hi, Lewis. I got your email." His dad's voice was stilted and formal. "I thought it would be best if we spoke." "Hang on a minute, I'm just going somewhere quieter." Dean patted him on the back as he passed, a surprisingly affectionate touch. Lewis gave him a small, tense smile before heading to his room and closing the door behind him. "Okay." Lewis waited, his shoulders hunched as he sat on his desk chair facing the window. "I'm sorry, Lewis. I know this must be hard for you. I'm not really sure what to say, but I just wanted to speak to you." The line was crackly and there was a bit of an echo. "I'm coming to Bristol for a conference next week. I'll still be in the city on the Friday night, so I can come and pick you up on Saturday, maybe take you out to lunch somewhere nice and we can discuss things properly." Lewis gritted his teeth, biting back the anger. His instinct was to tell his dad to fuck off with his lunch invitation and his promises of nice restaurants. But he was still Lewis's dad, and although he'd hurt his mum, Lewis knew deep down his dad wasn't a bad man. Not like Max's dad. Nothing like Max's dad. But he wasn't going to make this easy for him. "Why did you do it?" There was a heavy sigh at the other end of the line. "Lewis." And then a pause. "Relationships are complicated and people change. You marry someone and then, 20 years later, you're both different people." "But aren't you supposed to change together to make it work?" "Maybe in an ideal world, Lewis. But it's not always as simple as that." His dad sighed again. "I'm not trying to make excuses. I know there's no way I can justify my actions to you or your mum. But I do want you to know I'm sorry and that I wish things had been different." Lewis let the silence stretch out. He'd never felt so disconnected from his father before. It was as though he was talking to a stranger. "So, lunch next weekend?" his dad asked. "Yes, all right then." At least it would give Lewis a chance to tell his dad his own news. He'd rather do that face-to-face than down the phone. In a weird way, he was almost hoping his dad would react badly, so he'd have another excuse to yell at him and call him a bastard. But he suspected his dad would be so desperate to placate Lewis because of the situation with his mum that he would be very careful with his response to Lewis's announcement. His dad might be a cheating scumbag, but he'd always been good at being diplomatic when it counted. "Email me and let me know what time you'll pick me up." Lewis ended the call without a goodbye, taking savage satisfaction at cutting his dad off before he could say anything else. When he got back to his spaghetti, it was cold. Stupid bastard, life-ruining father. Lewis thought about trying to broach the subject of the social with Max in a roundabout sort of way, but he couldn't work out how to do it without sounding weird, so he decided to just be honest about it. He got his opportunity when they went over to the bar to play a few games of pool on Wednesday afternoon. Max was leaning over, lining up a tricky shot into the far corner pocket, and Lewis was blatantly checking out his arse. His jeans were riding low, and his underwear was showing, white elastic and bright orange cotton beneath. "So there's an LGBT drinks thing tomorrow night, and I was thinking about going," Lewis began, but Max cut in before he could finish. "Oh, yeah, cool, I saw that in the diary. I'll go along with you if you want some moral support." Fuck. Max straightened up. He'd made the shot, and was smiling as he walked around the table to rescue the ball from the sock-stuffed pocket. Actually, I've already got a couple of people to go with." Lewis felt his cheeks heat. "I was more checking you weren't going to be there. I just—" He struggled to explain as Max's face fell. "I just thought it might be a bit weird if you were." When he said it out loud, it sounded stupid and childish. Max had a right to go to any social events he wanted. It wasn't his fault Lewis had a ridiculous, unrequited crush on him. Lewis had probably only fallen for Max because he was the first boy Lewis had ever done anything sexual with.
The sooner he got out and got off with someone else, the better. Oh, right.
Max ran a hand through his hair, tucking his fringe to the side and shaking it until it lay perfectly. "Sorry," Lewis said awkwardly.
"No, I get it. It's fine. You're probably right. I don't want to cramp your style, do I?"
He grinned brightly, but there was a slight edge to his tone.
"You'll be popular. People are always interested in getting to know the newbies." Max was right. It was a little overwhelming how friendly and welcoming people were, but Lewis supposed it was better than being ignored or excluded. He was nervous when they first arrived at the pub, and was wishing he hadn't bothered to come at all. He felt exposed as they approached the group of chatting, laughing people in the function room that had been booked for the event. There was a bar at one end and lots of tables with people clustered around them. There must have been about 30 or 40 people in the room, probably equal numbers of guys and girls. Amanda squeezed his arm. "Shall we get drinks first?"
"Yeah, okay,"
Lewis replied, and Libby nodded. The three of them stuck close together at the bar as they ordered. Then, drinks in hand, they turned to brave the room.
"There's some space at that table."
Libby gestured toward one of the larger tables that had a few seats free at one end.
"Let's go and sit down." They sat and sipped at their drinks, talking quietly between themselves for a while as their nerves settled.
After about 5 minutes, a girl came over.
"Hi," she smiled at them. "I'm Amy." She pointed at the name badge she was wearing.
"I'm one of the organisers. You guys haven't been to any of our outings before, I don't think. I thought I'd come and introduce myself."
"Hi,"
they replied in unison.
Libby took the initiative. "I'm Libby. This is Lewis and Amanda."
"Welcome. It's great that you're here. The whole point is to make some new friends and connections, so we're going to play an icebreaker game a bit later on to get you talking to as many different people as possible."
Lewis cringed.
Only internally, he thought, but his reluctance must have shown on his face because Amy laughed. "Don't worry, it's nothing too awful. People usually enjoy it, honestly. It's not body shots or anything, it's positively tame." Amanda giggled, and Lewis felt his cheeks heat. "Glad to hear it." "Okay, I'm going to go and introduce myself to some of the other new people. You guys have fun. See you later."
"She seems really nice," Amanda said.
"And a game sounds like a good idea. Otherwise we'd probably end up just talking to each other all night, which would kind of defeat the purpose of a social."
"Oh, my God!"
A surprised voice made Lewis turn to see a familiar face topped with dark, spiky hair. The guy was looking at him curiously. "I've just worked out where I know you from. It's Louis, isn't it?" Lewis bristled. He always hated it when people got his name wrong and pronounced it Louis. Some of his so-called friends at primary school had done it on purpose, just to piss him off, and it never failed to rile him, even years later.
"Lewis,"
Lewis replied, unable to even attempt to sound friendly.
Fuck. It hadn't even occurred to him that Bruno might be here.
But of course, he'd been helping on the stall at Freshers' Fair, so it wasn't really surprising. "Oh, yeah, sorry, Lou, that's it."
"No, Lewis."
Lewis glared at Bruno, who smirked back. Amanda and Libby were watching the exchange with interest. "Hi, I'm Bruno." He turned to them, realizing he obviously wasn't going to get an introduction from Lewis. "I used to date one of Lewis's flatmates." Lewis ground his teeth as he was flooded with violent jealousy at the thought of Bruno's hands, or worse, his mouth, on Max. This fucking idiot had had the chance with Max that Lewis so desperately wanted, and he'd fucked it up. Oh, Max. Amanda's face registered her surprise as she looked between Bruno and Lewis, clearly putting 2 and 2 together and working out why Lewis was being so hostile.
"Yeah."
Bruno put his hands in his pockets in an exaggeratedly casual pose that made Lewis want to kick him in the shins. "Only for a couple of weeks. So anyway, Lewis." He deliberately emphasized the second syllable. "I'm surprised to see you here. I thought you were straight." Well, you thought wrong. There was no way in hell Lewis was going to discuss his personal life with this git. He drained the last couple of inches of his pint and stood. "I'm going to get another drink in. Do either of you want another one?" He looked between the girls, ignoring Bruno.
"Yes, I'll have another pint of cider, please,"
Libby replied, digging in her purse for some coins.
"That should cover it."
"I'm okay at the moment, thanks."
Amanda gestured to her still half-full glass. Lewis brushed past Bruno, who hadn't moved and was still staring at him speculatively. "Good to see you again, Brew." Lewis couldn't resist. And his tone of voice made it eminently fucking clear he'd rather see shit on his shoe. He took sadistic satisfaction at the irritation that flickered over Bruno's features. When Lewis got back with the drinks, Bruno was long gone. "Wow, Lewis!" Amanda grinned at him as he sat down. "I've never seen you like that before. You totally shut him down." "He's a twat," Lewis muttered, embarrassed now the surge of adrenaline had passed. "He cheated on Max and hurt him. Can we just forget about him?" "It's sweet that you're so protective." Amanda patted his arm. But she didn't persist with that topic of conversation, and Lewis was glad. Libby didn't know about Lewis's history with Max, and he really didn't feel like getting into that. He was here to try and forget about Max. Other than as a friend, of course. "Okay, hi everyone." Amy's voice came through the speakers with a screech of feedback. "Oops, hang on, let me just—" She fiddled with some settings on the portable amp. "Is that better? Good. So, welcome to LGBT Sock Social Night. It's great to see some new faces as well as familiar ones. As the point of the evening is to make some new friends, we're going to play a little game now to help facilitate that. We're going to give you each a sticker on your back with something written on it that you have to guess. Bruno's just coming round with those now. You're allowed to ask other people questions about it, but they can only answer yes or no. The other catch is you're only allowed to ask each person one question. You get 2 minutes with a person. In that time you can find out their name and a little about them, and both ask your question, and then when the whistle goes you move on to find someone new. Once you've guessed yours, you can still keep playing. You'll just be answering rather than asking. And if both people in a pair know theirs, they can just use the time to get to know each other a little." She paused, letting her words sink in for a moment. "Any questions?" The room burst into a hubbub of chatter as people worked out the rules and clarified them with each other. One boy stuck up his hand and shouted over the chatter. "What sort of things will be on the stickers? Is it like famous people or movies or what?" "It can be literally anything," Amy replied. "It's completely random. You'll see as the stickers come out." Bruno was circulating with a sheet of stickers now, keeping them close to his chest so people couldn't peek. When he got to their table, he just pressed the sticker between Lewis's shoulder blades without speaking to him. After he'd gone, Amanda looked at what he'd been given and put her hand to her mouth, stifling a giggle. "What?" he frowned, wondering what he'd been landed with. But she just shook her head. "I can't say, can I? But you'll see why I laughed when you get it." Lewis looked at what Libby and Amanda had got. Mr. Darcy's wet shirt and a bowl of cherries, respectively. OK, so they really were random. A quick squint at other people's backs that were within reading distance backed that up. Harry Styles' star tattoo, Margaret Thatcher, and a nice hot cup of tea were others that he could see. This game is weird. "Right," Amy's voice rang out again. "I think we're ready to start. Grab a partner, not someone you came with, and if you can't find a partner, then we're OK with threesomes." There were giggles at that. Amy waited for a moment while people paired up. Lewis found his arm grabbed by a black girl he recognized, then realized she'd been on the stool with Bruno at Freshers' Fair. He smiled at her gratefully. "And the first 2 minutes start. Now." Lewis found himself enjoying the game despite his initial reluctance. The focus of the guessing part made it less awkward because you had an opening. Then, once the 2 questions were out of the way, it didn't feel too odd using the rest of the time to chat to the person. Everyone was in the same boat. Most people there didn't seem to know many of the others, so they were all a bit nervous and varying degrees of awkward. After 10 minutes, Lewis had met 3 boys and 2 girls, but could only remember the names of a couple of them. He'd found out he was a person, sort of, although some people seemed confused about whether he was actually famous or not. He might or might not be a singer, and he was hot if you like that Twinkie look, according to the Malaysian guy he'd questioned last. After 20 minutes, most people seemed to have guessed theirs, and those who hadn't had started cheating by asking extra questions in the allotted 2 minutes, but nobody seemed to mind. Lewis was talking to a guy called Kyle, who was cute and was definitely flirting with him, and had managed to get to the point where he'd worked out his name was close to a celebrity's name. But one part of it was spelled wrong, and that made it into a different name. "And I'm in a boy band?" Lewis asked. "Oh, God, am I in One Direction?"
Yes! Kyle jumped and clapped his hands. You're so close now. Come on!
Fuck the one-question rule. Lewis racked his brains to try and remember all their names. "Am I the blonde one?"
No! Kyle grinned. Do you want a clue?
"Yes, okay."
His first name is similar to yours.
"Oh, fuck. What's his name? The stripy one. Louis Tomlinson."
Yes, except now the first name needs to be slightly different for you to get what's actually on your back.
Lewis frowned, completely confused. His brain turned over for a moment, working out the possible misspellings of Louis. Then he remembered who was giving out the stickers. "Oh, fucking hell, it's not Lewis, is it?"
Yes! Kyle cried, holding out his fist for Lewis to pump. Louis Tomlinson.
Jesus, no wonder it took me ages to get it.
Lewis glared across the room at Bruno, who was oblivious, deep in conversation with someone else.
"Thanks."
"You're welcome."
Kyle smiled at him.
He really was cute.
He had blonde hair, not as pale as Max's, and it was cropped close to his head, rather than flopping over his eyes like Max's did. He was taller than Lewis and broader. The width of his shoulders and the flatness of his belly hinted at a good body under his clothes. The whistle went again. "Okay, move on," Amy called. "This is the last round, so if you're still guessing, just keep asking questions till you get it."
"It was fun talking to you," Kyle said, cheeks flushing slightly. "See you later, maybe?"
"Yeah," Lewis smiled. "And thanks again for the hint. I'd never have got it otherwise." Kyle came up to Lewis once the game was over. Lewis had gone back to sit with Amanda, and Libby was off chatting to a group of girls at another table.
"Hi."
Kyle smiled.
"Can I join you?"
"Sure." Lewis grinned back. "This is my friend Amanda. Amanda, meet Kyle." Kyle sat in the seat beside Lewis and reached across to offer his hand to Amanda, who shook it.
"Nice to meet you," he said.
Kyle stayed and chatted with them for the rest of the evening. He seemed like a really nice guy. He was a second-year engineering student and had only recently come out. He was a rower, which explained his physique, and was currently single. "He's gorgeous," Amanda enthused when Kyle left them to go to the bar. "And I'm sure he's into you. He's being more than just friendly." "I don't know," Lewis shrugged. But he thought she was probably right. The way Kyle looked at him had a kind of focused quality Lewis wasn't used to from other guys, apart from Max. Kyle had held Lewis's gaze as they talked, and Lewis had enjoyed the attention. At the end of the evening they'd exchanged numbers and made a tentative arrangement to meet sometime soon. Kyle was walking home, as he lived not too far from the pub, so they parted ways on the main road, where Lewis and the others needed to catch the bus.
"See you next week sometime, then," Kyle said. "I'll text you soon."
They stood on the street corner, caught in the awkward goodbye moment that always happens with someone you like when you don't want the evening to end. "Okay." Lewis saw the bus approaching from down the road. His stop was about 100 yards up. "Our bus is coming, so I'd better run. See you soon, then."
"Bye."
Kyle waved as Lewis turned and ran to catch up with Libby and Amanda. They'd walked on a little, giving him some privacy. Lewis's phone buzzed as he was fumbling with change for the bus. When he made it to a seat, he pulled out his phone and laughed.
"Kyle. Told you I'd text soon. Smiley face."
Chapter 12. Lewis was sitting at his desk, trying to get a few more words down in his current essay. But he was anxious and distracted, so it wasn't going well. His dad was due in about an hour to pick him up for their lunch date, and Lewis was dreading it. The last couple of weeks had been a time of adjustment for him, getting used to the reality of his parents' split. His dad had emailed him a few times, just checking he was okay. But Lewis had spoken to his mum regularly. He needed to hear her voice to reassure himself she was coping. She insisted she was fine, and she certainly seemed to be keeping busy, getting out and socializing when she wasn't working. Lewis gradually started to believe her assurances that she would be okay,
and that there were worse things in life than being dumped by a man who never spent much time at home anyway.
"Honestly, darling," she confided, "I'm not saying I don't miss him a little, but I never relied on him much for company anyway. We had drifted apart a lot, you know. It's my pride that's hurt more than anything, but I'll get over it."
Lewis's phone buzzed with a text, and he left his essay to read it, glad for the excuse to have a break for a while. Kyle. Good luck with your dad today. Hope it goes okay. Lewis replied. Thanks. Me too. I'll let you know. He'd met up with Kyle for coffee the day before yesterday. It had been their second meeting since the LGBT sock social, and Lewis had ended up confiding in Kyle about the situation with his parents. He'd also told Kyle he was intending to come out to his dad today. I haven't told either of my parents yet, Kyle had said. I keep putting it off. They're quite traditional in lots of ways. I'm not sure how they'll take it. My uncle on my dad's side is gay, and they really don't get on with him. I think his sexuality is an issue. He'd looked sad as he spoke, and Lewis had felt bad for him, realizing how lucky he was that his parents were accepting of him. Well, his mum had been, at least, and he wasn't anticipating his dad taking it badly. He was still nervous, though. What if he was wrong and his dad was disappointed in him, or worse, disgusted? Sometimes people could be hard to predict. But Lewis was feeling pretty disgusted with his dad at the moment, and that made him feel a little more reckless about the whole thing. If his dad didn't like him being gay, then as far as Lewis was concerned, he could fuck right off with his new girlfriend and not come back. But he still knew it would hurt if his dad reacted badly. Lewis stared at the document that was still open on his screen, but his thoughts drifted to Kyle. Nothing had happened between them yet. They'd only met in public places, at a cafe 2 days ago, and another time at the burger bar in the student union for lunch. But Lewis was sure now that Kyle was interested, because he could feel the vibes in his body language and eye contact. Plus, their texts had got increasingly flirty, especially the ones they'd exchanged late at night over the last couple of days. Kyle had asked Lewis if he was going to the LGBT sock Christmas party next Saturday, and they'd agreed to meet for a drink first and then go together. It was rather premature for a Christmas party, barely into December, but with term ending on the 14th, the celebrations started early. Lewis was excited at the thought of it, as it felt like a proper date, his first with another guy. But Max was still on his mind a lot of the time, and he wasn't sure if he was really interested in Kyle. Kyle was undeniably attractive and easygoing, and Lewis liked his company. But his smile didn't make Lewis's heart skip a beat like Max's did. Lewis hadn't mentioned Max to Kyle, and he felt guilty about that because he thought maybe he should. But something stopped him whenever the words were on the tip of his tongue. He was trying to move on, and talking about his sort of ex who had never even been a real boyfriend didn't seem like a good idea, particularly not with the guy he was hoping to move on with. He hoped that if something finally happened with Kyle, then the butterflies in his tummy and the weak knees would come later. The trouble, he decided, was that he knew what it felt like when Max kissed him, whereas Kyle was an unknown quantity. It would probably all fall into place when they actually touched each other properly for the first time. By the time the doorbell rang, Lewis had given up on his essay and was playing Angry Birds on his phone. He shoved it into his pocket and grabbed his keys before going to answer the door, sure it would be his dad. He passed Max, who had opened the door to his room, obviously on his way to answer it. "I'll get it. It's probably my dad." "Oh, okay." Max touched Lewis's shoulder, making him stop. He smiled softly as their eyes met, and Lewis's heart did that stupid, annoying beat-skipping thing again. "Good luck," Max said quietly. "Thanks." Lewis opened the door, and his dad was standing there, looking uncharacteristically uncomfortable and out of his element. "Hi, Lewis." He gave Lewis a brief, hard hug, which Lewis returned. "Hi, Dad." When Lewis drew back, he studied his dad's face. He looked well, healthy and handsome, no new lines or grey hairs or anything. Lewis felt as though he should look different somehow, as though his infidelity and betrayal should be visible, there for the world to see. The scarlet letter on his forehead should do the trick, Lewis thought bitterly. "Where do you fancy going for lunch? The usual pub food, or something more exotic? Indian, Chinese, Mexican?" "Whatever." Lewis realized how adolescent and sulky that made him sound, so he added, "Anything's fine, you know me.
I'm not that fussy."
"Let's go to a pub, then. I looked up a few in the area and found one just a little way out of town that had a good menu."
"Fine."
His dad drove them away from the city centre, heading north until they left the built-up areas behind them, and the road opened out. There were still houses, but they weren't clustered together like the ones in the city streets, and there were fields and patches of trees breaking them up. They stuck to safe topics of conversation during the drive, Lewis's course and his dad's work, and they both carefully avoided the elephant in the room. They turned off the main road, and the sat-nav guided them down progressively narrower lanes until they reached a pretty little village with stone houses. They parked in a car park near a beautiful church, outside a pub called the Swan. Inside they ordered drinks at the bar, and then found a small table that was tucked in the corner by a window overlooking the pub garden. There was a fire crackling in a large stone fireplace. It was warm, and the smell of food made Lewis's stomach rumble despite his nerves. He thought it would be best to let his dad say his piece first, and then he'd get on to his announcement later. That way, if it didn't go well, at least the meal might be nearly over by then. They looked at the menus and discussed choices. Then Lewis's dad went back to order their food at the bar while Lewis sat. His knee was bouncing under the table, and he didn't try to stop it. It was either that or start chewing on his fingernails, and he'd given up that bad habit years ago. When his dad sat back down, Lewis took a long sip of his beer and levelled his gaze at his father. "So, are you definitely going to get a divorce?" His dad held his gaze as he answered. "Yes. Your mother and I have already discussed it, and she's agreed to it. I've seen a solicitor, and we're going to sort it out as amicably as possible." "Will she get to keep the house?" Lewis couldn't imagine his mother living anywhere different. She'd made their house what it was. She'd always been a keen decorator, and her personality and flair for design was stamped onto every bit of wallpaper and every unusual fabric choice. Lewis knew his mum loved the house, and Lewis did too. The thought of losing his childhood home made his heart hurt. "If she wants to," his dad replied. "I can afford for her to stay there, and I wouldn't expect her to move. I'm going to buy somewhere new for me and Sarah to live." Sarah. That was the first time Lewis had heard her name. He wondered what she looked like, what sort of person she was. He wasn't ready to know. Just the sound of her name made it feel too real, and he was shocked at the strength of the rage that washed through him. He glanced around the pub at the other diners and took a shuddery breath as he tried to get a handle on his emotions. An old couple sat at the table closest to them, eating in the companionable silence that was earned by a lifetime together. A few tables away there was a family with 2 children and a baby in a high chair. As Lewis watched, the baby crowed and giggled, and the parents smiled fondly at each other. He realized his dad was speaking again. "I'd like you to meet her eventually. I know it's early days, but this isn't just some casual fling. She's part of my life now." "For 6 bloody months, Dad!" Lewis's voice came out louder than he'd intended, and the old lady at the next table looked up quickly, then hurriedly looked away. Lewis lowered his volume, but the bitterness was thick in his throat as he spat the words out. 6 months! And you and Mum have been married how long? 20-odd years? Don't tell me about some woman you've known for 6 months and expect me to play happy fucking families with her, okay?" They were interrupted by a waitress bringing them food, and Lewis's stomach heaved at the thought of it. They sat in tense and uncomfortable silence as the waitress put their plates in front of them. "Thanks," Lewis managed through tightly clenched teeth. His hands shook as he reached for his drink, so he put them in his lap and tried to calm his racing heart and rapid breathing. He didn't feel like he had anything else to say. He didn't want to hear any more about this woman who had usurped his mother and broken up his family. When the waitress had gone, Lewis pushed back his hair and stood. "I need some air." He turned, without waiting for a response from his dad, and headed for a door that led out into the pub garden. It was cold outside, and although it wasn't raining now, it had been earlier, so all the seats outside were wet. Lewis leaned against the wall around a corner, out of sight of the pub windows, and squeezed his eyes shut to hold in the furious tears that were trying to escape. He focused on breathing, in and out, until he felt steadier again, and the freezing air had cooled the angry flush on his cheeks.
When Lewis came back in, he avoided looking at his dad as he sat down again.
"Are you okay?"
his dad asked, pausing with his fork halfway to his mouth. Lewis noticed he was already halfway through his plateful. Lewis just nodded as he picked up his cutlery. Lewis's lunch was only lukewarm now, but he wasn't that hungry anyway. And that was a tragedy, because it was really good food. Lewis had ordered steak and mushroom pie, and it was amazing, the best thing he'd tasted in ages. Self-catering might be cheap, but damn, pasta, jacket potatoes, and noodles get a little boring after a while. But the churning combination of residual anger and nerves over the subject they hadn't even started on yet made it hard for Lewis to enjoy his meal. He pushed the food around his plate, but left it largely untouched before finally giving up and putting his knife and fork together. His dad didn't seem to be affected. He sliced into his rare steak with neat precision and systematically ate his way through all the food in front of him. Lewis's stomach turned as he watched the red juices ooze out onto the stark white plate, and seethed silently at his father's outwardly calm appearance. He wondered whether he should wait until they were back in the car for some privacy before he started to say his piece, but fuck it. If they were going to make a scene, they might as well do it properly. "I have some news, too." His dad was still eating, but he looked up when Lewis spoke, chewing on a piece of his steak. "I told Mum when I saw her. I wanted to tell you both together, but—" He shrugged, leaving the rest unsaid. "I'm gay." His dad's eyes flew wide as he carried on chewing. Lewis waited as he swallowed, washing his mouthful down with a sip of water. He wanted to hear what his dad had to say. He didn't think he needed to elaborate. "Since when?" Lewis fought the urge to roll his eyes. "Well, presumably since conception. I believe pretty strongly that our sexuality is defined by nature rather than nurture, unless you'd rather blame the parents." "You know what I meant." His dad looked at him sharply. "How long have you known?" His last bit of steak lay untouched and forgotten on his plate. "I only really worked it out for sure just recently, since moving here. But looking back, I can see I've always been this way. I was just too busy trying to be the same as most of the other boys I knew to realize it." Lewis held his dad's gaze, but his dad's expression was unreadable. He thought about how his mum had reacted with instant reassurance, and he hated himself for needing the same from his dad. But he couldn't stop himself asking. "So," he said, with his jaw locked tight, a muscle flickering at his temple, "don't you have anything to say to me about it? I was expecting some sort of reaction." "I'm just shocked," his dad replied. At least he was being honest. "I never even suspected. I used to worry about you drinking, or doing drugs, or failing your exams, but never this." Lewis flushed, anger rising in his chest like a hot wave. "So that's how you see it, then? Something to worry about, something bad?" His voice rose. "That's fucking rich coming from you. What the hell gives you the right to judge me? I'm not hurting anybody by loving someone who's the same sex as me." "I'm sorry." His dad held out his hands to placate him. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean that the way it sounded. I meant I worry about you because that's what parents do. And being gay, well, it might make some things more difficult for you. Being different from the norm isn't always easy." Lewis was still breathing hard. The muscles in his shoulders were tense and his hands were clenched on the paper napkin in his lap. "It doesn't have to be a bad thing. Anyway, it's my life, not yours, and it's not something I'm choosing." "I believe that. I'm sorry," he said again. "I appreciate you telling me, and I'll always support you because you're my son." Lewis swallowed around the lump in his throat. "Okay. Thanks, Dad." That was good enough for now. They were both quiet on the drive back to Lewis's flat. When they arrived, Lewis's dad got out of the car and hugged him hard. "I'm proud of you, and I'm sorry about everything with your mum." Lewis hugged him back, but he didn't feel a connection. There was a distance between them that physical contact couldn't bridge right now. He was relieved his dad seemed to be okay with what Lewis had told him, but he wasn't okay with what his dad had done to his mum. His dad had made choices around what had happened, and as far as Lewis was concerned, he had made bad ones. Lewis wasn't sure if he'd ever be able to forgive him entirely. "Bye, Dad," he said as his dad got back in the car.
"Take care, and I'll see you soon. We'll sort something out over Christmas," his dad replied through the open window, and raised his hand in farewell as he started the engine. He wound the window up as he drove away, and Lewis watched until the car was out of sight. He went straight to Max's room, instinctively, not even stopping to question his decision. He knocked on the door, and Max was in there, listening to the Arctic monkeys while he read some huge and complicated-looking book on the beverage report. He looked up when Lewis came in. "So how was it? Turn that music down a bit so we can talk." He tucked his legs up where they'd been stretched out, making space for Lewis, and sat cross-legged, leaning back against the wall at the head of the bed. Lewis flopped down, sitting side-on to Max, and he pulled his knees up to his chest. It was pretty shitty, really. I don't know. The whole thing was awkward and horrible. The divorce stuff was worse than the coming-out stuff, though. "So he was okay about you telling him?" Lewis shrugged. "I suppose. He pissed me off by saying something stupid, but then he took it back and explained it, and I can see he didn't mean it like it sounded, but I just felt I'd let him down by being me, and not the son he thought he had." The lump in his throat was back, and Lewis huffed with frustration. "Oh, I just want this part of my life to be over. This is too hard. Where's the fast-forward button when you need it?" "I know that feeling." Lewis looked up to meet Max's green eyes, sympathetic and full of understanding. "So, the parent stuff, what happened with that?" Max prompted. "Not a lot, really. I mean, I already knew it all. I just got angry with him and swore at him in public. I've never sworn at my dad before." "Did it feel good?" Max grinned. "A bit," Lewis admitted with a small smile. "But people were looking at us, so I ended up going outside to calm down for a while." "And how are you feeling now? Do we need to go on a comfort food run to the supermarket?" "I'm not hungry. I just feel horrible. I don't know what I want to do with myself, whether I want to cry or punch things. Maybe I should go and kill things on Dean's Xbox." "He's out with Beth," Max said. "I know what we should do. We should go for a run. That always makes me feel better if I'm in that kind of wanting-to-break-things mood." Lewis thought about it for a moment. "Yeah, that does sound like a good plan. You going to come too, then?" "Unless you want to be alone. I've been sitting on my arse all day. I haven't even got dressed properly yet, so I could use the exercise." "No, company's good. You'll make me run faster." Lewis got up, feeling the energy and tension ripple through him. "I'll go and get changed, and I'll be back in 5. They ran to the bridge and back again, and Lewis pushed himself until his muscles and lungs were burning. They sprinted the last half-mile or so, almost losing control of their legs as they ran down the steep hill that led back to Brunel Hall. "Come on!" Max darted in front of him and legged it up the steps to their flat. "No stopping till we get to our front door." The 5 flights felt like 20, and Lewis's breath was coming in ragged gasps, the cold air making his chest ache. But the pain was good. They finally reached the little landing outside their flat door, and Lewis leaned over, resting his hands on his knees and stretching out his hamstrings, while Max got his keys out to let them back in. "Fuck, I need a drink." Max headed straight for the kitchen, and Lewis followed. They filled pint glasses, stolen from the bar, with water and gulped them down. "That's better," Lewis gasped, still out of breath, but his heart was starting to settle now. "It's boiling in here." Max stripped his running shirt over his head, giving Lewis a flash of pale brown armpit hair and the star tattoos on the inside of his arm. His chest was gleaming with sweat, and his ribs lifted with each harsh breath. "Do you want the first shower?" Lewis dragged his gaze away from Max's nipples and up to his flushed face. Jesus. It was so not over Max, not even a little bit. "Yeah, cheers." It was already getting hard just from looking at Max, so a shower sounded like an excellent plan. He turned quickly and went before Max could notice the growing bulge in his shorts. "Do you want to watch a film tonight, or some TV or something?" Max asked when he met Lewis back in the kitchen after his shower. Max's hair was still damp and darker than usual from the water. He was back in sweatpants, a hoodie, and slipper socks again, his usual attire when he was slobbing around the flat. "Or have you got plans?" "No, that sounds good." Lewis's mood had lifted a little after their run, and he was in the mood for company. He was afraid he'd slip back into feeling miserable and stressed out if he was left to his own devices.
He had been thinking about going over to see Amanda, but staying in with Max sounded more appealing. Lewis knew he should probably be working harder to put some distance between them, but he just didn't have the energy to fight the pull Max had on him. They cooked pizza and ate it in Lewis's room, sitting side by side on the bed with the laptop set up on the desk. They decided to watch some episodes of The Big Bang Theory because Lewis was in the mood for laughing, and that show usually guaranteed it for him. As always, he was painfully aware of Max the whole time. It reminded him of the night they'd watched Skyfall together, before anything had happened between them. He wondered how they'd ended up back here, their bodies in casual contact where their shoulders and knees touched, but with careful lines that weren't being crossed. How had they gone from kissing, from being naked together, from sucking each other's dicks, back to this? Lewis couldn't deny he still wanted so much more, and it was very hard for him to believe Max didn't want it too. But Lewis wasn't going to make a move. He wouldn't be able to bear it if Max turned him down. So he ignored the ache in his heart and the want that simmered under his skin. It was only when his phone buzzed with the text at around 9 that he realized he'd completely and utterly forgotten to get in touch with Kyle. Kyle. So, how did it go today? Fuck. Lewis let his fingers hover over the screen as he thought about how to reply. Everything okay? Max asked. Yeah, it's fine. Just someone I should have texted earlier, but I forgot. Lewis thought about maybe calling Kyle later to give him the details, but decided he couldn't be bothered to hash it all out again. He was bored with talking about his dad, to be honest, so he typed back, Yeah, it's all okay. I'm just knackered, so I'll tell you about it when I see you. He put his phone back in his pocket and turned his attention back to the TV show. So who was that, then? Max's voice was casual, and he kept his eyes on the screen. Lewis's immediate instinct was to lie or be evasive, and then he realized how ridiculous that was. What would Max care if he only wanted Lewis as a friend anyway? Just some bloke I met last week. He tried to keep his voice deliberately casual, but out of the corner of his eyes he saw the movement of Max's head as Max turned to look at him, his interest obviously piqued. Lewis felt his cheeks heating and giving him away. Max nudged Lewis in the ribs with his elbow. Come on, then, spill. What's his name? What's going on with you and him? Nothing, Lewis insisted. We're friends. We've met for coffee a couple of times. That's pretty much it. But you like him? Max clearly wasn't going to let it drop. Lewis shrugged, still avoiding Max's gaze. I don't know, maybe. He's a nice bloke. Is he hot? Lewis thought about Kyle. Objectively, he was very nice to look at. But Lewis apparently had Max blinkers on when it came to other guys. Yeah. That was the easy answer, and it shut Max up. There was an uncomfortable pause before he spoke again. Well, good for you. Max turned away, and Lewis was relieved when he let the subject drop. When they both started to yawn at around 10:30, Max heaved himself up off the bed. Okay, I'm going to go and crash. Damn, my legs are stiff. I don't think I stretched enough after that run earlier. That's going to hurt in the morning. Lewis chuckled. We did go pretty hard. Yeah. Max moved toward the door. See you in the morning. Max, Lewis said, and Max turned to look back at him. Thanks for today. You're a good mate. Max held his gaze, and his lips pulled up in a small smile. Same. Night, Lou. Night. That night Lewis's dreams were confused. At first he was with Kyle, and they were making out on some strange bed in a featureless room. Clothes came off, and he had warm skin under his hands and a heavy body pinning him down. But then Kyle's hair became brighter and paler, and slipped between his fingers, longer and more silky than before. Lewis flipped them over, and Kyle was now Max, lean and sinuous beneath him as they moved together. Lewis woke hard and horny, and he jerked himself off with Max in his head, Max's name on his lips. When he was done, he lay there, sticky and panting, and his heart was a lead weight in his chest. Chapter 13. Fuck! Lewis surveyed the choice of shirts in his wardrobe and frowned. He was crap at this. Normally he might have asked Max for advice, but he hadn't actually told Max he was going out with Kyle tonight, and he didn't really want to have that conversation. Lewis still had very mixed feelings about Kyle. They'd met up just once this week for lunch, and it had been pretty good. He'd filled Kyle in on his family drama, and Kyle had been a great listener. But the whole thing had been very date-like, and Lewis didn't know how he felt about that. His feelings for Max had been all too apparent again over the weekend with the time they'd spent together, and Lewis felt guilty, worrying he was leading Kyle on. But he had to forget about Max and get on with his life. He couldn't carry on like this, and perhaps Kyle would be the catalyst he needed. He was nice, good-looking, and interesting to talk to. He just wasn't Max. But that couldn't be helped. Lewis pulled out a pale blue shirt with a subtle darker blue diamond pattern in the weave, and laid it out on his bed along with a pair of indigo jeans he liked. With Kyle, he just needed to suck it and see, he decided, then snorted as he realized what he'd said to himself and how it sounded. But could he? Did he want to suck Kyle's dick? Did Kyle really want him anyway? Lewis was pretty sure Kyle was into him. It might be fun to experiment. But he'd settle for a little kissing first, and then maybe they could see where it led. Once Lewis was dressed and ready to go, he took a photo of himself and texted it to Amanda. "Does this outfit look okay for a date/party?" The reply came back almost immediately. "Yes, stop worrying. Have fun. XOX." "You too," Lewis replied. Amanda was going out with Andreas again tonight. Things seemed to be going pretty well between them. Lewis pocketed his phone. He managed to let himself out without seeing any of his flatmates. None of them knew he had a date tonight, and he was happy to keep it that way. Time enough for them to find out, if anything came of it. He hadn't even told Dean and Andreas he was gay yet, although he thought Andreas might have some suspicions about him and Max, just from the way he occasionally looked at them when they were together. Lewis had arranged to meet Kyle for a drink in one of the pubs near the Union first, and they'd go along to the party a little later. Lewis had left plenty of time to walk rather than get the bus, and it was dry, although cold, of course, given that it was December now. So he pulled the collar of his jacket up, tugged his hat down over his ears, and set a brisk pace. Kyle was already there when Lewis arrived. He'd texted Lewis a few minutes before to ask what he wanted to drink, and when Lewis got there, he found Kyle sitting at a small table with 2 drinks in front of him. "Hi." Kyle's smile was sweet, dimpling his cheeks as he stood to greet Lewis and gave him a quick hug. "Hi, cheers." Lewis took the seat that was waiting for him and raised his precariously full pint of Guinness. He clinked it carefully with Kyle's, then took a long swig of it. "Damn, that's good. I've got a faux moustache now, haven't I?" He licked his upper lip, then wiped it with the back of his hand. "A little bit." Kyle's gaze had darted down to the movement of Lewis's tongue, and when he looked back up, Kyle's cheeks had pinked slightly. He looked good tonight, Lewis thought. His broad shoulders were enhanced by the cut of his lilac-coloured shirt, his legs long and powerful in black denim. The pub got progressively busier and noisier as they drank. More and more people, mostly students by the look of them, piled through the door, and it got harder for Lewis and Kyle to hear each other over the noisy throng. "Do you want to get another drink here?" Lewis leaned in close. The scent of Kyle's cologne was strong, and it was a little cloying in such close quarters. "It's my round." "Yes, okay, thanks. Lager, please, the Kronenberg." They headed over to the Union after their second drink. They hadn't bought tickets, but had checked it would be okay to pay on the door. The party was in the bar on the top floor of the Union building, and when they got out of the lift they could hear the music thumping out through the double doors. Disco lights flashed and whirled, and there were already loads of people dancing. "Looks like we timed it well," Kyle said. "It's kicking off nicely in there." They paid the guy on the door, got their hands stamped, and then wove their way into the hot, sticky darkness. They found a corner to leave their coats in, and then Kyle persuaded Lewis to dance for a while. After a couple of drinks, Lewis was relaxed enough to get into the beat of the music and not feel too self-conscious. The music was upbeat, and they moved together but didn't touch, making eye contact occasionally and smiling when they did. After a while, Kyle leaned in and spoke into Lewis's ear. "I'm thirsty. Do you want anything?" "Yeah, I'll have another pint. Lager this time, though, thanks." I'm just going to nip to the toilet. I'll come and find you at the bar.
Lewis didn't really want to stay and dance on his own anyway. He made his way back through the double doors to the lobby by the lifts where the toilets were located. He squinted slightly as his eyes adjusted to the brighter light. On his way back out, the lift doors opened as he was passing them, and Max stepped out of the lift with a guy Lewis hadn't seen before. "Oh, hi!" Max looked as surprised as Lewis felt. "Fancy seeing you here."
"Hi." Lewis stood there, not sure what to say.
He looked at the guy with Max. He was tall and slim, dark-skinned with cropped black hair. He smiled at Lewis and raised a hand in greeting. "Hi." "Lewis, this is Amir." Max turned to the other guy. "Lewis is one of my flatmates." "Nice to meet you." Amir's hand was strong and warm as he took Lewis's and shook it, and his teeth gleamed white as he smiled. He was gorgeous. Lewis tried to smile through the twist in his chest. "Amir's on my course." Max sounded uncharacteristically tense. "We only got chatting this week, and I persuaded him to get out and live a little. Who did you come with?"
"Kyle," Lewis replied. "I'd better go and find him, actually. He's at the bar. He'll be wondering where I've got to. So I'll probably see you in there later."
"Sure."
Max's lips were tight and his usual smile was absent.
"Have fun."
"See you later, Lewis. Nice to meet you."
Amir inclined his head as Lewis turned and fled. Fuck. It was crowded and dark in the bar, but just knowing Max was going to be there all night, probably grinding up against the ridiculously gorgeous Amir on the dance floor, was going to be enough to totally ruin the party for Lewis. Jesus fucking Christ. Couldn't the universe just give him a break for once? He was really trying hard to move on and get a life. Why was this so hard? Lewis found Carl just as he was leaving the bar, and they stood at the side of the dance floor and sipped at their drinks for a while. It was too noisy to talk much, so they just stood and watched people moving in time to the music. There were equal numbers of guys and girls, some paired off, some dancing in big groups. The atmosphere was chilled, and everyone looked as though they were enjoying themselves. A group of boys had grabbed a handbag from a girl and were dancing around it, hamming it up and doing hilarious moves as people circled round and clapped, egging them on to be more and more ridiculous. Lewis smiled, and when he looked around at Kyle, he was smiling too. The music changed to something a little slower, with a funky, sensual beat, and the lights got lower, shades of purple and blue replacing the greens and yellows from before. People started getting into couples and moving together, arms going around necks and thighs interlocking as they ground together to the deep bass pulse. Lewis caught sight of a familiar blonde head on the dance floor, and as Max threw his head back and arched his spine toward his partner, his profile was unmistakable. "Lewis?" Kyle tugged on his arm and spoke a little louder. "Lewis, do you want to dance again?" "Okay." Lewis let himself be led onto the dance floor, just a few meters away from where Max and Amir were entwined. He tried not to watch them, but he couldn't help himself, shot through with jealousy as Max's hands gripped Amir's hips, and Amir's rested on Max's waist, pulling him closer as they smiled and swayed together. Kyle was doing the same with Lewis, but Lewis was so focused on Max he hardly felt the touch of Kyle's hands. He went through the motions, moving when Kyle moved, but his head was full of Max. Always bloody Max. They turned until he was facing Max directly, and Max caught Lewis's eye over Amir's shoulder, and their gazes locked and held, and neither of them looked away. Lewis's heart was pounding, and sweat prickled at his temples and made the palms of his hands sticky. But he couldn't stop staring, knowing his desire and confusion was written all over his face. And unless he was very much mistaken, it was reflected right back at him until the moment he finally tore his gaze away. The next song was slower still. Kyle's hands were low on Lewis's hips, and when Kyle moved closer, Lewis could feel he was hard. Kyle moved his hands down to Lewis's arse. His breath was hot on Lewis's neck, and breath became lips, and lips became kisses. It felt good, and it would have been so easy to just go along with it.
But in his heart, Lewis knew he couldn't. It was all wrong, and it wouldn't be fair. Lewis pulled away regretfully, putting some space between them. Kyle's face showed confusion and dismay, and Lewis shook his head and leaned in close. "I'm sorry, I just can't." He turned and pushed his way through the crowds, needing space. But Kyle followed him. "Lewis?" Kyle touched Lewis's shoulders lightly when they got to the edge of the dance floor, and Lewis spun round. He felt sick and guilty. The expression on Kyle's face was all too familiar. He remembered Amanda's hurt and anger, and couldn't believe he was here again, with a different person, but for exactly the same stupid, fucked-up reason. "I'm sorry," he said again. "I just don't want that, with you. You're really great, and I like you a lot, but just not like that." Kyle stared at him. For a moment he looked as though he was about to speak, but then he just shrugged and shook his head. He turned and walked away without a word, heading back onto the dance floor, where he pushed up into the crowd at the front and started to move again, soon swallowed up and invisible. The ever-present ache in Lewis's chest was huge and stifling. He felt a draught of cool air on his cheek and caught the faint scent of cigarette smoke. He turned to see a door that opened out onto a balcony. Desperate to get out of the noise and heat and confusion, Lewis went outside. The balcony extended the length of the building, but most of the smokers were clustered around a patio heater that was near the open door. Lewis followed the balcony around to the end. The music was just a distant thump from here, and it was dark, the last of the external lights a good few meters back toward the door. Lewis leaned over the railings and looked out over the city, where it sprawled and stretched toward the horizon, orange streetlights giving the atmosphere a sodium glow in the slight haze of mist that hung in the air tonight. Lewis shivered, cold in his thin shirt as the sheen of sweat cooled on his skin. The sound of footsteps behind him made him turn. "Lewis?" Max's voice was hesitant. "Are you okay?" "What are you doing here, Max?" Lewis felt suddenly weary, tired down to the bone. His frustration bubbled up, and he was so done with pretending to be cool, pretending he could handle being just friends with this infuriating, fascinating boy. "I saw you talking to Kyle, and then heading out here. I was worried about you." Lewis barked out a harsh laugh. "Of course you were." Max moved closer. With the light behind him, his expression was hard to read. He stepped right forward until he was right in Lewis's space. The railing was pressing into Lewis's back, and he had nowhere to go. One of Max's hands gripped Lewis's hip, and the other was on his neck, sliding around to his nape. "I didn't like watching him touch you." Max's breath washed hot and humid over Lewis's lips as he whispered the words. And then he crushed their lips together, kissing Lewis hard and possessively. Lewis's body responded instinctively, arching in toward him, and he lifted his hands to clutch at Max, dragging him closer and holding him tight as he kissed Max back, giving as good as he got. But then his rational brain kicked in, battling with his libido that wanted to jump on board the roller coaster and just go with it. But Lewis couldn't. Not again. No. He pushed Max back, more roughly than he'd intended, raising his voice as his anger rose. "No, I'm not doing this again. You wanted to be just friends, so be my fucking friend and stop messing with my head. I've been trying really hard not to cross the line, trying to move on and just be mates even though I want so much more, and then you go and fucking look at me like that in there." He gestured wildly with his hand toward the building. "And you come out here and just kiss me like I belong to you? Well, fuck that, Max. You didn't want me like that before, and you don't have the fucking right to touch me like that now." He stopped, dragging in deep gulps of freezing air as he glared at Max. "Fuck, Louis, I thought—" Max shook his head and pushed a hand through his hair. "I'm sorry, I didn't realize. What, that I'm in love with you?" Louis spat out the words like bile. "Even though you've been an oblivious twat about it. And sometimes I wonder what the fuck I see in you, but I can't help it. I can't stop thinking about you and wanting to be with you, but not like this. Can't get off with you and then have you push me away again." His voice caught in his throat, thick with the emotion he was trying to keep under control, but he was fighting a losing battle. He blinked back his tears. "Fuck this, I'm going home. Go and find Amir and have some fun with him. He's probably wondering where you've got to anyway." "But Lewis, wait!" Max tried to grab his arm as Lewis passed him, but Lewis shook him off. "Just leave me alone." Lewis stumbled back along the balcony, half blinded by his tears in the darkness, and into the crowded heat of the bar. He dashed his tears away, past caring whether anyone noticed he was crying, and shoved his way through people until he found where he'd left his coat and scarf. He grabbed them and fled. As he passed the dance floor, he caught sight of Kyle dancing up close with another guy. Their hands were on each other's hips, and they were smiling into each other's eyes in a way that meant business. Lewis was glad he hadn't totally fucked up Kyle's evening. Kyle deserved some uncomplicated fun with someone who wasn't an emotional clusterfuck, and it looked as though he was going to get some tonight. Foregoing the lift, Lewis ran down the stairs instead. His footsteps were loud, ringing and echoing in the stairwell as he hurtled down, desperate to put as much distance between himself and Max as possible. Lewis half walked, half ran through the dark streets. There was a light drizzle starting that cooled the angry flush on his cheeks, and the cold seeped through his thin jacket and into his bones. His phone buzzed in his pocket with a text. He pulled it out to read as he walked. It was from Max. "I'm sorry, but we need to talk." Lewis stared at the words on the screen for a moment. Then he typed back, "There isn't anything else to say." He turned his phone off and shoved it back in his pocket, then picked up his pace. He hadn't even been thinking about the direction he was headed until he realized he was on the road that led down to the suspension bridge that spanned the Avon Gorge. The bridge was beautiful at night, lit up by thousands of small white lights that decorated the amazing structure, turning it into something magical. As Lewis passed the stone walls of the gateway to the bridge, a small sign bolted to the wall caught his eye. The words on it were in white letters on a black background, and they stood out starkly in the light of the street lamps. He hadn't noticed the sign on his previous visits, and he huffed out a bitter chuckle at the irony as he saw they were advertising the Samaritan's Helpline. He felt like utter shit right now, but Lewis couldn't imagine being so unhappy and desperate that jumping off a bridge would feel like his only option. How awful must someone need to feel to do that? Lewis still had enough perspective to know he'd get through this. But a time machine to take him to a point in the future where it didn't fucking hurt so much would be nice. He walked to the midpoint of the bridge and leaned against the barrier, staring out at the dark water far below and the lights of the city where the gorge opened out a few miles down the river. He lost track of time as he stood there, letting his thoughts drift and flow like the river, waiting for the ache in his chest to subside. He thought of Max, his bright eyes and wicked smile, the silvery scars on his arms, his vulnerability and his courage. Hot tears trickled down Lewis's cheeks again, and he didn't bother to wipe them away, letting them flow freely as the wind carried away his sobs. The drizzle turned to real raindrops now, carried on icy gusts of wind, and Lewis's hands were freezing where they clutched the railing. When he started to shiver in earnest, teeth chattering, he finally turned and started to walk back along the bridge in the direction from which he'd come. He shoved his hands in his pockets and felt the smooth edge of a coin against his fingertips. He pulled it out to study it and found it was a 10-pence piece. The bright silver metal lay in his palm, gleaming in the lights that decorated the bridge. Impulsively, Lewis moved back to the railing and leaned as far as he could through the wire guardrails, which were there to deter jumpers. He stretched his arm out, the coin in his hand, and flipped it into the air with his finger and thumb. His stomach swooped as the coin spun, catching the light as it rose and then fell, plummeting down toward the dark water below until it was out of sight. Lewis turned away from the dizzying drop and headed home. He didn't know this area well. He'd only run here with Max a couple of times, and the streets were unfamiliar in the darkness. But he managed to find his way up onto the downs, warming up a little as he walked. It was a long way home. By the time Lewis got back to the flat, he was soaked through. His jacket wasn't remotely waterproof, and his shirt underneath it was damp. The legs of his jeans were sticking unpleasantly to his thighs, and there was water trickling off his hair and down the back of his neck. He let himself into the flat, looking forward to getting warm and dry. It was just after midnight, and all was dark and quiet. Lewis blinked in the sudden brightness as he switched the hallway light on. There was a huddled figure sitting on the floor outside his door. His knees were drawn up to his chest, and his blonde head rested on his arms, face hidden. Lewis stopped in his tracks. "Max, what the fuck?" Max's head jerked up at the sound of Lewis's voice. "Please, Lou, hear me out." Max's face was pale under the soaking wet hair that was plastered to his head, and he was shivering like a whippet. "I kept texting you, but you didn't answer." "I switched my phone off." "Read them now," Max said. "And if you still don't want to talk to me after that, then I'll fuck off and leave you alone." Lewis took his phone out and switched it on. There was a tense silence while he waited for his phone to start up. Then he opened his messages and read through the texts Max had sent him during the last hour or so. "Please, Lou, you didn't let me explain. Would it help if I told you I was in love too? With you, if that wasn't clear. I really mean it." And then finally, "Fuck, I'm awful at this, but please give me a chance." Lewis read, and then reread, his brain still taking a little while to catch up with the meaning of what he was seeing. "You love me?" The words didn't make sense. He looked at Max, who was staring back at him, still sitting hunched by Lewis's door. Max nodded. "Since when?" The sound of Dean's door opening behind Lewis made them both start. "Hey, guys," Dean greeted them as he emerged, dressed only in boxers. He stood and looked at them for a minute, confused, then seemed to pick up on the uncomfortable tension between them. "I would apologize for interrupting whatever weirdness is going on here, but you are actually right in the middle of the fucking corridor, so I'm just going to go for a piss and leave you to it." "Yeah, sorry." Lewis moved aside to let him through and waited till he heard the bathroom door close. Then he looked at Max again. "You going to move so I can get into my room, or what?" Lewis held out a hand and Max took it, just a brief grip as Lewis pulled him up. He unlocked his door and opened it. "Well, come on then," he said as Max hesitated. When the door shut behind them, Lewis turned to face him again. "So? Since when?" he repeated. Max shrugged, looking down and biting his lip. His eyelashes were dark against the pale skin of his cheeks. "I'm not sure exactly. It kind of crept up on me." "You had a funny way of showing it." Lewis tried really hard not to sound bitter, but he couldn't help the harshness of his tone. "I thought you were happy with being just friends after the Halloween party." Max raised his eyes and looked beseechingly at Lewis. "You were the one who left straight after. I was going to ask you to stay, but you just went. You seemed really sure." Lewis remembered the brave face he'd put on. It had obviously been more convincing than he'd thought. "I was trying not to be clingy. I'd already bared my soul enough the first time. I basically asked you out then, and you turned me down. You were pretty fucking clear you didn't want a relationship." "Well, to be fair, I didn't know what the fuck I wanted. I'd just been shat on by Bruno, and then suddenly there you were. I didn't know you were into me until it happened, and I didn't have much time to work things out. And then when I started to realize that maybe I did want to be more than friends with you, the timing was all wrong again." Max had raised his voice now and was gesturing erratically with his hands as he spoke. "You seemed to be making an effort to meet other people, and then all the stuff happened with your parents. That was obviously really difficult for you, and I didn't want to make your life more complicated by trying to start things up again. I don't know. I guess I just thought maybe you needed a friend more than you needed a boyfriend." Lewis stared at him, and his voice was hoarse when he asked, "Couldn't you be both?" Max gazed back, and the corners of his mouth twitched as hope brightened his features. "Maybe," he shrugged, "if that's what you want." Lewis felt a shy smile creep across his face, and his cheeks warmed as he answered, "Well, given that we've both admitted we're in love with each other, I think it would be a bit of a fucking waste if we didn't give being boyfriends a try."
Max grinned then, bright and brilliant, and Lewis's heart stuttered as Max stepped forward and touched Lewis's cheek and jaw with his icy fingertips. Max leaned in, drawing out that perfect moment before the kiss, and Lewis waited, letting the thrill and anticipation build. The first touch of Max's lips was soft and tentative. They were still cool and damp from the rain, but Lewis licked at Max's lips, and they parted, letting Lewis into the lush heat of his mouth. Lewis poured everything into the kiss. His longing, his hunger, his joy that they'd managed to find their way here when he'd feared they never would. He lifted his arms up and around Max, hugging him close, and the kiss went on and on. Lewis felt all of those beautiful things reflected back, his unspoken questions answered as Max's fingers tangled in his hair and their bodies pressed closer. When they finally separated, they were both smiling and a little breathless. Lewis's teeth began to chatter, and he shivered, missing the contact of Max's body as he suddenly realized they were both still soaking wet. "We should get changed." He gestured at their damp clothes. "Will you stay here tonight?" "Of course." Max nodded. "I'll just go and get ready for bed." Left alone, Lewis stripped down to his underwear and pulled on an old T-shirt. Still shivering, he put his dressing gown on too, and went to brush his teeth. Max was waiting outside the bathroom when Lewis came out, and they grinned at each other, stopping to exchange a kiss before Max took his turn. Lewis was already in bed when Max returned, and was just starting to feel warm for the first time in hours. He moved over to make space for Max, and they tangled themselves up together, trading sleepy, lazy kisses until they were both warm all over. Lewis was hard, and he could feel Max's erection pressing into his hip occasionally as they moved together. But there was no urgency to it, and Lewis was happy to ignore the low hum of his arousal for now. He was just glad to have Max here with him, and to know they were finally on the same page. "Can I take you on a date tomorrow?" Max murmured between kisses. He nuzzled his nose into the crook of Lewis's neck and inhaled deeply. "I think we ought to do this properly." "Sounds good." Lewis ruffled Max's hair and then wriggled away as Max's breath tickled a sensitive spot. "What sort of thing were you thinking?" "How about we go out for breakfast? That way, if you're the sort of boy who puts out on a first date, we'll get all day as well as all night to play." Max punctuated his words with a hitch of his hips that pushed his hard cock into Lewis's hip again. "Yeah." Lewis's voice came out a little breathless, and he didn't care how needy he sounded. "I like that idea." Lewis curled a hand into Max's hair and guided his face back up so he could kiss him again. God, he could just keep on kissing Max forever. But gradually exhaustion got the better of them, and deep kisses became soft and sweet until they settled, curled around each other in the tiny bed. "Can you reach the light?" Lewis asked. "Yeah." Max yawned and reached behind him, batting at the switch until he connected and plunged them into darkness. He snuggled back, wrapping himself around Lewis and resting his head on Lewis's chest. "Sleep well?" Lewis dipped his head, kissing Max's hair. "You too?" He breathed in the warm, masculine scent of him, and his heart swelled, full of warm contentment at finally having what he'd wanted so badly. Chapter 14. Lewis woke to the feeling of soft, ticklish kisses at the nape of his neck and a warm body pressed against his back. The events of the previous night slid into place, and he smiled, reaching for Max's hand, which was firm on Lewis's hip. He laced their fingers together and drew it tight around his belly. "Good morning." "It's great, isn't it?" Max's voice was light with amusement and husky with sleep. He moved his lips lower, nibbling his way down Lewis's neck to suck on the skin at the junction with his shoulder, just above the neckline of his T-shirt. He pulled off with a wet sound, and his breath on the damp skin made Lewis shiver. Waking up in bed with the person you're in love with, and then remembering they love you back, that's pretty fucking awesome. Lewis chuckled, letting happiness wash through him and settle into the very heart of him. Yeah, it's not bad. He pushed his arse back against Max, where he could feel the hard line of his dick, and wiggled a little.
It could be even better, though. Max gasped in pretend shock. I didn't know my new boyfriend was such a tart. I thought we were supposed to be going on a date before we got into each other's pants. We've already been in each other's pants, Lewis pointed out. Unless you've forgotten, but I remember it very clearly. Both occasions. Oh, I remember. Max untangled their fingers where they were joined and slipped his hand lower, sliding it under Lewis's waistband. Oh, yes. His fingers curled and squeezed, stealing Lewis's breath. This feels very familiar indeed. They stopped talking for a while, finding a rhythm that worked, as Max stroked Lewis's cock and rocked his hips against Lewis's arse. It started slow and steady, but as Lewis got closer and more needy to come, his inhibitions fell away, and he started thrusting into Max's hand, moaning as his orgasm approached. "Oh, yeah, that's it," Max murmured near his ear. "You're so sexy like this, Lou. Come on." His teeth grazed Lewis's neck, and he bit down, the sudden sharp sensation sending Lewis spiraling into hot bursts of pleasure. He came with a drawn-out groan, spilling into Max's fingers and his underwear as his body shook with it. When he was done, Max pushed him onto his front. Lewis let him, boneless and still tingling with the aftermath, and he lifted his hips to help as Max pulled his underwear down to expose his arse. "Is this okay?" Max muttered as he started to hump Lewis, sliding his cock between the cheeks of Lewis's arse. "I want to come like this, all over your arse." "Yeah, God," Lewis hissed as the head of Max's dick snagged on the edge of his hole in passing. Lewis's cheeks burned. It felt so dirty, so hot, like nothing he'd ever done before. Lewis imagined what it would be like to have Max pushing inside him, moving inside him, coming inside him. Fuck, Lewis, so fucking hot, God! Max moved faster, pushing up on his arms, and Lewis wondered how it looked for him. He wished he could see. Oh, God, yeah, yeah! The first hot splash of Max's cum slicked into Lewis's crack, smearing as Max thrust again, still coming noisily as he forgot himself. When his movements finally stilled, he collapsed, hot and sticky, on Lewis's back. "I can't breathe." Lewis pushed against him until Max flopped over onto his back, still panting with exertion. "And now I can't move because I'm covered in your cum." He shifted slightly, then winced as his softening cock stuck to the sheets. "And also mine. How come I get both wet patches?" Max laughed. "Just lucky, I guess." He wriggled completely out of his briefs and used them to wipe off Lewis's arse a little. "Thanks." Lewis turned onto his side and looked at Max properly for the first time that morning. His blonde hair was sticking up in all directions, and he looked tired still, with violet shadows beneath slightly bloodshot eyes. But to Lewis he looked bloody gorgeous. Lewis leaned over and kissed him, enjoying the scratch of stubble on both of their faces and the enthusiasm of Max's response when he kissed him back. When they finally emerged from Lewis's room, driven out by the need for tea, they ran into Dean and Beth, who were just coming out of Dean's room. Dean's eyebrows nearly reached his hairline as he took in their dishevelled appearance. Lewis was still just in boxers, a clean pair, and Max was wearing Lewis's pyjama bottoms. "So that's what the weirdness last night was about." Dean looked between the two of them. "Wow, I didn't see that coming." "Oh, come on." Beth rolled her eyes at him. "Really? They've been flirting for weeks." Max put a deliberate arm around Lewis's waist and squeezed. Lewis felt his face flush scarlet, but he smiled back as Beth grinned at them both. Rob's door opened, and he came out to join them. He took in Max and Lewis, with Max's arm still around him. "So you two finally sorted your shit out, then?" "Yep," Max replied, and Lewis blushed harder. "Good for you," Rob said. Then he started walking toward the kitchen. "I'm putting the kettle on. Anyone want anything?" "Yes, please," they all called after him. "So are you gay now?" Dean's brow furrowed as he looked at Lewis. "I thought you had a girlfriend before." "I did," Lewis replied. Max still had his hand on Lewis's hip, a tangible connection of silent support. "And yes, I am."
I converted him with the power of my magic dick, Max deadpanned. It's a thing that happens sometimes. You should probably keep your distance. Beth burst out laughing while Dean flipped his middle finger up at Max. Lewis chuckled despite his embarrassment. He elbowed Max in the ribs, and Max lurched away with a yelp. "Oh, my God, shut up," Lewis said, shaking his head at Max. "You're an idiot." "Whatever," Dean shrugged. "Now, did someone say something about tea?" True to his promise, Max took Lewis out for a late and ridiculously huge breakfast. They caught the bus down to Cottam and went to a cafe that was very popular with students because of its generous portions and reasonable prices. They'd almost finished eating. Lewis had just half a sausage and a few baked beans left on his plate, and Max was finishing up his last bit of fried egg. Lewis paused for a moment to drink some orange juice. "Eat up." Max grinned across at Lewis and nudged Lewis's shin with his own where their legs touched under the table. "You're going to need your strength for later." "Promises, promises." Lewis grinned back, a thrill of excitement rippling through him as he wondered what the rest of the day would bring. His body was already craving Max's touch again, and the pressure of his leg under the table was a teasing promise of so much more. Max's pupils grew as Lewis held his gaze, and he licked his lips. He leaned forward and spoke in a low voice, so only Lewis would hear. "I'm going to take you back to bed and spend all day playing. I can't wait to get you naked again." Lewis shifted in his chair as his cock filled and hardened, pressing against his fly as he imagined what Max might have in mind. Lewis was up for anything, really. He trusted Max, and there were so many things he'd seen in porn he wanted to try. He remembered what Max had said about liking to top sometimes, but not always. Lewis didn't really know what he wanted. The thought of being fucked by Max was scary because it was new. But Lewis knew Max would take care of him and would try to make it good. He wondered whether Max would want to do that, or if he might want Lewis to fuck him instead. There were so many possibilities with gay sex, he realized. With a girl, there was usually an assumption that you'd fuck, as long as you'd got to that point in the relationship, and then there wasn't a choice about which bit went where. There was no need for much discussion or negotiation other than both parties agreeing to do it. Max was still smiling at him, a dirty grin that wasn't helping the situation in Lewis's trousers at all. A thought suddenly occurred to Lewis. He looked around quickly to make sure nobody close to them was listening, and leaned closer to ask in a low voice, "Have you got condoms back at the flat, and stuff?" He gestured vaguely with his hand, not able to bring himself to use the word lube in a public place. Max's eyes flew open in surprise. He nodded. "Of course, I'm always prepared, just in case. But we don't have to do that, not unless you want to." Lewis's ears were hot, and he found it hard to meet Max's gaze, but he managed it. "I do if you do." "Sure. Anything you want to try is good with me." The pressure on Lewis's leg was back, firm and reassuring. Max had finished eating now, and he was resting one of his hands on the table. With a surge of nerves and uncertainty, Lewis put his hand on the table too, and slid it across until their fingertips touched. Max took it a step further and slid his hand over Lewis's, and they just sat there like that for a moment, smiles spreading across their faces as they held each other's gaze. "Do you want to get out of here?" Lewis asked. "Sure, my place or yours?" Lewis laughed. "My bed's already sticky, so it depends whether you want to mess up another one." "Your room it is, then. There's no point in making more dirty laundry. I have a feeling the rest of today is going to be very sticky indeed." Max took his hand back and started to put his coat on, as Lewis dug in his pocket for some change for a tip. Max had insisted on paying for breakfast, so it was the least he could do. On the bus back up to the halls they sat pressed together, knee to knee, hip to hip. Max reached for Lewis's hand, and Lewis let him take it, loving the feeling of strong, masculine fingers twining with his own. Max drew little circles in the palm of Lewis's hand with the tip of a finger, and the sweet secrecy of it had Lewis's heart racing with anticipation. Max didn't let go of Lewis's hand when they reached their stop. Lewis noticed a few interested looks from people at the bus stop as they walked past them, but nobody looked shocked or horrified,
and the world didn't stop turning. He held his head high and squeezed Max's hand more tightly, smiling when Max turned to look at him questioningly. They held hands all the way back to their flat, and it felt amazing. So, Max was lying over Louis, holding his wrists pinned against the mattress where he'd just been kissing him. They were naked and hard, and the condoms and lube were sitting, waiting on the bedside table. "Do you want to fuck me? Because I'd really like that." He rolled his hips as he spoke, making their cocks slide together, and Louis's breath caught in his throat at the sensation. Yeah? Fuck yes. He wanted that so badly, but he felt so clueless. I don't know how, though. I mean, I know the theory, but... I know. Max leaned down and kissed him, soft and sexy. "It's fine. I had no clue what I was doing the first time either. Don't worry." They rearranged themselves, Max on all fours and Louis kneeling behind him. At first the nerves had made Louis wilt, but the sight of Max fingering himself soon had him rock hard again. "Fucking hell," Louis whispered as he watched Max push 2 fingers inside himself up to the second knuckle, stretching himself out by spreading them. He reached between Max's legs to pull on his cock. Max was hard too, and wet and sticky at the tip as Louis stroked him. "I'm ready." Max's voice was hoarse and needy as fingers eased in and out of himself with wet, filthy sounds. Louis's hands shook as he tore open the condom and rolled it onto himself. He squirted out a little lube and stroked it onto his erection. It felt too good. He was worried he wasn't going to last. The sensation of hot tightness squeezing him all along his length as he eased his way slowly into Max didn't do anything to allay his fears. "Fuck," he muttered through gritted teeth. "Fucking hell." "God, you're thick." Max's head hung down, and he gasped as Louis gave him the last inch. "Just keep still for a sec." Louis gripped Max's hips and waited, grateful for a moment to calm down, because it might mean he wouldn't come the instant he started moving. He felt Max clench around him and then relax, starting to move a little, pushing back onto Louis's cock. "Okay," Max said, "go for it." Louis started with slow, careful thrusts, biting down on his lower lip and fighting for control. But the way Max arched his hips back to meet him and the little desperate sounds he made were wrecking Louis. "I'm not going to last," he warned as he started to fuck Max harder. "Feels too good." "That's okay. We've got all day, remember?" Max's voice was breathless, and he moaned as Louis thrust back in harder still. "Just come if you want to come. I don't mind. I want you to." "Okay." Louis gave in to it then, not holding back any more. He snapped his hips against Max's arse, and he let the too-good feeling build and build until it tore through him in a glorious wave. With one final thrust he stilled, coming with a broken moan, jerking and shuddering with it. Louis let his body slump forward, and he kissed Max's shoulders as his high subsided. "I'm sorry," he murmured. "You didn't come." Max turned his head so Louis could just reach his lips for a messy, not-quite kiss. "Not yet. But I told you it's okay. We've got all day, remember? In fact, we've got the rest of the weekend, unless you've got any plans that don't involve me." Louis smiled and moved to pull out carefully as he started to soften, knotting the condom and dropping it onto the floor to deal with later. "Nope, I'm all yours." "Well, then I'm sure I'll get to come plenty, so stop worrying." Max turned onto his back and pulled Louis down beside him. Louis's gaze dropped to Max's cock where it lay, hard and leaking on his belly. Louis reached to touch, catching the pre-cum on his fingertips and soothing it down in one long stroke. He dipped his head and kissed Max, drawing together the courage he needed for what he wanted to ask. He moved lower, kissing Max's neck and shoulders. "I want you to fuck me." He tightened his hand around Max's cock and stroked again, feeling the silky hardness in his palm and wanting it inside him. "Are you sure, Lou? It might not feel great the first time." "All the more reason to get it over with, then." Lewis pulled back and met Max's serious gaze. Max's cheeks were flushed and his pupils wide and dark. He looked beautiful. "I trust you and I want this. I want you." "Okay." Max took charge then, rolling Lewis onto his back and kissing him hard. He crawled down Lewis's body, kissing and licking and nuzzling as he went. He stopped to play with Lewis's nipples, then licked a wet trail down Lewis's belly to pay some attention to his cock. He teased it with licks and ticklish kisses until Lewis was hard again, but then, just as Lewis expected Max to suck it into his mouth, he moved even lower. Lewis's balls were next, pulled gently into the heat of Max's mouth in turn. Max pushed at Lewis's legs until they bent up, making more space for himself. Then he lifted Lewis's balls up with his hand and moved lower still. He kissed and sucked at the skin behind, while Lewis tensed with anticipation. "Oh, my God!" he gasped, as Max's tongue finally flickered over his hole. "Is this okay?" Max's breath washed over the damp skin, making Lewis's cock jerk with the cool, delicious shock of it. "Yeah," Lewis managed to say. It was so much more than okay. Fucking incredible just about summed it up as Max got back to what he was doing. He pushed Lewis's legs back until his knees were up near his chest and his feet were in the air, and then he really went for it. All warm, wet tongue and huffs of breath as he parted Lewis's cheeks with his hands. Lewis closed his eyes and tried to focus on how amazing it felt, rather than how exposed he was like this, or on the embarrassing little whimpering sounds that kept escaping, even though he'd pressed his lips together. When Max slid a spit-slick finger inside him, Lewis gave up trying to keep from moaning. "Oh, yeah," he encouraged Max. "More, please." Fingering himself had become a very regular part of Lewis's masturbatory habits in recent weeks, often while fantasizing about being fucked. He was very used to using 2 fingers on himself, but as Max stretched him, using lube now and gradually working him open, Lewis had to bite down on his lip to stop himself from making noises of discomfort rather than pleasure. "I'm sorry." Max paused when Lewis tensed. He just waited, 3 fingers resting inside as Lewis breathed through the stinging burn until it subsided. Lewis's cock had softened, and Max leaned down and sucked him until he swelled and filled again, and it started to feel good. His fingers were still inside Lewis, not moving, and the pain had gone. Lewis moved, tentatively, fucking himself down on them a little. It felt okay, better than okay, as Max circled the head of his cock with lips and tongue, and bobbed his head up and down. "I think I'm ready." Max's gaze flickered up from under his lashes as Lewis spoke. He pulled off and smiled. "Sure?" "Yeah." Lewis nodded. He watched as Max got himself ready, heart pounding with a heady mix of anticipation and anxiety. "Do you want me to turn over?" "It's up to you. What would you prefer?" "Like this," Lewis answered immediately. He wanted the connection, the eye contact. When Max eased himself into Lewis, the sharp pain took his breath away at first. But Max was slow and careful, soothing Lewis with hands and words, stroking his cock, reassuring him he was doing great and that it was often like this, but would feel better soon. Lewis clutched at the duvet under his fingers and squeezed it tightly, trying to relax, knowing it would help. Gradually, cautiously, Max started to move. Slowly, the burning, uncomfortable stretch began to morph into something good for Lewis, something deep and powerful that had him arching up to meet Max's thrusts and gripping at his hips, pulling at him greedily to get him to move faster. "That's good, yeah?" Max smiled down at him, the lean muscles in his torso and belly flexing with the movement as he fucked Lewis harder. "Yeah, God!" Lewis's voice came out high and needy. He felt flayed open, vulnerable, and as though Max knew what Lewis needed, he leaned forward, bringing their bodies close as he kissed Lewis long and deep and messy. Lewis kissed him back, moving with him perfectly. His cock was trapped between them now, and every thrust provided delicious friction between their bellies. "Do you think you can come again like this?" Max asked between kisses. His back was slick with sweat under Lewis's hands. "Or do you want to try something different?" No, this is good, I think. Just let me—" Lewis managed to work a hand into the space between their bodies so he could jerk himself off. Max broke the kiss and lifted up a little to give him more room. He looked down, watching the movement of Lewis's hand. "God," he whispered. "Yeah, come on, Lou." Lewis stroked himself faster now, the unmistakable tension rising and spreading, making his world narrow down to this. This bed, this boy, the sensations of being fucked, his hand on his cock, and the burning need for release. Oh, fuck! Fuck, yeah! Lewis's whole body arched and tensed as he came, shooting white stripes across his belly and chest. His orgasm felt like it went on forever, dragged out of him as Max fucked him through it, murmuring most incomprehensible words of encouragement. So hot. Yes. Fuck. Lou, so fucking good. And then Max was coming too, his face twisting with pleasure and eyes squeezing shut as he made a few last jerky, uneven thrusts and a strangled sound of relief. When he finally stopped moving, they grinned at each other for a moment, breathless and giddy, and then Lewis grabbed Max's shoulders and pulled him down. "I love you," he whispered between desperate kisses. "I love you so much." Max kissed him back. "I love you too." Gradually their breathless, frantic kissing turned sweet and soft, interspersed with smiles that said as much as any words could. They spent the rest of the weekend in bed, give or take an occasional trip to the kitchen in search of food or drink. They also indulged in a shared shower on the Sunday morning that ended with Andreas banging on the door and telling them to hurry the fuck up. Apparently there were other people who wanted to use the bathroom to actually get clean, instead of doing dirty things in it. They really hadn't gone in there with the intention of doing anything other than washing off some sweat and cum, but when they started washing each other, one thing kind of led to another. Lewis lost count of how many times they each came over the 2 days, but it wasn't all about sex. There was also a lot of time spent just kissing or cuddling and watching movies, talking about anything and everything, but also sleeping, of course. On Sunday afternoon they were both in the kitchen, eating toast and finishing up the last of the orange juice, when Dean came in and eyed them both. "Jesus, I'm surprised either of you can walk. You going to go to any lectures next week, or will you be calling in lovesick?" Wouldn't it be great if that was a valid excuse? Maybe we should try it on our tutors. Max grinned at Lewis, who beamed back. He knew how goofy he must look, but he didn't even care. Dean rolled his eyes at them. "Anyway, I'm going to the supermarket before it shuts. Do you guys need anything? Glucose tablets? Energy drinks?" He smirked. Max looked at Lewis, his face utterly serious. "I think we're getting low on lube, aren't we, babe?" He turned to Dean. "If you can pick some up for us, that would be great." Dean stared. "Please tell me you're kidding." "Of course I'm fucking kidding," Max laughed. "Do you really think I'd be daft enough to run out of lube? It's a staple." "You're such a shit." Dean rolled his eyes. "I could use a pint of milk, though," Max added. "Can I give you the cash later? I don't have any on me right now." "Yeah, sure." Dean turned to go. Lewis called after him, "And can you get me some cornflakes, too? Thanks, Dean, you're a star." I can't believe it's the end of term already. It's gone so fast. Lewis was tightening the straps on his bulging rucksack, while Max sprawled on his bed watching him pack. It had been a real struggle fitting in everything he wanted to take home for the Christmas holidays. He was wishing now he'd taken his mum up on her offer to come and collect him, but he'd already booked his train ticket. Christmas was going to be weird this year. Although Lewis was looking forward to seeing his mum and catching up with his friends from home, he was nervous too. Christmas without his dad was going to be hard, and the thought of reconnecting with his old friends was daunting to say the least. Lewis felt as though he'd changed so much in just a few short months. He wondered how accepting people were going to be of this new version of him. He'd phoned Cara last week and told her about Max. He knew it would probably be weird for her to find out that her ex now had a boyfriend, and he'd wanted to make sure she heard it from him. He'd messaged a couple of other close friends through Facebook to give them a heads-up too. Then, once that was done, he'd taken the bold step of changing his relationship status to "in a relationship with."
and linking to Max's profile. That seemed like the easiest way of getting the word out, and maybe saving lots of explanations when Max came to visit him over New Year's. He wanted to be able to kiss Max at midnight and not feel like he was dropping a bombshell in the local pub that he and friends usually went to on New Year's Eve. The response on Facebook had been mostly positive. Lewis had blocked anyone who made any negative comments, and those were only from people he didn't really care about keeping in touch with anyway. His good friends were supportive, albeit quite surprised. "I'm going to really miss you," Max sighed. He was already packed up and ready to leave. Their trains were within an hour of each other, so they were planning on getting the bus down to the station together. They needed to go soon. "Me too." Lewis joined him on the bed, putting his arms around Max and burrowing his face into the crook of neck and shoulder, where he could lose himself in the warm, comforting scent of his boyfriend. They'd spent every night together since they'd officially been a couple, crammed into one or the other of their narrow beds. Lewis wasn't looking forward to sleeping alone again. "But it's only a couple of weeks, and then you're coming to stay." They'd arranged that after Christmas Max would come and stay with Lewis for a week, and then Lewis would go back with Max to stay with his family until the start of term. So they'd only be apart for 2 weeks of the 4-week holiday. Even the thought of 2 weeks away from Max made Lewis's stomach twist. But he hoped it would fly by. "I love you." Lewis's words were muffled against Max's skin, but the tightening of Max's arms around him told him Max had heard. Saying it was still a novelty they hadn't tired of. Max pressed a kiss to the top of Lewis's head. "Love you, too. We need to go or we'll miss our trains." Lewis didn't let go, reluctant to leave their little cocoon of togetherness. "Yeah." Max didn't move either. "Oh," Lewis finally extracted himself. "Come on, then. Let's do it." They were the last two to leave, and after they'd locked the flat doors shut behind them, Lewis pulled Max into his arms out on the deserted landing and kissed him hard, not pulling apart until they were flushed and breathless. "I'm so glad we ended up sharing a flat," Lewis said when they parted, grinning. "Just think, if one of us had ended up in a different block, we might never have met. Or if we'd fucked up our A-levels. Or if we'd applied to different places. I'm glad it worked out like this." Max hefted his rucksack up onto his shoulders. "And I'm glad Bruno turned out to be a twat, so that I ended up with you instead." "Me too," Lewis smiled. "He did me a favor." Lewis looked into Max's green eyes, and they lit up with affection as he gazed back. Warmth uncurled in Lewis's chest as they smiled at each other. Lewis was struck by how much his life had changed in just a few short weeks. A flat full of strangers had somehow become friends, and Max, well, he was so much more than just a friend now. Max had changed everything, but it was all good. In fact, it was way better than good. "Let's go," Lewis said. He took Max's hand, and they walked down through the chilly, echoing stairwell with their fingers linked together. 2 weeks apart was nothing really, not with Skype and texting and email. He'd have Max in his pocket even if he couldn't have him in his bed. And they'd be back here soon enough, ready for whatever the second term at uni would bring. Lewis was looking forward to it already. This has been Not Just Friends, written by J. Northcote, narrated by Matthew Lloyd Davis. Copyright 2014 by J. Northcote. Production copyright 2015 by Dream Spinner Press.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.